You're looking at Kansas City, where they might be a little hungover, but it is not going to stop them from having an epic day 2 of the draft. Day 1 was full of trades, unprecedented drama, and a player falling that we never expected, which means day 2 starts all kinds of wild, and we will get you covered for every single second of it. Just like last night, no commercials, nonstop. I don't know when we're going to pee, but I do know we're going to get you every single. Really?
I'll be first.
No, not happening.
I will. No, I'm not leaving my seat.
HD's going first.
7 o'clock?
Well,
you might give me a run for my money.
If you need me to spoil the party, there's a little tingle feeling right now.
All right, so we started pick 32. By 35, you'll be gone.
Yes.
Okay.
Field Yates, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Hawk, and Harry Lyles. I'm Jason Fitz. For the next several hours, I mean through it all, we will catch you for every single. How you feeling, buddy? Feeling other than tinkling?
I feel great. It is. Well, besides that part, no. I actually really. I mean, we all love the draft for the entirety of it, but tonight is probably the night where you get the best blend of value and upside because I think generally speaking, general managers feel as though players drafted in round 2 should be starters within a year, and you're paying a far less premium price than you are in the first round.
Hawk, we haven't done this together in a few years. I'm just impressed you came back. I thought maybe, you just look at me and be like, yeah, man.
I couldn't stay away, Fitz. This is where we're at. I needed to be here. I'm excited for day 2. This is, to Phil's point, this is where all the value comes. There's a lot of positions here that actually bode better in their career than a lot of the first-round picks. A lot of linebackers, a lot of guards available, right? A lot of receivers taken in the second round end up being stars. I'm excited.
Harry?
Second and third round, a lot of teams, a lot of GMs, a lot of head coaches, owners view these picks as being guys that are major contributors early on in their careers. Mm-hmm. I think these guys have to understand that, and also, when they get in that locker room to those veterans, what you did up until this point doesn't matter to those guys.
Right?
Yep. It's time to build a new brand within your football team that you get drafted to, and let's be successful.
Also, I'm so tired of hearing professional athletes of high caliber performance and elite level athleticism say things like, nobody believed in me. They didn't want it. They didn't think I could be here. Third rounders, take note. That's actually what they think of you, right? That's it, right? Like you can say, you passed me up. You passed me up and didn't think I should be here. That's where we get stories. That's where we get stories for these third rounders. High motivation, interesting characters. We're going to get Cody Mauch tonight.
I can't
Let's
wait.
get Cody Mauch.
I'm already preparing myself for that. I'm bracing for it. By the way,
Caveman.
I always think about this. Like, forever Tom Brady played that chip, which I thought, like, there was a little bit of fatigue by about, I don't know, like the 5th Super Bowl he won. Mm-hmm. The idea that no one believed in him.
Nope.
But Travis Kelce pulled the all-timer this year.
Yep.
People told us it was a rebuilding year. I'm like, dude, you have Patrick Mahomes. Rebuilding and Patrick Mahomes are not in the same dictionary.
Lyles, quick, you got anything?
I love this day, Spencer, and you know this too, is people that love college football. Like, a lot of the names that you hear in the first round, yes, they were some of the best players that college football had to offer, but the names that you're going to hear in round 2 and round 3 are the guys that we were like, hey, these were the special guys in college football that we really appreciated as well.
All right, we are going to see a ton of big names come out. You're going to see a lot of the best of. But before we can show you the best of day 2, we got to show you the best of yesterday, day 1.
I'm still on record.
You might
I'm
wonder
still on
why
record
I have
field.
this
I
gone.
think
Gentlemen, just get ready for it. You ready for this? You ready for this?
Yeah, agree.
I want my quarterback to be like 6'3", 6'4". I want Dan Marino's mind because on the field, perfectly empty.
Need a little bit more base.
You got to figure out more.
I thought you've been working out at Orange Theory. You got to hit that thing with some power. There we go.
Anthony Richardson
Okay.
is the pick. Anthony Richardson.
Oh, my gosh.
Anthony Richardson.
Oh, my gosh.
And I got to sit there with the camera in my face, and I just got to get through it. Every year I got to get through it. The pick is in, by the way. This year, I'm not going to get through it. I'm going to embrace it.
Tyree Wilson.
I will say.
I like this pick.
Hey! Tyree Wilson all day.
The best player in the draft, right?
That's the Falcon Hawk sound.
That's also
We asked. Wow, they did it! Wow. Bijan Robinson out of Texas is the pick.
Listen, now that we finally have a quarterback in Green Bay.
Years of struggle.
After years of struggle.
There we go.
All right, there's nothing better than Spencer hitting the trade gong and it flying off the table, but we digress. There is nothing more arbitrary than draft grades, but we're going to do winners and losers all the same, Harry Douglas, after one night. Reminder, there's still 6 rounds left, 2 of them of which we're going to watch and broadcast with you tonight. Let's go through some winners and losers. Very straightforward. Those are teams. Here's loser, here's winner. You start with Seattle Seahawks.
I'm going to go start with Seattle. I'm going to put them in the winners category. What they were able to do with their 2 first-round draft picks. Davon Witherspoon to go along with that secondary. Leads of the boom, 2.0 that is, Phil. And also Jackson Smith-Njigba to go along with the other receivers that they actually do have. John Snyder and also Pete Carroll. What they've been able to do with this football team just 2 or 3 years ago, a lot of people thought it was over in Seattle. No, it's not. Winner, day one.
So I feel I'm going to put the Lions in this category. And I know everybody's going to get mad. I don't believe the Lions are that much of a loser because I actually like both the players that they drafted. But the reason why people feel as though the Lions perhaps had an off night in round 1 was because both the players that they took, Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell, at 12 and 18 respectively, were players that could have gone maybe a half dozen picks later, and people would have felt like that was more in line with the value of them based off of pre-draft consensus. That being said, if you love a player and you're fearing losing him to somebody behind you, you just go make the pick. So I'm more on board with it than most, but it feels like the Lions have been cast as a loser by many today.
The next winner that we have is going to be the Philadelphia Eagles.
What else is new, right?
Not only did Howie Roseman, I think in my eyes, was General Manager of the Year in 2022.
Yep.
He's going forward in 2023.
Yep.
Adding 2 more Georgia players. Jalen Carter, the best player in the draft, to their roster, especially when Javon Hargrave left them, but also Nolan Smith, a guy that ran a 4-3 position at the outside linebacker position. So I like the Philadelphia Eagles as a winner yesterday on day one.
I'm going to go the Jacksonville Jaguars as a winner as well, if I could work on my touchscreen. So the Jaguars didn't necessarily do anything that particularly glamorous, but they took Anton Harrison, the left tackle, out of Oklahoma. They took him 27th, though. They moved down twice, 24 to 25, and then 25 to 27. If they stayed put at 24, they're taking Anton Harrison. Instead, they moved back 3 slots through 2 trades, and they get 3 extra picks. I get it, the most valuable picks are the first-round picks, but you never know what they can do with the extra ammo that they added, 120, 150, and 240 with the 3 extra picks that they picked up. If Jacksonville wheels and deals more tonight, it could be because of the picks they made or they acquired last night in that double move down.
I'm going to go here with the Jets.
Okay.
I'm going to put them over here as a loser because coming into this draft, especially getting Aaron Rodgers, they wanted to get an offensive lineman. But being at 15, the Pittsburgh Steelers were able to jump them, which forced them to take a defensive player. A lot of people, wishy-washy saying they could have got another weapon for Aaron Rodgers, but they went defense. Robert Saleh's a defensive-minded coach. So I'm going to put them over there because they really wanted an offensive tackle.
Second time that I'm giving a team a winner tab because of the process here. Paris Johnson Jr. goes to the Cardinals at 6th overall. There was some speculation they could have taken him 3rd overall. They moved down from 3 to 11. They moved back up from 11 to 6. But the most important part of the night for the Arizona Cardinals, besides Paris Johnson Jr., is they now own the Houston Texans 2024 first-round pick. We think the Texans will be better than they have been the past couple of seasons. But that could be a top 10 pick, and nobody would be overly surprised because Houston's got a lot of work to do in a very, very tough conference. The division, not that tough. The conference is very tough. Nice maneuvering by Monty Ossenfort, his first night on the job in this capacity for the Cardinals.
We might disagree with this last one a little bit.
Okay.
I'm going to take the Houston Texans, and I'm going to put them right here as a winner.
Yeah.
And here's why. When you look at the offensive side of the ball, they got their quarterback.
Had to do that?
You have your leader.
Yep.
You look at the defensive side of the ball, they got their quarterback, their leader, basically Will Anderson Jr. So that's why I put them there, even though they gave up a lot to the Arizona Cardinals. If you want to start things off in your organization, if you're DeMeco Ryans, have a leader on both sides of those balls. Why not be 2 guys that you drafted?
And by the way, having 2 great players is always a good thing. People are worried about the cost because it was a big cost to pay. That being said, the Houston Texans are a far more talented team today than they were when they woke up yesterday. If you want to make sure that your team remains on this side of the ledger or finds its way onto the winner side of the ledger, you need to take one of the players that is still available tonight because there is plenty of top talent. Let's take a look at some of the best available. And there you see it.
Look at you guys doing God's work over there. By the way, speaking of best players, Will Levis dropped. We all know Will Levis dropped, but you guys know if you were with us yesterday, YouTube is going to be a huge part of what we do tonight. We're putting stuff up in the poll all the time. So if we see something we wanted in the poll, we just scream to Joey G, put it on the poll, and then he does it. Right now, where should Kentucky quarterback Will Levis land tonight? 32% of the people have spoken. The answer is the Rams. That makes a lot of sense for reasons at the end of the show we mentioned last night. Liam Cohen used to be the offensive coordinator for the Rams, is now with Kentucky. He was there before. But, I mean, there are reasons, right? Like, I can piece this together, right, Lyles?
Yeah, I mean, Matthew Stafford was falling apart last season, and you need to prepare for the future. And if you feel like he is a project, which I think we all think that he is, it would benefit him to play behind somebody. And there are worse quarterbacks to learn from than Matthew Stafford.
It would also benefit you to play in a system that was going to make things easier for you, that was going to give you clear choices, right? That was going to rely on the run game first, and then let you do things on top of that. So it's a good slot. If anyone knows him, it's Liam Cohen. It's a good place. Let's get positive about this. HD.
Harry's got some little smile on his face.
You know, there are always pros, but there are always cons as well. Because I do believe the Los Angeles Rams is the best spot for Will Levis. But what if they don't take him?
Does that send a message? Because we talked about this on, Take a Shot every time we mention Fitz and Harry on the show. We talked about this on Fitz and Harry today. I'm left to wonder if you are somebody that's looking at Will Levis and the team that has the most information, the most insight, the most ability to know the most about the player, feel like if that team passes on him and they need a quarterback, is that a head scratcher?
Well, I don't know, because I'm not sure that the Rams necessarily need to force the quarterback issue here for this reason. This team is in a very confusing spot right now. They still have the three best players from their Super Bowl roster from 2 seasons ago: Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald, and Matthew Stafford. Donald probably deserves to be mentioned first, but Kupp, obviously an incredible wide receiver as well. They think they can be a little bit better than the public believes right now, and if you use one of your very few draft picks that you have, and keep in mind, the Rams haven't made a first-round pick in 7 straight drafts, on a quarterback that is definitely not going to play this year, assuming things go by their script, and might not play next year if you look at the amount of money that Matthew Stafford is still owed, that might not be a great way to improve your roster that you think can be a little bit better than the public believes it can be.
Before we get to the Rams, we should note to everybody the second round is underway. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. This is the second straight round that the Bears would have had the first pick, but because of trades, they don't. Remember, Chase Claypool, now a Chicago Bear. As a result, the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. Field, you said for now. I can only imagine the last, 19 and a half hours have been phone call after phone call after phone call. If someone's interested. In the poll, by the way, we've asked everybody best player available. 44% did not say Will Levis, by the way. They said Joey Porter Jr. That speaks to the fact there's a lot of talent out there somebody might want to trade up for.
Yeah, the Bears didn't realize where the pick would be when they made the Chase Claypool trade. It was the middle of the season. At that point, I think they were like 3-4. So, the idea of them owning the 32nd pick was definitely a far cry from where things were at that time. And so it shows the value, though. Like, having a top second-round pick is incredibly valuable because you have a full day for teams to study their board and say, who are willing to be aggressive to move up on and get. And I think what's really important this year is that we've talked about this a bit. We did so yesterday. It's not a great draft. This is not a draft that we're going to look back on 10 years from now and say the depth is just absolutely extraordinary relative to recent years. This might be one of those years where teams are like, we'll probably overpay a few picks this year to move up and secure that guy at 34. Even if the draft value charts don't like the deal, we may be willing to do that because of the fact that whoever is available at 110 and 130 and 180 is not nearly as valuable as it is on an average draft year.
I think we just got an answer on whether or not Will Levis is going to be someone traded up for the first pick, because the Steelers' pick is in. With Kenny Pickett, we all know that that's not going to be Will Levis. That feels like Porter has, right? I mean, this just feels like the right spot for.
Man.
Yeah,
I mean, thematically,
it makes too much sense, almost, which scares me. But Joey Porter Jr. here makes all the sense in the world. The way Joey Porter Jr. plays football is like a Pittsburgh Steeler for that reason, right? He is obviously the son of Joey Porter, and everything you think about a Pittsburgh defense in recent years, a lot of that was from the mentality of Joey Porter. He is a nasty corner, right? He can do a little bit better in man-to-man and moving around, but he gets his hands on you. He is aggressive. He is absolutely a linebacker mentality poured into a cornerback.
And Harry, you talk all the time.
It's
you
a
like
draft
family
league.
tree.
I love second-generational kids, like when they come into the National Football League, because they grew up around it. They grew up with money. They understand the ins and outs. They've seen their family members go through everything. So nothing's going to be nuanced to them when they get to the National Football League. Also, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they need more secondary guys. I understand they brought over Patrick Peterson, but that has been, kind of an Achilles heel for Pittsburgh the last few years.
Here we go.
Hear the
First pick is
chimes.
in. Let's get
Time
rolling.
for the chimes. That
7
means the
minutes per
selection is
pick in
coming
the second round, by the way.
7 minutes in the second round, 5
minutes in the third.
So
yes. So things will
will
get
start to
going.
fly.
Is that LSU's own Alan Faneca?
I mean, this is one of the cool things. In the second round of the draft,
Jeez.
if you've never watched it, they have legends come in and make
Looking
the pick.
good.
Joey Porter.
There we go.
And I mean, that's a pick. Look, man, Joey Porter is somebody that if you're a Steelers fan, he reminds you of some of the best days that you've had as a fan. And you bring in his son, who is one of the best, I would argue the best at his position almost. You can't go wrong there.
Well, listen, Joey Porter Sr. was on this coaching staff not too long ago.
Yes. Yep.
The relationship between him and Mike Tomlin, Mike Tomlin could not pass up on his son. And I understand, like, he has to go out there and perform on the football field, but you see his tape, you know the mindset of this young man as soon as he walks through your doors.
You've helped mold it, right? 'Cause
Yes.
when you're a coach, he's around the age. He's at the facility. A lot of the way he plays is probably the Pittsburgh Steelers way in general. And again, I've played against teams that Joey Porter coached for, that he played for. It is a nasty environment. That is what Pittsburgh needs and what they major in the AFC North. And to your point, HD, about like legacy kids, listen, you could give Fitz the hands of Harry Douglas, the quickness of Andrew Hawkins, the boyish good looks of Harry Lyles, the wit of Spencer Hall, and the brains of Phil Yates, and put you on an NFL field, and you would still probably dump chocolate in your pants because it's a scary environment to be in. Legacy kids don't have that. To HD's point, they grew up around it. The moment isn't big for them. They understand it. They were born for it. And so him being with the Pittsburgh Steelers, man, this is a perfect fit, literally.
So you're saying I wasn't born to be a national athlete?
I'm just saying it's daunting. I'm just saying the first time around, there's a little shock factor.
But one thing that you two, and I love to point out to anyone that doesn't know, if you're tuning in, you don't know anything about any of us. You two played in the league, right? Mm-hmm. One thing that you guys stress so much is the cultural fit and what it means almost in a support system. Like not just in playing football, but in learning the skill of the business of football, learning how to handle yourself every day. Like you guys have both stressed that so much that I think it really makes an impact in a situation like this.
Joey Porter Sr. was an enforcer in the locker room. Against opponents, there's a way you go about playing in the NFL. There's a way to maximize that opportunity. There's a way to get the best out of yourself for your team. There's no way possible he didn't instill that in his son. So they're getting a mature player who's a rookie, but he probably already has the mindset of a veteran.
And I will say this. Me and Hawk, we both have kids. Now, we're not going to force them to do anything they don't want to do.
Of course.
But if they ever get to this level, you think these teams they're not going to have the upper leg on other kids because they're second generational kids from professional athletes?
And of course.
They're going to be first in the line.
Just like Fields kids will always be more natured to be supermodels. It's just what.
Wow. I mean, I'll take that, actually. I was going to say.
They never age either.
I'll take that as well.
By the way,
really good player. You know, big question with Joey Porter Jr. The reason why he fell to 32, because people were wondering, this is a guy that we heard in mock drafts, top 15, top 20. A couple of things is that we talked about how he has that Steelers mentality. Rein it in a little bit, right? You got to be a little bit less aggressive because you can't get away with clubbing dudes and pass defense in the NFL. Had one college interception, one. Which that's the number that I think has been attached to him the most. Is he too focused on mugging the guy and not focusing enough on playing the ball?
Quality holder. I say that as a compliment.
Yep.
His holding, impeccable.
Yep.
Yes.
We asked in the YouTube chat for your favorite father-son NFL duo. Not that there's recency bias or anything, but Joey Porter and Joey Porter Jr. One with 31%, at 28%, Asante Samuel and Asante Samuel Jr. So a little bit of love there. And Randy Moss and Thaddeus Moss also high on the list.
Love
Son
it.
in the NFL.
But to your point though, Hawk, I played with Asante Samuel. Mm-hmm. And I knew his mindset every time he took that field, whether it was practice or games. His son plays the same way.
Yeah, it's
the
wild,
exact same way.
It's wild.
Now the clock is ticking all the way down.
Got to
to
trade.
Arizona
First trade of the night.
Oh, we got. Wait, Phil, you can hit it.
We got. Hey.
If you're new to the show, that's the trade gong. Now we're just. You want to hit it once? You want to just like get this out of your
If you'll hold it.
Yeah,
You know what it is, right? There you go. There you go.
Oh, the trade is in. Do we have the details of the trade, Phil?
Yeah, we got 33 from the Cardinals, and 81 from the Cardinals. Titans trade pick 41 and 72. So the Titans
Levis,
moving
right?
up.
Yeah,
and,
right. It's got to be.
You know, I mean, that would be a suggestion that makes a lot of sense. Will Levis. Take that back. Let me throw an extra third in there as well. extra third for the Cardinals. So let me.
So the Cardinals continue to maneuver around. Remember, yesterday they moved down to move back up. They've been very shifty in this. But we talked today to Rand Carthon, the general manager of the Titans, on Fitz
what was
and
the
Harry.
show?
Fitz and Harry, noon to 3 Eastern on
I've heard of that
radio.
show once or twice.
That's twice. If you're taking shots on this, it's going to be a very long night for you.
I'm going to mark it down
But
twice.
we literally asked him how much the quarterback conversation was part of it. I think it was a fair question. And while he tap danced around it a little bit, he did say, Harry, that you have to evaluate everybody when you're picking that high in the draft.
Well, he basically said it was disrespectful to the organization if you didn't, dot your I's and cross your T's.
Yeah.
And one of the things that the chatter that we've heard about the Tennessee Titans is that, how long is Ryan Tannehill going to be there? Mm-hmm. They're in the market for a quarterback, because if you could potentially move up to 3, if the quarterback that you thought was there was going to be there, then that means your ear is still open if a quarterback is on the market.
Also interesting, though, I asked him, based on Fields' question last night, who are the Titans? What is their identity? Because none of us know. And his answer is, our identity is Mike Vrabel. We will be Mike Vrabel's team. We will match his identity. Mm-hmm. Is Will Levis Mike Vrabel's quarterback? I mean, that becomes sort of part of this conversation, right? Because we're presuming it's you move up, you think it's for a quarterback, but it could be Will Levis, could be Hendon Hooker, it could be any one of several players.
Yeah, if it is Will Levis, first of all, just happy this slide, if it comes to an end now, is over. We'll listen for the pick as we speak, because it's a tough. Obviously, we would all love to be drafting the NFL. Harry can relate to that. Hawk can relate to that. But you feel bad for the guy, right? He's sitting there. It's an agonizingly long night. So we'd like to see him get picked, because it can be over, even though he has opted not. Hey, there it is. Opted not to come back. But this is one where 34 is enough of an investment to make you believe that the Titans feel like they have their quarterback in the future.
I think the most important thing is that he doesn't have to play early. You still have Ryan Tannehill there, because you've seen some of the blemishes on the tape. The 23 interceptions over the last 2 years. I want him to be better from the pocket, going through from reads 1 to 3. If 3's not there, going back to 1. Also, we had his offensive coordinator from 2021 on, Liam Cohen. He said he wants to see Will Levis when he scrambles outside the pocket, still keep his eyes downfield, and deliver the football. So just some of the things that he's able to work on while he's sitting behind Ryan Tannehill.
And I do think it is worth noting, while he was not one of these standout quarterbacks statistically in college football this past season, he was a good quarterback in 2021. We have seen him play good football, and I think that, again, we view him as somewhat of a project. We have actually seen him put some good football on tape.
This is Mel Kiper Jr.'s quarterback, basically 1B. Bryce Young finishes 1A, but he will stump for Will Levis until the cows come home. You're absolutely right, Harry. 2021 was a much better version of Will Levis. Quarterback context really matters. In 2021, he had Liam Cohen, we talked about a couple times already tonight, as the offensive coordinator. Had a wide receiver, Wan'Dale Robinson, who went in the second round. Darian Kennard, who ended up getting drafted in the 5th round by the Chiefs, and an offensive center who ended up Luke Fortner was an undrafted free agent, but he started every game for the Jaguars this past year. Kentucky, they have been insanely competitive under Mark Stoops, but it's not because of 5 stars, right? It's usually because they just play tougher and sort of punch above their weight. And this past year, it was a much different cast around Will Levis, including a new coordinator who was fired, 8 months after Rich Scangarello got the job? Yep. So Will Levis has a job of his own now at Spencer Hall.
Guess the offensive system he's going to be playing in. Tennessee runs the Shanahan system. Mm-hmm. So he's going to go to a place that he's familiar with the offense. They're going to be in 12 personnel. He's going to be able to have reads at levels and be great in that magnitude, in that way.
I have watched Spencer Hall and a banana in ways I never thought I would for the last 24 hours. So I feel like this is really
one of the most disturbing things you've ever said. I do want to say that Will Levis. I want you to look at that young man, and I want you to see the face of a man who is going to have Live, Laugh, Love Nation and everyone else in Nashville absolutely heated if he has one good game. He's going to fit in real well there. I think it's a Will Levis kind of town. Additionally, we have to do this. The banana has been waiting for a while.
Yeah, let's go.
Will Levis does this on TikTok because, of course, again, I said he'd fit right in Nashville. I got a TikTok. Do you see? Will Levis got a TikTok. He's real funny on there. He eats bananas on that. He likes to take them with the peel on.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, this is not my first rodeo when it comes to this, but I will go ahead and do this in as wrong a fashion as possible.
Your seasoned banana.
Ooh. Oh, let's see. Hold on. There we go.
Ooh.
You can hear the little.
I know it's not. I know it's not polite to chew or to talk while you're chewing, but how is it?
Yeah. Eating a banana like a sandwich.
What's the texture thing going on? Like,
You know, there's really not a whole lot here. It's fine. It's not the worst thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. This is
Okay.
kind of like Will Levis's entire draft experience. It's not great, but it's not terrible.
But we're here.
It's getting the job done.
It's not the greatest experience, but I came.
we
Yeah.
have another pick while you're eating your banana here. Sam LaPorta, tight end out of Iowa, goes to the Lions.
Okay.
There we go. I like that.
So
Michael Mayer, though, is still on the board.
Michael Mayer is still on the board.
A little surprised. Just that's all. Just a little surprised.
But really good athlete here. He was a high school football and basketball player. He was actually a wide receiver in high school. And I tell you what, there is not a small transition when you go from being a high school wide receiver to a Big Ten tight end. But extremely athletic. Even begged Kirk Ferentz to play some quarterback during the Music City Bowl in Nashville, and he actually got a couple snaps in. I really like this pick, even though I know a lot of people were high on Michael Mayer. This guy is an absolute monster.
4.59 40 during the pre-draft process. That probably is what's holding back Michael Mayer right now. Just not nearly as sudden as a guy like Sam LaPorta and Dalton Kincaid, who have both been drafted already. How are you holding up, Spencer? By the way.
Yeah, you?
Light
Like,
work.
what happens, like, afterwards?
It's fine.
Does it all come out like this?
No, it's good.
Does the peel come out?
Buddy, these trains.
They don't know what I'm trying to ask here.
These trains run on time. Also, by the way, if you get an Iowa tight end and you get any Iowa offensive player, low mileage.
Yeah.
Low
Yeah.
mileage.
Yeah, especially this past
Not
year.
many snaps.
So two
Guys.
guys out of Iowa for Campbell?
Wait,
Yeah.
just nobody cares about
We're not-
any of this
we're
anymore. The
ignoring the
Raiders
gong.
just made a
That's my
trade.
bad.
The Raiders just made a trade. The Raiders are on the clock. Son of a biscuit.
that's
I need
cute.
to have nice things. The Raiders traded up. What? Phil, tell me, what were they?
A little too early. You should have waited a little bit.
Well, for what? No, the pick is in. Like they tell me.
Commercial break on Real TV.
I mean, well, I don't care about that. I care about what the Raiders gonna. Did the Raiders just trade up for something spectacular?
35 goes
Likely
to the Raiders. The Colts get picks 38 and 141.
Oh, I don't care about 141. The Raiders have too many picks in that. Like, you're not going to get the Raiders have 11 picks coming in today. They're not going to get 11 guys that make their roster no matter how bad it is. So you're giving up 141. I'm okay with that. The question is, who are you moving up for? The Raiders have needed tight end. They do. So,
they do,
you know,
yeah.
Michael Mayer would
You
make sense.
breathe. You're
Yeah,
about to
goodness.
hyperventilate.
No, because here's the-
Like,
yeah.
take
Here's the thing. You know that this could be
a sip
Hendon
of
Hooker.
Coke.
Yes,
and
like-
I've got the lemons.
Get some of your Coke Zero.
Yeah, I don't know. What's going on with you? But
I'm
take
very
a breath.
excited. I'm very excited.
I
you
see
know?
that.
You guys don't appreciate what it's like every single year when you watch your team just absolutely
I'm a
throw out
Browns
the banana.
fan, man.
Oh, that's fair, but you played, so it's different.
True.
It just hits
true,
different.
but I grew up a Bengals fan, so it's not that different. But tell me, okay, what do you want from the Raiders with this pick?
I mean,
Is this a Hendon Hooker situation?
I don't think it can be I mean,
No, I'm asking.
If you trade up, it makes me think quarterback. But it just feels the only knock on Hendon Hooker we all know is he's coming off the injury and he's going to be 26, right? Like so.
They jumped ahead of Seattle and the Rams. So the question is, if they're jumping ahead of the Rams and Seattle, I mean,
That sounds like a
That
quarterback.
sounds like a quarterback.
not for yeah, that could make some sense here. Maybe they do go quarterback here.
I mean, is Hendon Hooker him? Like that's such a weird.
Oh my God!
Wow. Okay.
You have taken this
You
to
need
another
to
level.
stay
I
off
am
of,
in the streets.
Stay off of TikTok.
I am in the
Number one.
streets.
You have taken this to another level.
Is Hendon Hooker
What
him? I'm
is
just going to
going
do that.
on
Well,
here?
I will say this about Hendon Hooker.
Can we please put that in the poll?
I
Hendon
love the
Hooker him.
simple
Call it.
fact that he takes care of the football. His 2 years at Tennessee, threw it all over the place, was a Heisman candidate towards ACL, but he's also a dual threat quarterback.
Yep.
A guy that he's not going to be your burner, but you need him to be elusive. You can put him in the quarterback run game. So I love that. I love that about him, and he's very intelligent.
This is a stupid mirror for most people, but the last Raiders draft that I was really excited about was Khalil Mack in the first round and Derek Carr in the second round. So now I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh, Tyree Wilson and Hendon Hooker?
So you talk about all of this understandable draft pain that you've been through.
Right.
As a Falcons fan, I ask you, because I feel like this would be a relatable feeling, how are you not emotionally detached from your team?
Oh, no, like,
Where's the
that
scar?
feels
Where's the
because
scar
for me, it's
tissue?
the healthy thing to do.
the weirdest thing, the pick is in. The weirdest thing for me is that I wish I could turn that portion of me off. off. I have no idea why. What happens on Sunday absolutely ruins the rest of my. I have a really quality, blessed life. I should be very happy.
Yeah.
If the Raiders get their asses kicked on Sunday, I'm still angry about it on Wednesday. I don't know why. If I could unplug that portion of my life, I would. Michael Mayer is the pick.
And?
Okay. All right.
This makes sense. Darren Waller no longer part of the organization. The Raiders have obviously invested in weapons. Jacoby Myers came over this year. Thought they were going to do a lot with two small wide receivers, essentially with Hunter Renfrow and Jacoby Myers. But with no Darren Waller, no Foster Moreau, somebody else that was on their roster last year, tight end was a need. I saw them mock to take LaPorta in several different mocks later in the draft. So I just wonder if they looked at the cliff of the draft now and said, hey, we got to get him up to get this guy. So it makes sense.
They're probably excited too, right? This probably is the guy that they had on their board, and when they see that he's available after LaPorta just goes, it's like, hey, let's move up and go get him.
I don't like the comparison to Jason Witten, though, that a lot of people give him. I think he has more wiggle to him than Jason Witten does.
Early Jason Witten, though. Early Jason Witten.
Early Jason Witten.
Late Jason Witten was like.
Are you thinking about dad? You're thinking about dad Jason Witten,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Dad Jason Witten was moving like a robot on the football field.
Right.
But I think when you look at Notre Dame and their offense, or the lack of this season, he was everything for them. They went to him in just about every situation, and he made play after play after play. I love his release game off the line of scrimmage. I mentioned that yesterday, but there's a guy that you can detach, have him one-on-one with a corner, safety, or linebacker. You can put him in the slot. I think he could be feasible. You can line him up in a three-point stance, and he's going to maul a defensive end and be able to get him pinned.
We also know that Jimmy G has his health issues, but Jimmy G, when he is on the field, is a very accurate quarterback in short throws, right? So if you look at what this offense is, again, Hunter Renfrow, Jacoby Myers, Devontae is going to be Devontae. Now you add Michael Mayer. There's not a ton of pressure on him to do. He's going to face easy opportunities to get a bunch of catches and be a safety blanket.
And he makes sense, right, for Josh McDaniels in the way he runs his offense. It's like the tight end is such an important part of that offense. He's trying to build what they had in New England, and he has to get the pieces to do so.
In the YouTube chat, they put up, is Hendon Hooker him? Yes, no, or stop trying to be hip, Fitz. 42% has said stop trying to be. You can't stop what's natural, people. I can't help this. I can't help the gift that I am. Did the Lions make the right selection with LaPorta over Michael Mayer? No, 61% in the poll. Yes, 38%.
The Lions aren't going to catch one of these polls. They aren't.
They are not.
This is interesting, though.
Lions 0-3
because I'm
polls.
looking at the Raiders roster. They have Austin Hooper.
Yep.
And O.J. Howard, now Michael Mayer.
Both one-year deals. O.J. Howard has become, very much a different version of O.J. Howard compared to the one that was drafted in the first round.
I don't even think he ever showed up.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But remember, he got signed by Buffalo last year to some fanfare because every time the Bills sign someone notable because of Josh Allen, we think about the best-case scenario.
Yep.
He was summarily cut 3 months later. So I think O.J. Howard and Austin Hooper, both on one-year deals, are stopgaps.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, right? Austin Hooper went to Cleveland, and it didn't quite go the way everybody wanted it to go. But I think that you could see a resurgence. He got the bag, and as a player, hey, hats off to you. And again, with Josh McDaniels in this system, they're going to want more than one tight end anyway, right? Because that's the way they do it.
Yep.
All right, so now we have the Rams on the clock, and the pick is already in. You mentioned it earlier, Field. The Rams are in this weird situation where all they do when they walk into the facility is look at that Super Bowl trophy and say, yeah, it was worth it. That sports talk radio question of, would you suck for 10 years if it got you one Super Bowl? It feels like the Rams are aggressively trying to do a case study.
They're testing that in real time.
But, seriously, teams don't ever really end up sucking for 10 years, right?
Yeah.
The Buccaneers, we'll see what happens now in the post-Tom Brady era, but, they were competitive the year after they won. This past year, they at least made the playoffs. The Rams are literally pushing this to the limit because they have one of the, I'd say the roster has probably as many holes as any other in the league right now. They have a few core players that we mentioned earlier that are stars, Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and obviously Aaron Donald. But besides that, there's a game, there's probably a trivia game at a bar you could win. Name 5 Rams defensive players. They don't have to be starters, just name 5. And you might win some bets there if you knew 6 and you thought anybody else around you couldn't. So
there's also an extra cloud that hangs over the Rams at times now. With every time they're bad, it's is McVay going to walk away? Is Aaron Donald going to retire? This becomes a real conversation every time they suck. So it just feels like there's an extra level of pressure to figure. So plus, I say this all the time, y'all, but you guys know this. They're in L.A. You can't be bad long in L.A. or you just simply become irrelevant and lost.
Can I go back and just say this about Mayer? One thing that we didn't mention that I do love, he's a sneaky big truck tight end in a different, I think he's kind of deceptive. I think he has deceptive heft and hands and hit, right? I didn't get that in. I had to mention, dude
I
is
love that.
My friend,
malicious.
You can stop to give us a positive nugget about a Raiders draft choice anytime throughout the entire
I thought I could get away with that.
But they call him Baby Grunk. And look at the system that he's going into.
Oh, yeah.
And
But
Gronk was the same way coming out.
Yeah, but if you need him at the point of attack, relishes it.
And for as tough as that Notre Dame offense was last year, the fact that he had 9 touchdowns is kind of nuts.
Oh, yeah. That's like 18 on any other team. Yeah, legit.
Steve Avila is the pick.
Steve Avila, I like this guy.
TCU.
TCU, probably the best. I mean, obviously, a lot of guys really stepped up. Kendra Miller and Quentin Johnston in this national championship season or championship game season for TCU. But Avila, formerly a guard, played some center in college too, considered a plug-and-play starter. Guy's going to hit the crap out of you, 330 pounds, carries it well, had a really good pre-draft process as well. He's the real deal. See the center flexibility. We saw him playing guard in that first clip here. So for the Rams, who had some serious question marks along the offensive line, they've got a guy that could start for Brian Allen whenever his tenure is over, or just play guard for the next 5 or 8 years and feel really good about this pick. I'm on board with him for sure.
I like that semifinals game against the Michigan Wolverines, and that Michigan team went into that game that entire season with a nice pass rush. Well, that TCU offensive line, anchored by Avila, allow only 1 sack in that game.
Doing quality work against a guy who was drafted higher than him, Musgrave, right? At times. So, real.
You fill the gaps from the inside out. You talk about the Rams and all the different positions they need, and obviously addressing the offensive line makes a ton of sense. Avila is a super savvy guard, and again, you get a lot of value out of guards. Obviously, second round is when they go. He does great with leverage. He's strong. Once you get into him on the pass rush, he's really good at holding you there, but he understands football and the way he plays, and he'll use your pass rush against you because he understands the angles and leverage that he can take advantage of.
Max Duggan was not their starter at the beginning of the year. Becomes their starter, goes to New York for the Heisman ceremony, is not there without Avila, period. That truly was a season that, from anybody, college football-wise, we did not expect that TCU offensive line as a complete unit, as you mentioned, HD, that was key, and that
Also,
led their season.
The Rams gave up the 3rd most sacks in the National Football League last year. Offensive line play is definitely what they need.
Can't
Our
get worse.
super anonymous big boy breakdown on him: violent, accurate hands. I just love saying sudden, efficient mover.
Violent.
I feel so manly when I say these things. A great pick there. The next pick is in. Derick Hall out of Auburn, picked by the Seahawks. So Derick Hall, defensive end out of Auburn, goes off the board to Seattle. Seattle, remember yesterday, picked 5 and 20. And now this is their first pick of the second round.
Look at him going shirtless here.
That's right. Like a man. If I looked like that, I would too. Like y'all, if I had that physique, I wouldn't wear a shirt either. Field?
Senior Bowl player, redshirt senior this past year, so finished his entire college career. Did not come out early. Had a really good Senior Bowl week. Body beautiful, as they say. You guys saw that when he had his shirt off. Productive pass rusher for an Auburn team this past year that faced a ton of. What's the proper way of putting what Auburn went through this past year?
I will say this. They went through some shambolica.
There's
a little bit of shambolica.
Yeah. So, but probably the best player on this defense this past year. The offense obviously had some woes here, but just a pure pass rusher is going to bring some juice off the edge here. Felt like he was a possible first-round pick. Certainly looked the part at the Senior Bowl, but the Seahawks just keep loading up on edge rushers.
Absolute height guy, and I think a closet legend, like a secret legend among Auburn fans for being like the spark and the fire in a team that went through a lot of bad this past season. But a dude who keeps the temperature up on the field. Like, his skills aside, this is somebody who, superb unit guy.
One quick moment, gentlemen. Spencer, do the damn thing. I don't think.
No, I missed it. It was a miss hit. I thought that was really cool.
You want one more shot at it?
No.
Okay, it's
Fire
the
away.
trade going. We have a trade. The Falcons are now on the clock. Field, any details?
Colts move back once again from 38 to 44. They pick up 44 and 110 in the process.
So the Falcons move up to get ahead of Carolina?
Jonathan Mingo?
It's hard at this point to know if they're moving up
Don't
ahead
tell
of
me
a
what a good
specific
time
team
now.
or like a range of teams.
That's fair.
Yep.
You said Jonathan Mingo?
Possibility.
I'd be all in on that.
Possibility.
I'd be all in on that.
Falcons, man, what do they need right now?
Or a corner,
Yeah.
D tackle,
Edge.
another wide receiver.
Well, if we went Bijan Robinson at 8 yesterday. We're clearly all about just vibes and offense.
Yeah.
So, if we're going to do it, let's lean into it. Why not?
According to ESPN.com, the needs are listed as defensive end, wide receiver, corner, quarterback, and tackle.
So you don't want to listen to me?
No, I was just adding an extra element of what, look, I work for Mickey Mouse, and this is what Mickey Mouse says.
I'm your boy.
You're my boy.
This is my team.
You're my boy Blue. I can actually say
Adetomiwa Adebawore.
Adetomiwa Adebawore. I am so
go.
ready for Adetomiwa Adebawore. I was kind of hoping the Raiders would pick him just because there was some synergy to studying that
why not?
name, but I'm good with Michael Mayer. All right, so the pick is about to come in for the Falcons.
They go edge. That's my
Harry has
prediction.
no idea what he's talking about. It's not like he ever played in the league, unlike me. We will see how this pick comes in. The Kansas City crowd rocking, by the way. The draft scene, as always, is absolute chaos.
Is Roger Goodell done?
Yeah, Roger Goodell's day
He's
2.
out?
They let famous people from the team come up and do it.
Yeah, he did one earlier today. I guess he kicked it off and then said,
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
He just does the ceremonial thing and then just sits back like Scrooge McDuck and lays on piles of dollar bills.
I got to announce a Browns pick last year.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah, I did. That came out of nowhere. We're starving for legends in Cleveland. So.
Oh, Matthew Bergeron is the pick out of Syracuse.
That tackle you guys just mentioned, huh?
All right, so you go out and you get yourself an offense. This was supposed to be a deep offensive line draft.
Matthew Bergeron, pride of Canada. Guy was a late bloomer into the world of tackle football, but this guy has come on strong, and I mean that quite literally. He is a behemoth in the running game. It's going to take some time figuring out whether he can hold up in pass protection, but he is going to bully you if he gets his hands on you, and you are seen right there in the ACC. Saw some decent competition for a Syracuse team that at one point this year was on fire, right? They began the season, 6-7-0, and seemed like they were going to at least make things interesting in the ACC until they kind of came back down to earth. He's a big boy, though. He's got some powerful hands. This guy, Atlanta kind of has a type. They want to just, knock you over on offense, huh? They really do.
Top 5 in rushing last year. Quarterback run game was a big part of that. Tyler Ojulari, their rookie running back, had a phenomenal season, had over 1,000 yards. But I know Arthur Smith very, very well. He wants to bully you. He wants to push you around. He wants to set the tone, whether it comes from his offensive line and defensive line. It's one of the reasons why they revamped that defensive line and brought in a lot of people free agent-wise. Now you can focus more on the offensive side. Bijan Robinson, now you got an offensive tackle, a guy that's going to run block and just bully you and smash you over the head.
And you look around who he was playing with. Obviously, Sean Tucker was one of the best running backs in college football last year. Big reason why you drafted Bijan Robinson. This is another piece that you're adding to the formula, to your point, with what Arthur Smith is trying to do.
Arthur Smith was on Fitz and Harry today. You can check it out wherever you get the podcast. By the way, making another
Write
note.
that down.
But it does speak to what you guys have both talked about a lot. If you believe in Desmond Ridder, what they're doing is trying to make Desmond Ridder's job easier.
We're
Right?
going to find out this year if he's it, because they're putting the pieces around him, right?
If he is him.
Well, that's what Arthur Smith spoke about with us today on Fitz and Harry. Go ahead, mark it down.
Yeah.
He basically said, a lot of these teams have these young quarterbacks, but I think it's imperative that you surround them with the right pieces, whether it's offensive line, skill position players, so they can go out there and put forth their best efforts.
Yep.
And not be behind the 8 ball. I think they're trying to set Desmond Ridder up for success.
Absolutely. You can be a good quarterback in the NFL without being, Fitz's word, him, right? You surround them with the players. You give them protection. You give them a run game. You give them outlets at receiver, guys like Drake London who can go up and get the football. So the pressure isn't all on that position. There's still a formula there to winning a championship.
There's no way if you're a quarterback you're saying this about me, right? I hate that we're doing this. You're all correct. You have to give him, you don't want all the pressure on there. If I'm Desmond Ridder, I'm like, I want pressure. Give me less.
Yeah.
Say nice things about me.
But I think the proof is in the pudding.
He's good.
I mean, yeah, he's good. We know what he is.
These high-octane quarterbacks struggle. We've seen
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts not be amazing early on. We've seen, Josh Allen in Buffalo not be amazing early in his first 2 years, complete under 60% of his passes. But when you start to surround these young players with the right people around them, whether it's offensive line, skill position-wise, that's when they start to flourish. So I think it's very, very vital that you do it. No matter, who the quarterback is, whether he's a high-octane quarterback or a young quarterback in the middle of the pack, you got to surround them with people regardless.
If you are not sure of your quarterback, I've said this for years, you have an obligation to put as many great things around them so you can quickly find out about your quarterback. To that point, many of us have said over and over again for the last 24 hours, that the quarterback class next year is widely regarded to be better than this year. So if you're the Falcons, this is a smart strategy. You've got to do everything that you can to make Desmond Ridder's life better. You see who he is. If he isn't who you need him to be, then next year you can be aggressive in the draft.
And also, just point blank, if you're a Falcons fan, look, we all want to win. We want the Falcons to figure this thing out. We want our Super Bowl. We want all of it. But what rush are you in if you're going to just let these guys figure it out? Generally speaking, right? If you're a Patriots fan, you expect to be good every single year. The Falcons have been to 2 Super Bowls, right? We've had a handful of winning seasons. We didn't have back-to-back winning seasons until Michael Vick came around, right? And Mike Smith, right? You were around, so
you're my boy, Blue.
You have to give them time. Let them figure it out. I have decided, hey, I'm trusting the process. I'm trusting the process.
You sweet summer child. So
listen.
But I think the Falcons have earned that, though, especially Arthur Smith, because with not the best talent his first 2 years, they were in the thick of things, right? And you look at this team just last year alone, if it wasn't for, the quarterback position basically blemishing things and not living up to his capabilities in probably 4 or 5 games, they would have made the playoffs, and they would have won the NFC South.
And this is the first offseason that they've actually had cap to work with.
Yes.
They had to get out of that.
They've been in cap hell.
Yeah.
They were spending it too, right? Terry Fontenot, who, by the way, comes from the Saints, who never have cap space, was like, damn, this is crazy.
They don't have a cap.
I can actually acquire players in free agency. This is wild.
There is a method to, at some point, as much as to your point, we want immediate results. There is a method to slow and low. I know we look at things like the Jags and see the Jags in 1 year go from absolutely abysmal to being a relevant team, and everybody wants that for their favorite team. But sustainably, sometimes, as cheesy as it sounds, I look at building a football team a little bit like weight loss. You can do a fad diet and lose a bunch of weight. You ain't going to keep it off. At some point, you have to foundationally build a better system. The Panthers are trying to do that in this year's draft. Obviously, they're up now with the 13th pick in the second round of the draft. This thing is flying through round 2.
My God.
Had a couple of trades already, got a little bit of chaos already. Will Levis has gone off the board for anybody just tuning in. And now Jonathan Mingo, somebody you mentioned just a moment ago, goes to Carolina. You were high on Jonathan Mingo. Why?
I think he's another version of A.J. Brown, and it happens to be the same school. A guy that glance routes, we call him 5-step posts. He's going to thrive in it. Big body, can go up on the go route and get it. Post route, in cuts, slants. You get 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12. You can throw a slant to a guy like Jonathan Mingo. He's going to pick up the first down.
And this dude is tough as they come. I talked to him before the Egg Bowl. So earlier in the season, he had set the school single game receiving record at 247 yards, obviously against Vanderbilt. And the very next play, he was begging for them to call blocking plays for him because he genuinely was running back to his highline like, yo, I want more. I want to hit. So not only can he give you all of the receiving capabilities, but he's also willing to throw blocks for you. Okay. That's the type of guy you want on your football
team. They lost DJ Moore.
Yeah.
I know their wide receiver coach, Sean Jefferson, talked to him all the time. The main thing that he mentioned about when it comes to wide receiver, he wants a dog. He wants somebody that's going to go out there and make the tough plays, that can block in the run game, and may talk a little noise at the same time.
And if you look at him and you say, okay, where was his production, right? This Ole Miss offense last year, just to put him in context, not exactly the most developed passing game. They were a run-first team with, I think, a limited passer. So Mingo has, again, a lot on the table. This is kind of a potential pick. I'll also say Ole Miss developing a wonderful tradition of only recruiting the most rocked-up, jacked wide receivers, the all-gym team, the all-tank top team, boat muscles for days, big dudes.
Well, and you talked about it, Harry. When I look at wide receivers, I want you to be able to run 2 routes and complete them consistently. That's a slant and a go, right? You can beat that with speed up top, or you can go up and get the football. That's what Mingo does. And on your point to the slant, his footwork, I mean, he's a big dude, but the way his releases are, his foot fire, his speed, his in and out of breaks, it looks like a slot receiver.
But then he gets violent when he catches the football.
Yes.
Like you better bring
After
your
the
A-game.
catch.
You better bring your hard hat and your lunch pail on the defensive side when you're coming to tackle Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, what you think?
First weapon for Bryce Young they've added, obviously, in the draft so far. So glad that Carolina addressed that. You were talking earlier, I can't remember what the context was or what team specifically, but when you have a first-round quarterback or just a young quarterback, it is imperative that you do everything to surround him with playmakers. And they did some business this offseason in free agency, did the Panthers, but Hayden Hurst, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, I'm not sure that necessarily screams like a ton of upside, whereas Mingo has a chance to be the most dynamic player on this offense in time based off of the skill set that he brings to the table.
So this is the whole reason that we do this, and the whole reason that fans flock to this is that the draft, as I said yesterday when we came in, is the season of hope. If you're Carolina right now, you're starting to see building blocks that you can sort of hang your hat on and say, okay, new coaching staff, new regime, new people in the building, new quarterback, new weapons to throw to. These are the moments that give you excitement. The Saints on the clock now, and judging by the way they're celebrating.
Yeah, we got a second screen, and they're fired up.
Yeah, the pick is in. They're wildly excited for whoever they've selected. Remember, they got Brazil in the first round out of Clemson. So we'll see. We're about 10 seconds away from their pick coming in here. Any guesses? Anybody have a thought on where the Saints might go?
For what's the team again?
The Saints?
Saints.
No guess at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, at this point of the draft, it's hard to figure out what anybody is going to do.
I will choose the largest person and select Darnell Washington.
No? Okay.
Darnell Washington, I like that.
Yes.
I say guard.
Guard.
Harry's
So Darnell
Washington.
Washington.
So
Darnell Washington. So Darnell Washington at guard.
Guy, Roman Harper. Harper still giving a few snaps now, huh?
Roman Harper, you're right. Roman
His
Harper.
hair's a little gray, but he keeps it up.
Roman's still
Roman's hair was great when he was playing.
Since high school.
I'd have been born with gray hair.
Roman's still repping 315, by the way, on
doubt.
bench.
And
Yeah.
he also
Easy.
never wears the same shoes twice on TV, so there you go. That's your
Never.
You do what you want when you're popping.
Never wears the same shoes twice. It's a factor I didn't know.
I think I wore the same shoes last night that I'm wearing right now.
Yeah.
Same, yeah.
I'm wearing the same pants.
Yes.
Did you change your underwear?
That's not
really
unusual for me, though. No comment.
Isaiah Foskey is the is the pick out of Notre Dame. So another defensive piece for the Saints moving forward.
Big number Isaiah Foskey, good player, was basically a from start to finish contributor for Notre Dame, or number 9 there in this Notre Dame defense that had some number 7. Jeez, that's a nice faux pas by me. But just rugged contributor for that. Went to the Senior Bowl as well. Looked like he had a chance to be a first-round pick down there, which was the case for a couple of guys that have still yet to hear their name called tonight. But this one fits with what they have needed right now. We talked about last night when they drafted Brian Brzee, losing David Onyemata, losing Shai Tuttle, losing a bunch of pieces in that defensive front to Atlanta specifically. And all of a sudden, we've got a replacement at the defensive end, maybe even like play some 5 technique, play some, probably a little more like a 7 technique. So this one makes sense, addressing the defensive line in back-to-back picks.
So what I heard Field just say is the Saints are now absolutely better than the Falcons, and the Falcons are going to be awful.
I don't know about that.
Well, let's just talk about Isaiah Foskey. Had a solid 2 years in a row, 22 sacks in the last 2 years. Just talking to Marcus Freeman throughout the year, he's a guy that's going to be consistent. He's a leader. He's going to show up. He's going to show out. He can play the run.
Everybody,
he can rush the passer. A guy that a lot of people thought coming into the season was going to be a first rounder. Not far off from it. You got drafted second round. But a lot of people thought he could have been a first rounder as well.
26.5 sacks in Notre Dame's school record. This feels like another one of those players where if Notre Dame would have been better this season, he probably would have been picked higher. He just didn't get the hype because of the way that they played. They were a tough watch this year. They were.
They were a super tough watch, but he was one of the pillars of that team that kept them together. We were talking about Derick Hall out of Auburn. To me, this is a similar pick in terms of personality and somebody who will not just play his role on the field, but is very much a guy who is a glue dude on the team as well. You do want to keep him outside, though. I don't think the further inside you move him, no. You want to keep him out. That's where he's going to be most effective.
2 guys from Notre Dame that I think from the offensive side of things, it was Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
Defensively, it was Isaiah Foskey.
By the way, I hear you when you say if the team had been better, they'd get more attention. I want to live in this utopian world where teams are and scouts, none of that matters. Guys just shine through. I just want to live in this utopian world where the best of the best always. I understand that, people in hell want ice water also, but when you say that, it's just so frustrating to me in the concept of if my team would have been better, I might have had more eyeballs. And it's God, I don't want to
And it's interesting because it seems the one position that we don't do that at is quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Because Will Levis still got his due even though he just went in the second round. He's still got much more attention than.
You're right. My God, I never thought of it until now, but the number of times we say, but look at the people around him and look at the system. We apologize for anything with the quarterback, but we're never looking at a D lineman and being like,
And it's tough because we talked about it yesterday, right? In the league, you have a singular job at your position. When you're in college, you might be a senior, you might be a true freshman somewhere that you are also trying to help them with their position and taking on more for the team. So you don't really get a good sense of what kind of player that they are. I love what the Saints are doing, though, addressing defense in a division whose offenses aren't really anything to write home about, right? You got Carolina, you got the Falcons, you got Tampa Bay, and it's like, unfortunately, let's load up on defense and make it hard for them, give ourselves the best chance.
We're just going to keep this subtext of saying that the NFC South sucks like all night. This is what we're doing, right? We're like, yeah, Falcons, it's a winnable division. Say what you think.
But I will say this, though.
We put it on the poll.
Me and Hawk still are waiting for quarterbacks to be wrong. Literally.
We put it on the poll. Which team in the NFC South is better, the Saints or the Falcons?
In the heart there, huh?
65% of the people on the poll say the Saints are better than the Falcons today. 65% of our viewing.
Well, tell all of those jive turkeys that they can think whatever they want to think.
Who's the best quarterback in the division?
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr.
There's the best.
For
team.
now. For now. Yeah, for now.
Chef's kiss. All right, so the Cardinals.
I'm not going to get me kicked out of Atlanta. I cannot speak on that.
I like the pace tonight, by the way. I'm glad that these picks, I get to get 7 minutes, but let's fire them out here. You've done the homework over the past 12 months. Let's get it rolling here.
Yep. The Cardinals their pick is in, which is only of note because in the second round, they've done much of what they did in the first round, kind of moved around a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Remember, they took Paris Johnson Jr. yesterday after moving down, trading out and allowing Houston the opportunity to move up. Then they moved up to get in front of the Raiders to get the offensive lineman that they wanted. A big moment for them. They got the best offensive lineman in their mind on the board. So this is, for all the movement we've seen of Arizona, it feels like we've seen them a lot. This is only their second pick, and that's one of the things we sort of forget in this process. So any thoughts on where Arizona might go?
None. I mean, at this point, there are teams, we're talking about the Jets or the Packers who are coming behind them. If you're the Jets, you're thinking to yourself, offensive line, right? That's got to be a primary focus. If you're the Packers, you've got a few needs, wide receiver, tight end specifically, that you still got to hit. If you're the Cardinals, take anything. Everything is a need for them right now, other than left tackle after Paris Johnson Jr. went last night.
Because you mentioned it yesterday, Phil. They have had a lot of departures during the offseason, haven't really brought a whole lot of people in. So it feels like you could really go anywhere.
I mean, it just feels funny in the draft room where you're like, what do you think, guys? Any of it, really. Any of it would be better.
That's part of the reason why they moved down on a couple of occasions, by the way. If you know you got a lot of needs and you're not necessarily pressed to fill them all right now, pick up some extra picks and just try to hit some values.
Yeah.
All right, B.J. Ojulari is the pick
doesn't it?
out of LSU.
The younger brother of Azeez Ojulari, formerly a Georgia star, now at the New York Giants. And believe it or not, just like his older brother, very good pass rusher. Powerful dude off the edge for LSU. This is a team that obviously surprised a ton of people in college football this past year. One of the best players on this defense last year was B.J. Ojulari. Extremely high character young man as well. Should fit for Arizona, who made a couple of picks to address their edge rush needs last year. I think Ojulari brings more pedigree than anybody they drafted in last year's class. And because that was an old regime, I'm not sure how much those guys fit going forward.
Yeah, I think he brings a series of pass rush moves. When you have a guy coming off the edge that can beat you a lot of different ways, that offensive tackle that is, I think you have a solid player because he isn't just stuck on one or two moves.
He's what I call a Saturday fixture. A lot of us that are sitting at this table are lucky enough to cover college football in some capacity for ESPN. I feel like if you were covering LSU last year, you were doing or college football last year, you were doing a read on BJ almost every week. It was just every single week he showed up somewhere. So I'm just not surprised.
He's a wildly disruptive player. He's also a wildly uneven player at times, just due to the fact that he is so focused on the pass rush. I mean, that picture is going to really undermine what I'm saying. He can be a little light at the point of attack when it comes to the run. He's got to get better in that aspect of his game. If you want to know where he's got to, grow, it's going to be because he'll get targeted in the run game.
And I would be remiss if we did not mention, I'm going to say this in the local vernacular, you will know what I'm talking about. He's from Mayetta, Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia.
He is from Mayetta. And they produce some athletes now.
Mm-hmm. I would ask you to spell that, but that seems.
May.
All right, Luke Musgrave is the pick. Luke Musgrave
looks like a volleyball player. He is all of 6'5", 6'6", was at the Senior Bowl. Looked like the most athletic of the tight ends that were able to participate that week. Won the Mackey Award, which is given every year to the #1 tight end in college football. It's a guy who's local kid from Oregon, stayed home, played at Oregon State, a team who also was better than many forecasted this season. Little lean, not necessarily going to be the kind of guy that's going to grab and snatch and hold up in the running game like maybe a Darnell Washington, who hasn't yet heard his name called Will, but super silky smooth athlete. And for the Packers, their tight end room right now, very, very limited with Mercedes Lewis still unsigned, Robert Tonyan now to Chicago Bears, and Joseph DeGara, third-round pick a couple of years ago out of Cincinnati, sort of in an H-back role. I like this one. This could be a day one starter for the Packers.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this as a good, maybe not a great tight end class, but a class where, hey, if you're going to get one of these guys, you can't really go wrong with any of the top 5 guys. I know we thought that they might have gone earlier and picked up one of these guys, but with Musgrave, I mean, this is perfect to me.
Surround your young quarterback with talent to give him an opportunity to be successful at this level.
And even where is important, right? Like for a young quarterback, it's great to have guys like Mingo for Bryce Young that are security blankets. I can get the ball out of my hands quickly and know that we're going to get completions and get a rhythm going. You get the same thing here with Musgrave down the middle of the field for Jordan Love.
He's got some family affairs in the NFL. His
Yeah,
Uncle
Billy.
Bill.
And if you
long time quarterback.
if you want to put him on the tight end spectrum, because there's multiple kinds of tight ends, right? If you got
Coach
Big Truck
Bill
at this
Musgrave?
end,
That's
right?
his nephew, yeah.
Yeah.
That was with me in Atlanta?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's his
Yeah.
nephew right there.
Yeah.
He didn't talk
I
about
had
his
no
nephew?
idea.
Oh, there you go.
He probably asked for your
Yeah.
autograph, and you probably knocked it out.
Probably
of his
shunned
hand.
him, right?
Get out of here.
Get out of my way, kid.
Old Diva. He was like, "Ain't my boy, Blue."
Watch out, Slim.
I'm working, son.
What were you saying, Spencer?
I was saying that, like, on the tight end spectrum, if you want to go, like, there's big truck tight ends over here, right? Like these, 270 run blockers. And then you get, like, the big, sexy power giraffes over here who are, like, long and lean. He's way closer to that model. And he played in an offense that is very, very pro style in terms of the matchups that it creates when it sees an advantage, right? Like, they threw to him, yes, sexy power giraffe. This is my copyrighted tight end title. So, like,
Bill Musgrave is you say his uncle?
Uncle, yep, Uncle Bill. His dad was a quarterback, didn't coach. but
Well,
his
he
dad
can
was
take
a
coaching
Good QB, too.
because Bill Musgrave, the only person I
gonna give it
seen
to you,
cuss
right?
Matt Ryan out any and every time he had a chance. So
You mean that wasn't sitting at home?
yeah, that wasn't on Marta.
Luke can take some coaching then.
So the rest of the table is just going to let big, sexy power giraffe move right
sexy-
along.
Nope,
Spencer and I have worked with each other for
there.
multiple years, so I am, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you know what?
That's like the Jimmy Graham type, the Travis Kelce type, right?
No, I just wondered, like, how many.
Almost a wide receiver.
Like, that just feels like one of those things that, I might be seeing things when I come up with that analogy. It's a big, sexy power giraffe. I'll credit you every time I use it from now on. That is amazing. The Jets pick is in, and it's Joe Tipmann.
All right, so I like when, so we're in the second round, so some of the names are less familiar. I like when a player basically fulfills every stereotype of players that preceded him. Joe Tipmann is a Wisconsin interior offensive lineman. Probably like the brand. Was carrying watermelons at like a year and a half old, right? Like the guy is just all power. He's just going to knock you over in the middle of the field. You saw that pancake block right there, right? Like, I hate to use words that you're probably expecting, but he is dependable. He's steady. He's played a ton of games for Wisconsin. He's going to be a guy that probably has a high floor for the Jets. He's probably going to get in a couple of practice fights with defensive players. I don't like the fact that he's going hard in training camp when it's 95 degrees out. And that's all okay. This guy should be a day one starter for the Jets, who recently re-signed Connor McGovern, but that was a one-year deal worth less than $2 million. This is a competition officially for the Jets.
And I'll tell you, I've been to a few of their joint practices, the Jets, everything that you just said, Robert Saleh loves about his players. It's gonna be some scuffles, between you and your own teammates, but also between other teams when you have those joint practices. How.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's a part of the game. He's a really big body for a center.
Yeah.
Like 6'6", which you don't typically see at the position. So he does have a little trouble bending. And, but like you said, he is a prototypical Wisconsin O-lineman.
But for 6'6", he pulls.
He does.
He
It can
pulls
go.
quick.
Yeah.
Is
Good
he a
feet, too.
big,
Quick feet.
sexy power giraffe? Or is
No. This is Wisconsin lab animal, man. Look, behold the power of dairy. Like this is
He
an
can rip a phone
advertisement
book
for
in
milk.
half.
I swear to God, we just need to put like your best isms on cards.
We're just gonna keep them going. Yeah,
I love all of
this. Is night 2. We're getting punchy.
We asked everybody. You guys continually can vote in polls for no bias at all. Joey G put up a poll for us. Which rookie tight end will have the best season? You guys have lost your damn minds because Michael Mayer didn't win, but it was close. Dalton Kincaid got 35%. Michael Mayer got 34%. Musgrave and Sam LaPorta trailing far behind that. So it looks like you guys still like Kincaid to Buffalo. So screw you.
Surprised no Washington yet?
Yeah. I personally, coming into this, would have at least taken him second amongst the tight ends.
But
because
the tight end conversation is a little like the quarterback conversation. Like, it's a different flavor. Like, what do you want? What are you looking for, right?
It is. But I am just I don't think people understand. Maybe and this would be understandable that you just were so enamored with Brock Bowers that you forgot about the mammoth of a man that was on the other side sometimes, where, yes, he is a good pass-catching tight end, maybe not the best pass-catching tight end, but I cannot overstate enough, it's like having another lineman out there when you have him out there on the field. Yeah. And so even if you wanted to develop somebody like a Darnell Washington into a better pass catcher, my man, you can do that.
Well, to me, like that's an intriguing thing because we have a lot of unbalanced sets. We have a lot of people trying to play games with their offensive line alignments in order to get an advantage, create another gap, but also make you concerned about whether this person's going to go out for a pass. There are more and more elaborate ways of doing that now than ever. It seems to me that one very elaborate way of doing it is to put a dude who is as big as a house and it functions as another lineman there with good hands. This is not just a blocker. This is a dude who can catch.
Which to me was kind of the confusing thing about the Dalton Kincaid pick because, yes, he is a good player, but he feels like he is a lot more closer to Dawson Knox, who they just gave a new contract to. So you would think that you might put somebody different on that other side. I don't know what they're thinking in Buffalo. That's not to say that's a bad pick.
Hell with running the football.
But
they gonna choose a tight end that's gonna be a pass catcher.
What's a running back?
Violence in the snow. Darnell Washington right now by ESPN current standings is the 4th best player overall still available. That list also includes Hendon Hooker, quarterback, obviously. So, you have to factor that in when you see these best available.
Pair him with AR.
We need to talk about Brian Brent.
Mel's best available there has him at 5th. So with Brian Branch, also another notable name simply because we haven't seen any safeties.
Let's get a pick here.
Yeah. All right, so the pick is in for the Colts. We're just waiting to see what that actual pick is. Remember, the Colts on night 1, we all suspected they would go quarterback. The presumption they would go Will Levis. They did not, obviously. Instead, they went Anthony Richardson. So let's see how they address their pick in the 2nd round at this point.
You protect Anthony Richardson?
Be a good idea.
Julius Brents, corner, Kansas State.
There we go, big-bodied. And by the way, the Colts need corners in a major way. They recently traded away Stephon Gilmore, but Julius Brents has got size, 6'2 plus, nearly 200 pounds as well, long, physical, and defensive coordinator Gus Bradley has long favored that cover 3 scheme. He, of course, has roots in Seattle. What do they always look for? Guys who could play with speed and play with size, whether it was a Richard Sherman, Brandon Browners, obviously more recently, guys like last year's 5th-round pick, Tariq Woolen. This one strikes me as like he's not for everybody, but he is a perfect fit for what Indianapolis wants to do.
I think the game that stood out to me is the Big 12 championship that they're showing right now.
Yep.
Against Quentin Johnston. You see the fade ball right here. Underthrown, but still, he came up with the interception. There were other plays where he got past deflections against Quentin Johnston. The moment wasn't too big for him. Big 12 championship game. Kansas State actually won this game, but he showed up time and time and again, making plays not only for his defense, but for his football team.
And to your point, it feels like, yes, some of those plays, it's like you see a ball that's underthrown there, but he makes the plays that when they're there, you're supposed to make them. And I think that's a great building block for any player at any position, really.
Yeah, be a vulture. Be a vulture.
Yeah.
Don't make me feel bad about my layups. Okay, capitalize.
And for people, for context, when you're going against these, long, rangy corners, I played against the Legion of Boom, and it was hell. Because
Was it Browner?
It was Browner, who's 6'4" and a half.
The same size as Brent.
What they do is besides getting their hands on you, which is obvious, is it messes up your timing. So it's not so much about, how they move and how they cover. If they can mess your timing up by just getting you off of your rhythm, your quarterback has a progression and he comes off of you. So that's why it's so tough for offenses to be in a rhythm against big, rangy, long-arm corners like this.
That was such a smart point. I didn't want to interrupt you.
I appreciate that.
I really
I seen
appreciate that you did that.
Gearing up, and I'm like, is he going to gong in the middle of my...
No, you were
really
play the music
point.
now.
Yeah, it was really good. You were taking me to church and really educating me. I didn't want to do that to you. So now...
All right, there it is.
Phil, we got to trade.
Packers have traded pick number 45. The Lions have traded pick 48 and 159.
Lions getting active.
Yep.
They're going to reach again?
Wonder what 6th round they're going to take now. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Any Iowa kids left for them to take?
You know what?
Riley Moss.
Riley Moss.
Yeah.
Boom, there it is.
Brent's the pick we just had. Iowa can claim him because he was a transfer from Iowa. So
Hey,
Any notes on Riley Moss?
Yeah, so the Lions go on the clock What needs do we? I mean, what do we think it is? What are you trading up for here? Is there somebody that?
I think
I don't know. Yeah.
I think defensive lineman.
D lineman.
Would surprise me.
You can't go wrong there.
Like they have Aiden Hutchinson and they also have Sam Houston, who they found a diamond in the rough with him from Jackson State. I think they want to get better on the D line though.
So if I go to D line and I look at, well, just in general, looking at our best available, Benton out of Wisconsin?
Keanu Benton, yep, who had like a better pre-draft process than he did probably his final season, but really shot up boards, absolutely crushes an interior pass rusher at the Senior Bowl, looked great at the Combine as well. He would fit for the Lions. They need to keep adding some beef to the middle of that defensive line. They had Levi Onwuzurike, a second-round pick out of Washington a couple of years ago, seems to be on the outs, so perhaps a little bit of beef in the middle of that defensive line would make some sense here.
Mel also has Keion White on his best available board currently, so that's another
Keion
name.
White, love him. Former Old Dominion standout. Well, not really a stay. He had just 1 year there, but ends up at Georgia Tech and was a really good player at Georgia Tech the past couple of years.
Could see him go receiver too.
I mean, it's a 6-game suspension. We'll ask this to the room because Jamison Williams, for anyone that doesn't know, suspended 6 games for gambling. He was not gambling on NFL games. He was, however, gambling on NFL property, which is a violation of the collective bargaining agreement, like it or not. And as a result, he faces a 6-game suspension. That is done. That is somebody that obviously they were leaning on. Is that enough to put you in draft another wide receiver mode?
I would think so. Maybe not specifically just that.
Yeah.
But they could still use help at the wide receiver. They get Marvin Jones, who's a little older. He's very consistent.
He's on a 1-year deal, though.
But he's on a 1-year deal. He's later in his career. Williams is suspended. They have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who has been great. But they could use someone like a Hyatt, who's a deep threat, right, to give them that balance offensively. And he's trying to win. They're trying to win now. They were on the brink last year.
Yeah.
They're trying to get over that hump.
See, I thought it was important that they drafted Sam LaPorta, because they got rid of T.J. Hawkinson, who's now with the Minnesota Vikings. So they needed that tight end that could fill in that spot.
But the wide receiver depth does make sense to me because at the very least, when Jamison Williams comes back, he is going to have missed 17 of his first 34 NFL games. And you traded up 20 spots to get him. So there's already got to be some sort of regret there with the Lions. If you can get a good receiver that you like here, I don't think that's a terrible pick.
To give you a little insight into the Lions draft process, by the way, breaking news from Ryan Fowler. Apparently, Iowa tight end Sam LaPorta, when he met with Dan Campbell, said he had a big chaw in. That was a firm handshake for sure. So if you want to know what an important part of the draft process for Dan Campbell, big old lip in, just massive.
DeMarcus in the chat said Lions going to draft another running back or go long snapper. Look, I'm here for it. Like, DeMarcus seems like a hurt Lions fan at this point. You know, it's good.
Is there a not hurt Lions fan?
No. I can't talk. I mean,
you're not going to tell the Lions.
Look at my excitement for a Raiders draft pick. I can't throw any shade. The Lions.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they took Brian Branch, because C.J. Gardner-Johnson's on a 1-year deal. And, you know, you want to have a safety that can play the slot, be a blitzer, go back and play deep, be at linebacker depth. Brian Branch could do it all.
All right, so the pick is in. Goodell going to the podium. So I was wrong. He is not done for the day. As it appears that the pick is
coming
now
off the bench.
Brian Branch.
Hey, look at that.
Okay. There you go.
Let him know, HD.
What's up, son?
It's because he's wearing the blue suit, ladies and gentlemen. When you see Harry Douglas in that blue suit, this man's feeling good.
Brian Branch can do literally everything.
Yeah.
Play the slot, play safety. You can put him outside a corner if you wanted to. He's kind of like a Buda Baker style safety, but he's so versatile. He's smart. He's tough. He's athletic. Like, there's a reason why he's rated the top safety in the draft.
I'm going to tell you how you know this guy's good. They had a slot defender in Malachi Moore. He came in and took Moore's job. That lets you know if you can come in as a young cat, and then Moore was young as well, but I think he may have been a year older than Brian Branch. But he took his job, kept his job, but made plays across the field. Think about the safeties that Alabama has spit out over the years. You see a good one up in Pittsburgh right now. Normally, they can do a variety of different things on the football field and not just play deep or play in the box. They can cover the slot receivers and just make plays all over.
And Nick Saban, a lot of people don't realize he's still very intimate with his defensive backs on his team. Like, he really coaches that group up. So you see the overall product at Alabama, but when it comes to players like a Brian Branch, that's somebody that he's got his fingerprints on.
He's such a solid, player. And that's not not underselling him. That's actually the biggest compliment because he's so consistent. He's such a smart football player. And when I was playing the slot in the league, the players I hated to play against the most were the smart ones. I played against the Ed Reeds. I played against the Palomalos, who were great and rangy as well. But Ryan Clark, playing against Ryan Clark was hell because he knew what we were doing before the play started, and we couldn't figure it out consistently. That's the kind of player Brian Brents is.
Rondé Barber.
Yes.
Charles Woodson, when they got older, moved to safety, started going in the slot.
Yep.
Those guys was hell to deal with, man.
Just real quick, a second here, because we've been tough on the Lions for the last day. Lions fans, I think everybody at this table agrees this is a great pick for Detroit.
Yeah.
So I just want to it's easy to pile on in these situations.
And I would say, too, we were actually talking about it before the show. Like, if you strip away any sort of expectations, mock drafts, things like that, if you showed me the players that the Lions were taking, I would tell you they had a good draft.
Yeah, totally.
Like, they have great players that they've picked. You might not like where they picked them, but they're good. They're great players.
Say, did we actually get the right picks in the wrong order? Like, is that kind of what
Brian
we just...
Branch at 18 and
I mean, we're not telling the Lions what to do, obviously, right?
Right.
Like, we can't. They're not taking orders, and they're not making any sense, but they ended up making sense,
Yeah,
right?
100%.
I'm okay with just picking who you like. Like, I get that we have our own projections. I get we have our own rankings. I get where you think there's value. But if I'm Dan Campbell and I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down with the players I like. And if I'm in a
they got four
it's
guys
been
that are going to make a difference on their roster.
But if you would run this in reverse, it would have made more sense, right? That's
100%.
amazing.
But to the point that Lyles made, when you just think about Campbell and Gibbs and Branch
Good
and LaPorta,
players. Good
they're all going to have a chance to make impact this year.
And what they've done so far is working, like under Dan Campbell, right? And if you are the Detroit Lions, where most things have not worked for you, most of the things that Dan Campbell's done have worked. And so until that stops proving to be, the recipe, then I will trust it, oddly enough.
Field, you in on all this?
It's a big year for the Lions, though. Like, they can't be on the outside looking in on the playoffs, especially all the things that they did free agency-wise. You look at that run game and that offensive line. They kept Johnson, their offensive coordinator. He didn't go to another team. I think they're in a position where they have to make the playoffs next year. And I actually got them winning the NFC North.
Yeah, I think what's clear about the Lions is that they're going to draft Lion-type players, and we've seen it so far through the first two rounds, and they may not be the kind of players that fit for everybody else, and they might prioritize things a bit more than other organizations do. I mean, Jack Campbell probably embodies that more than anybody else, right? He is a Lion, even if pick 18 was too rich for some people's blood.
I love the way you said that because, let's be real, to combine all of your points, that gets mocked until you are so successful that people are like, hey, I don't get it, but it works for them. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's just what we do. So the next pick is in, and this is the pick for the Patriots. Should remind everybody, Hendon Hooker still on the board, which is only significant because after the Patriots would be the Washington Commanders. So, at this point, the Commanders, in our poll earlier on YouTube, we asked where Hendon Hooker should land. The Commanders were the overwhelming winner of that poll in YouTube. So they are coming up just after this pick. But in the meantime, the Patriots are making their selection right now. Again, any predictions, any wily sort of, it's going to be this?
Something like a wide receiver, tight ends.
tackle.
Pick is in.
DeJuan Jones.
DeJuan Jones, big man.
Oh, come on, Big Thanos.
Big fan.
That's his nickname.
My favorite thing is offensive linemen losing 200 pounds after they retire.
Yep.
Yeah.
And me not being able to know.
Right, never not amazing.
Who is that good-looking
That's
bearded man?
Sebastian Vollmer, former Patriots second-round pick.
All right, so Keion White is the pick. You were talking about him a little bit ago, Field. What do you like about him?
Keion White, freaky athlete. We have seen more and more players that have fit this mold in the NFL. They are defensive ends that weigh somewhere between 270 and 295 pounds. Keion White started his college career, as I mentioned, at Old Dominion, finishes at Georgia Tech. Best player on this defense last year, and he dominated in some games. This past season at 7.5 sacks. Got injured in 2021, so his production dipped dramatically there. But now he had no production basically that season. Healthy in 2022, looked the part, looked awesome at the Senior Bowl as well. Don't know if we have any pictures of him not playing football, but he's rocked up as well. Really good athlete for a guy his size.
And you saw that on the monitor there, third team All ACC this past year for Georgia Tech. Let me tell you something. That is not an easy feat. They had a very, very difficult season. Fired their coach. Brent Key came in, really just tried to get everything he could out of his guys, and Keion White was one of those. He was one of the leaders of that team, helped them persevere, push that season to the end. So to me, this is a pick where he might not be a fully formed player just yet, but there's a lot of potential there.
First game of the year, they played Clemson at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Gave Clemson everything they could handle. The score ended up being lopsided.
Yeah.
But he had 2 sacks in that game and really made his presence be felt.
Also, should be noted, as we've talked about several times, one of the rare things in this year's draft, a 6-year player that's 24, a little over 24 years old coming out of college. Like, it's just, he's a grown-ass man at this point. Like, there's just it makes a bit of a difference when you think about who you're getting. At this point, we do know Washington is on the clock, about to make, or the pick is in for Washington, I should say. They are making their selection as we speak. Again, YouTube says that they should take Hendon Hooker, reminding everybody that their quarterback room right now is Sam Howell and Jacoby Brissett. So not a ton there for him, but
would not be a bad spot with Eric Bieniemy just having landed there. If you think that you're going to get the most out of somebody, it feels like Eric Bieniemy is going to be somebody that could do that.
Also note, Tampa Bay is right behind them too.
Yeah.
Oh, Tampa Bay also. Everybody seemed to think Tampa Bay was going to go quarterback in the first round, and they said, nope, we're good with Kyle Trask. So we'll see where this one goes. The Commanders' pick, I believe, is coming through as we speak. We'll see where we are on that one. They're still working on it.
Did you see that man dyed his beard for the Washington Commanders franchise? Next time you wonder if you're wasting your time and effort in life. Someone did that. You're
the
good.
Patriots back on the clock, or did we just? Is
No,
that
I
just
think
a
they
graphic
get
thing?
picked.
I know. I'm just looking at the graphic. It looks like I can't tell.
We're just a little behind.
Okay,
here, I think.
got it.
So,
All right.
but I'm just going to go here. I think Washington's pick is in. And
Oh,
Jartavius
baby.
Martin.
Let's go.
So
How
it's
about
Jartavius Martin.
All right, so how about this Illinois defense? Major shout out to them. They already had a 5th overall pick in Devin Witherspoon. They're going to have another safety eventually drafted. That's Sidney Brown, his twin brother Chase, standout running back. He'll get drafted too. But Jartavius Martin, man, this guy will make you pay. Was a ton of fun to watch this past season. The entire defense, it was a miracle that the team was as good as they were, given how little they brought to the table in the passing game on offense. But one of my favorite players, one of the toughest safeties in this year's draft class, and Washington's now double-dipped on secondary pieces so far, right? So they took, in the first round, Emmanuel Forbes, 166-pound cornerback. Now they come back with a safety who brings some physicality to him, and Jartavius Martin. So that's I'm in.
It is. It's a good pick, and look, it's obviously
Goes by
not.
Quan, by the way, too.
Yes, and it's obviously not Georgia, but Field, to your point, that Illinois defense was really, really good this year. And if you're plucking a player from that particular defense, and you're an NFL fan and you never watched Illinois football this past season, which, hey, not a shocker.
Yeah.
You should feel good about that pick.
Did their defensive coordinator go to Purdue as the head coach? I believe so.
know.
But that defense was a bright spot for Illinois, along with Chase Brown, their running back.
Yeah.
But they
Almost
played
beat
phenomenal
Michigan.
football. But when you look at the Washington Commanders, right, I love when teams like to have their secondary match their pass rush.
Yeah.
One of the things that Washington is going to have is a pass rush. So you want those young guys that are going to take chances because they know the football is going to come out fast and are very, very intelligent and have a high football IQ.
You may notice this as a pattern with this Illini defense. The only critique I could possibly have is that he's very aggressive. That's a very aggressive young man.
Go ahead.
I was going to say I like that, right? And especially since the Commanders, like we said, we had questions around the quarterback position. The best thing you can give a quarterback is a great defense. Keep him off the field, keep him aggressive, and don't put too much pressure on him.
There's excitement brewing for
Yeah, I
Spencer
can
Hall
see
because
that.
Behold,
Mauch
The
just
way
took
you guys' eyes
Cody
just lit up.
Mauch.
Yeah, Cody Mauch, baby, my dude.
My bad on Cody. Sorry.
This is a beauty. There's no other word to describe it. He's an absolute beauty. Played left tackle at North Dakota State. He's going to beat the crap out of you, and then he's going to smile at you, but he's not going to have any teeth because he lost them a long time ago and made the executive decision to never replace them. He's got flowing red hair that is also there purely for intimidation purposes. Played left tackle in college, might play guard, might play center in the pros, played all of them during the Senior Bowl week. And the Senior Bowl, when a guy comes from North Dakota State, you're trying to make sure that he fits in. This dude stood out for all the right reasons. I love Cody Mauch. Look at him. He is going to hit you, and he's going to be the biggest jerk about the fact that he just knocked you out. I love this dude.
Listen, and North Dakota State, too, caveman football at its finest when you're talking about the offensive line. It run blocking for days. This dude, there's a great comparison that you can run on him from his freshman year to his senior year. If you look at the pictures, fresh-faced, young, skinny freshman year. By the time he hits teeth. By the time he hits his senior year, he's this like toothless, red-haired barbarian.
That's a man that looks like he's been through some stuff. And if nothing else, I am a very big believer in passing the does it look good coming off the bus?
Yeah.
And that looks good coming off the bus. Good in the sense that, the other team should probably be worried.
Well, I like his versatility.
He was the 8th finisher in the best player in Division I FCS. That's absurd for an offensive lineman to have that be the case.
Yep. You mentioned you like his versatility?
Yeah, he can play a lot of different positions on the football field. You can go center, he can go guard, he can go tackle. But I like his nastiness. And for guys that look like that, I will hope you would be nasty. Go ahead, Sasquatch. Do your thing.
Yeah.
By the way, the Steelers pick is in. Also, updating you, a little more Lions love. How about this? We asked you guys in the YouTube poll, which team will win the NFC North this season? 50%, 5-0, for once, not a misspeak. 50% said the Lions. 27% said the Vikings. 13% said the Bears. Only 10% said the Packers. All right, so for all of the Lions, like, everybody says you're going to win the division. Look at this. How's that? A little bit of joy. I'm just spreading joy, guys.
Trust the draft process, you know?
I'm a spreader of joy. The Steelers pick is in. We know that at this point. Any thoughts on where the Steelers might go at this point? Still listing wide receiver as a need for them. I keep thinking, Jalen Hyatt.
There's still good. There's still good ones. You get Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman is still a guy.
Yeah.
Some people might feel it's a reach, but I think going into last season, a lot of people would have told you he was their best player overall.
I'll be honest with you. I like Cedric Tillman more so than I do like Hyatt.
Really? Why is that?
Because I think you look at the tough catches, he made the most contested catches. He did the dirty work for Tennessee. I think that injury this year really helped Jalen Hyatt because when he was out, Hyatt had to step up more.
I could see that, but I would argue that he made the most contested catches because he's not as good at separating. And he's a big body, which you need in certain scenarios or offenses, absolutely. I like Hyatt because what he's good at is something that everybody needs in the NFL, which is great ball skills and a deep threat. That balances every single passing game. And I do like Tillman, but there's a lot of the movement stuff that is just, it's hard to get open in the NFL.
But I would say this, though. Right. Cedric Tillman faced press coverage way more than Jalen Hyatt did. I've probably seen Jalen Hyatt face press coverage probably 2 or 3 times.
Why do you think that is?
His coach?
Because of the system, though. Because if you line 2 guys up stacked and he's the guy that's behind the guy stacked, you can't press him.
Is this where we're paying them compliments and making critiques at the same time? We're like, okay, well,
draft,
I've only
because I love Hyatt's speed and I love the way he threatens.
I've only seen Jalen Hyatt running wide open down the middle of the field. You're like, well, that's good. And then you're like, I've only seen Cedric Tillman make contested catches. And you're like, that's also good.
This is
two wide receivers.
Yeah. We get really, really deep into it. That was my knock coming in. I had a scout tell my agent, he doesn't make any contested catches, and my response was because nobody can guard me.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be close to me whenever I get the ball.
Because he's blazing fast.
That's it.
I love that confidence. That is amazing. And it worked for both you and Harry, as you guys both had great NFL careers, no doubt. The Steelers on the clock. This is one of the cool things about the second round of the draft. We're still getting starters all over the place. The pick is in. Keanu Benton is the pick. Wisconsin, we were just talking about him a couple of minutes ago. Field is one of those defensive linemen.
Money at the Senior Bowl, Jason Fitz. This guy, that was the move that he kept using at the Senior Bowl too, like this club move where he just basically replaces whoever is in front of him with air to go disrupt the play, whether it's sacking the quarterback or making a tackle for loss like you have seen on a couple of these plays. The guy is just a bully in the middle of the defensive line. Felt like his confidence really grew during the week in the Senior Bowl. And for the Steelers, remember last year they made an investment in Larry Ogunjobi, defensive tackle who previously had played for the Bengals, and they need a penetrator, a 3 technique who's going to get upfield, and they've got Cam Hayward to do a lot of the dirty work there, but Keanu Benton gives them a younger version of Larry Ogunjobi, who they signed again this offseason. He will be a very, very good player. I like what the Steelers have done so far.
Yeah, 44 tackles and 11 tackles for loss basically every week once you get into conference play going up against most of the best lines in college football. It's pretty damn good.
Yep.
And speaks to, again, we talk about identity a lot, but another player that plays with violence, right? Going to Pittsburgh to play on the defensive side of the ball. Like, it just, sometimes you just look at it, you're like, it all makes sense. The Packers pick is in, by the way.
We're moving right now, huh?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I appreciate this. They're like, you know what, guys? No need to draw this thing out.
We all appreciate it.
Look, it's the king of Wisconsin.
I don't think it works that way, but I was
Nope,
bad at
that's
social
him.
studies.
That's
Okay.
him.
Okay. Does he have a palace?
He's got powers, and his palace is an Arby's.
Really? I thought it was a Culver's.
Yeah, no. It's a controversial decision.
Jaden Reed is the pick for the Packers. Wide receiver out of Michigan State, player that I really
second
like.
straight player that has made himself a lot of money during the Senior Bowl week. He went down there. Everybody by the end of the week was like, how are we not higher on Jaden Reed out of Michigan State? Happy birthday, Jaden Reed. What a way to celebrate your birthday today, being drafted 50th overall by the Green Bay Packers. And you'll see him right here. Look at this route running at the top of the route right there to get a little bit of separation against that very good Illinois secondary. Jaden Reed, I mean, I can't imagine the Michigan State offense from last year is going to produce too many pros, but this guy was a lone standout from this Michigan State offense, and the Packers desperately needed wide receivers. It's Romeo Doubs, obviously Christian Watson. That's it right now in terms of guys that are legitimate wide receivers in that Packers depth chart. Jaden Reed has a chance to play right away alongside, they took Luke Musgrave earlier, so tight end and wide receiver quickly checked off the to-do list for the Green Bay Packers.
I like him a lot. Had an amazing 2021 season, too, when Michigan State was really, really balling out. Also, a guy that can go inside, outside, but can beat you in the return game as well.
Like it.
I will just say this. I think he saved his quarterback a lot of times in Michigan State. He was not getting any help.
Nope.
Not getting any help.
You want to know, by the way, who's trusting their own evaluations and not necessarily the production? That's Green Bay. Green Bay has made 3 really great picks based entirely off we think there's potential on top of their existing talent, right? And I think they're right.
Yeah, I mean, Reed is a great man beater, too. I mean, you want guys that can separate. You want guys that can, in a one-on-one situation, get open. And that's what he does really well. It's LaPorta down the middle of the field. It allows him to separate, again, for the quarterback, Jordan Love.
Just quickly curious from our wide receivers, do you like that pick over either one of the Tennessee guys?
I think it's a better fit there.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
For the Packers, because, you know.
Okay.
The offensive system.
Okay.
Like, it
Right.
fits the mold of Jaden Reed.
Okay.
Packers fans still not happy in the YouTube chat. We asked if the Packers waited too long to draft a wide receiver. 62% said yes. All right. The Dolphins have made their pick corner. Cam Smith out of South Carolina.
They just add
Two
that
cor-
secondary.
Yeah.
Bunch of size here. Cam Smith, one of 2 corners that's going to get drafted from South Carolina. Both of them were at the Senior Bowl as well. They seem to make themselves some money that week. Long, linear, guy that's going to probably, I'm trying to think who else could start. Obviously, Jalen Ramsey is going to start one spot, and obviously Xavier Howard. So probably going to be a depth level player for the Dolphins right now. But with only 4 picks in this draft, the Dolphins continue to pad that secondary, and as you know, in that conference, the AFC, you need to have as many players that can hold up in coverage. That's a pick right here.
No, the thing that sticks out to me, too, about this, and you mentioned 2 of the guys, Jalen Ramsey, Xavier Howard, if you're going to have and bring in a young corner, and even if he is playing behind those guys immediately, when it is his time to come, you hope that those 2 guys that are already there are going to be able to show him how to become a better pro than he otherwise would be.
Absolutely. It'll make him hungry, too.
Yeah.
He has great instincts, but also he'll come up and tackle, which is what I like about Cam Smith. He's not going to turn it down. He's going to come up on short passes, come up in the run game, and put his head in there.
Unique pick because we've seen Jalen Ramsey with the Rams play that nickel position, that star position. Now, if you want to, if you're Vic Fangio, you can move him inside.
Yep.
Bump the young buck outside.
Just a note for anyone paying attention, that was Miami's first selection in the draft, because remember, their first-round pick was forfeited as a result of the league investigation into multiple instances of tampering. So
You do the crime, you do the time.
You flirt with Tom Brady, that's what happens to you.
That happens outside the NBA?
apparently, it's who knew? The Seahawks selection is in, by the way. We are we are genuinely flying through the second round at this point.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Zach Charbonnet.
Hey.
Okay, so I like the player a lot, but the Seahawks second-round running back, I know they found one last year in Ken Walker III, but it feels like maybe they could have just let him do the cooking here. Charbonnet, though, really good player at UCLA the past 2 seasons, and that comes after 2 seasons of being the best player in the Michigan backfield. Highly touted recruit who started there. I think he was the maybe the highest graded prospect in that Michigan class when he got there and ended up transferring after a couple of seasons, finishes up at UCLA, doesn't have elite speed, does not have necessarily a bunch of elite athletic traits, but kind of a weaver runner, a find space, get to space runner for UCLA these past couple of seasons. Good enough in the passing game, too.
Yep.
Some depth for Seattle. I'm thinking about Kenneth Walker III's fantasy value right now. Took a bit of a hit.
I'm a little stunned, y'all. Like, Kenneth Walker III is I mean, he was everything they wanted him to be.
Gotta have more than one, though. Gotta have more than one,
True.
especially a back that's coming off an injury last season in his rookie year.
But with their second-round pick?
Also, man, Pete
I'm not questioning Seattle.
Seattle
showed me
Pete likes a
too
banger.
much excellence.
Pete likes a banger, man, and I know that, he has a slashing running style, but when that slash cuts into a defender, arrives with malicious intent at all times. A very tough dude, I think, in the open field, and that's just something that Pete's gonna run the ball, man. Yep. Take two. I don't love this, but I do not hate it.
No, and he's the type of player that'll give you a little bit of everything. Like, he might not have the explosiveness that you want at the next level, but he will give you pass catching ability, blocking. So if you pair him next to a Kenneth Walker and you guys are keeping fresh bodies in the whole game, there's worse ways to operate.
Honestly, that's a punishing rotation.
Yeah.
I could see how that works in a very bad way for an opposing defense.
My belief in Kenneth Walker is sky high. I think he has the ability to be one of the top 3 or 4 running backs in the entire NFL. I think Kenneth Walker is a superstar. I'm a little surprised, and everything else they've done has been untouchably good for Seattle. I'm not saying that any of that. It just felt like you still have the opportunity there. Maybe the rich get a little richer. Maybe that's the logic behind it, certainly. But I just think it's a little surprising on the timing of it.
It's still the formula that Pete Carroll uses. Even with Russell Wilson, when you look at it, they had great defense and an awesome run game. This is what he's trying to duplicate and try to make sure they're building on what Geno Smith did a year ago. Yes, Kenneth Walker is great, but even in the best version of his success, he needs more people back there.
But if I told you going into the draft that they would use prime capital on a wide receiver and a running back, wouldn't we be a little surprised?
Kind of, but also to Hawk's point, though, in the past, the Seahawks have had so many running back injuries. You've had to have that next man up, and he gives them that depth.
I think they had 3 in 1 year.
Yeah.
All 3 running backs.
You see, you made the very intelligent version of a point that I'm going to make here because I promised to be dumber tonight, so I'm going to be dumber. Think about this like a barbarian because, honestly, Pete, at his level, he is a genius, but he's also kind of a barbarian. What's cooler than having one hammer? 2 hammers, right? In a sense, offensively, Pete Carroll is a caveman, and it'd be cool if you had 1, but it'd be cooler if you had 2.
Yep.
That's true.
In the YouTube chat, we asked if the pick was surprising, given Kenneth Walker's status. 77% of the people say yes, but you also make a point. I mean, it's the Seahawks, and the Seahawks for a long time have found a way to find gems all over the place. I mean, a lot of people were curious with Kenneth Walker when he was drafted. So you never know.
I mean, what Pete Carroll was able to do last year is the best thing was reset. And this is the beginning stages of him doing that. It's really hard for head coaches that have been in the league so long to not just reset the roster, reset a mentality. The Legion of Boom went down because they got smart. Rookies, young players, they don't know any better. In year 4, year 5, especially after Super Bowls and losing Super Bowls and success, you get tired of the same old stories. I've heard this a million times. I don't believe what you're selling me. And last year showed this hope, and now he's trying to kind of duplicate what that early version of success looked like for Seattle when they started going on the Super Bowl
Well,
runs.
and it's easy to sell when you've already done it.
Exactly.
And you're making the same makeup, just 2.0. It's easy to sell.
You have a quarterback people believe in.
Yep.
You have wins now. You have young people that are like, hey, we're trying to build this new in our version.
Made the playoffs in the year a lot of people probably didn't think you were going to make it.
Absolutely.
There's the list of Mel's best available. I should tell everybody, as we get to the back half of the draft, the remaining picks really only have one team that might be in the quarterback market. That's Detroit. Might be in the quarterback market, and we can disagree with that. We're not really sure. Hendon Hooker is still on the board. It feels like we're getting closer and closer to Hendon Hooker either needing to be a trade candidate or a third-round pick.
And then also, I mean, since we just saw a running back go, to me, there's one more, at least from people that were big on college football this past year, one more running back that really makes your eyes pop, and you're like, okay, that's a guy that I want on my team, and that's Kendre Miller from TCU, still on the board.
Ooh, yeah.
Yep.
This is where we start to get into value, too, on some positions, because in a running back world, it seems like as much as we always say don't take that guy high, then what are we doing? Like it's almost like you're sitting there trying to figure out when is the right time.
Yeah.
It's like you're looking at the thing in the oven trying to figure out when you pop it out, when you not pop it out. Like I don't know. If you like the guy, just take him. To your.
I think it's when somebody else is about to eat the thing that you want that's in the oven, right? That's when you jump after it.
And then you initially apologize immediately, like it may be done. It may
Or
not be
or
done.
when you want another metaphor, when you need another hammer. What's the other one?
How many hammers can you hold?
Yeah.
Pete Carroll thinks he can carry like 5.
5 hammers?
Yeah. He would do that if he could.
You gotta have big hands to carry that many hammers. Do you carry 2 in one, or do you just like carry armpit hammers?
Dual wield, buddy. Dual wield.
The Bears pick is in. Lyles is looking at me like I lost my damn mind. Look, it's the NFL draft, by the way. Field Yates, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Hawk, and then Harry Lyles. I'm Jason Fitz. And that is a hell of an outfit. I'm telling you right
that's a
there.
bear.
That's a hell of an outfit. Like you wore the whole bear costume.
You talking about Mike Dicker?
Jervin Dexter Sr. is the pick out of Florida for the Bears. They go with the defensive tackle out of Florida.
That's a big boy.
Big play. We got
That's
a
a big
trade
boy that's
coming
going to create some space for those linebackers to run downhill. They just signed a lot of them free agency, the Chicago Bears. Big Dexter going to open up some avenues for those guys to run through.
I feel like Dexter was really just starting to come on. Like I think that at Florida, that's a team that's gone through a lot of different changes, had a lot of flux. I think there's just so much upside to him that this would be very hard for anybody wanting to build up the interior of their line to pass up, because you're watching and sometimes the light would go on, right? And then sometimes he'd sort of fade into the background. Toward the end of the season, coming on harder and harder, I think he's just going to be one of those guys who's made to be a pro. And that happens, right? That happens in life. That happens in life and in football where you go, hey, man, he turned 23 and all of a sudden, once you start getting paid for this, once it's a job, some people just take off. I hope that's the case with him because massive dude, great reach, mean.
And succeeded in a situation where there was still a lot of cleanup going on at Florida, right? Like
Tons.
this is there were bright spots situation. Anthony Richardson, Osiris Torrance, and Dex right here. Those were the bright spots.
Also interesting to me, if you go, I know high school was a long time ago, but coming out of high school, he was actually 1 rank ahead of Jalen Carter as in the defensive tackle rankings coming out, like size and speed and all of the things that we look for. By the way, Michael Knack in the YouTube chat says the Bears still suck. Thank you for your positivity.
Well, I don't think the defensive tackles
Stay hating. Yeah.
No.
I really don't because, like, when you see a lot of these linebackers making plays, you see a lot of these outside rushers making plays, it's because of people like Halohi Nada that played for the Ravens. Those guys that's creating and opening up space for guys to just be free.
Yeah.
I've got to give love to these big fellas, man.
Yeah, I was at the Florida spring practices talking with Coach Sean Spencer, and he couldn't stop raving about him.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, what do you, he said he's one of the top guys that he's lost, and he's having to like figure out how they're going to fill that void, and he expects them to be way better than people expect at the next level.
Yeah.
The pick is in for the Chargers at this point, waiting to see who they've selected. This is the 23rd pick in the second round of the draft.
They are taking.
And it looks like they are taking Tuli Tuipulotu.
Man, I was surprised that we didn't hear more about him being a potential first-round pick during the pre-draft process. Obviously, he wasn't one, but is he the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year? I mean, he was right in the conversation. Dominant season for USC this past year. I wonder if part of it was the athletic testing numbers never really came in where you wanted them to be, but unanimous All-American, good edge rusher. There it was, Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. The USC Pro Day this year came on like during when LA was in this crazy rain. Hawk, didn't you guys have like a week straight of rain out there?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, it was tough.
And the USC Pro Day was during it. And it really I don't know why they didn't move the Pro Day around, but they had the Pro Day during that day. And I wonder if perhaps that gave people some pause. But I think this guy could have been a first-round pick. Good value here for the Chargers. And Khalil Mack entering the final year of his contract, so perhaps a look-ahead pick here, as was the case last night with Quentin Johnston as well.
I mean, 13.5 sacks last year, 2 forced fumbles, 3 passes defended. You talk about the numbers he's putting up.
Yep.
You mentioned it. Unanimous All-American, Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year, first team All-Pac-12, Polynesian Player of the Year. I just love all of these little every award he won. His work is absolutely. This, to your point, Field. Sometimes it just feels like, I don't know if it's a Pac-12 thing, but there are just certain guys that just fly under the radar.
Right now we're in that stage where we're picking all the defenders who were the best players on bad defenses, right? That's what we're doing right
Yes.
now. Yeah.
What NFL pedigree.
Yeah.
Like he has like 4 family members that have been NFL draft picks. To Fields' point, there were some measurables that people were a little weary of. I don't think his arms are super long, and he's probably more quick than he is explosive. But he's a hell of a player, obviously.
And it does feel like they're addressing a need, right? Like I feel like at times that Chargers defense was questionable. And this is a very good, talented young piece. You kind of mentioned it, like the glitz and glamour wasn't there because when you think USC, you think Caleb Williams, you think Jordan Addison, you think offense. There were still hosses on that defensive side of the football, and he's one of them.
But I'm wondering if the competition, if that's what, these teams were looking at, because we were at Oregon when they played UCLA, and their offensive lineman doesn't look like the offensive lineman in the Big Ten nor the SEC.
No.
Like, so I'm wondering if they're looking at the competition that he played against and saying that was probably a negative for them.
Yeah.
No,
you got to give us more than that.
I don't know. You guys.
I will
No.
gong you if you don't bring something to that.
There we go.
Well done.
Yeah.
It's dingy enough already.
Hawk's face is hilarious.
Field, have a trade.
The Jaguars trade pick 56. The Bears trade pick 61 and 135. So the Bears making picks in a small span here. This will be very interesting, huh?
Right, the Chiefs. Who are they moving up for?
I don't know, but I do like. I really
Yeah.
appreciate. I got to be honest with you, Fitz. Like, I appreciate the fact that you keep asking, like, who are they moving up for? Like, what could they take in this pick? I appreciate your confidence in our knowledge. I'm going to be honest with you. At pick 60, whatever, I have no idea.
But see, this is what you.
I should have sold it harder, huh?
You could literally name anybody confidently, and we'd be like, oh, yeah.
What, like, is this a man? I don't know, man.
Hendon Hooker.
I would like.
I don't. Yes.
Can I tell you, by the way, one little college football note on this? We just had a second-round Pac-12 defensive lineman selected, which is unusual to me because this is not a conference that cranks out a lot of them, right? I would be remiss if I didn't credit my one-time colleague Bud Elliott, super recruiting dude. Bud is going crazy right now because this is rare. This is one of the things that if you go like, hey man, what happened to the Pac-12? We don't get big fasts out there like we used to, right? We don't get these dudes who are really moving people around on the defensive line with a quickness. So he is a rarity in like several different dimensions here.
I think the last one was last year? Drake Jackson?
Yeah.
Went to San Francisco, right?
Yeah. And this is something too that like if USC
Same team, too.
If you want to see like an indicator of USC's overall health as a program, don't look at the offense because Lincoln's going to make that happen. Looking to see if we get defenders, right? If we actually get defenders out of USC, then you'll know that program's fully reconstructed.
Yeah.
In the chat, Anime Bar TV has commented, Harry Douglas, way too cool to be hanging out with these dudes. Don't you think we know that?
I don't agree with that.
I also disagree with that.
I don't agree with that.
I mean,
You need to hang out
Maybe
with
you,
HD.
but definitely not me. I will not stand for that.
good sir, I have tattoos.
Oh,
right?
true.
That is, I am.
Am I too
him.
old to get a tattoo sleeve?
No.
No.
you're too old.
No. You guys, you're good. Harry told me
Yeah,
no. Don't
yeah.
be ridiculous. All right, we'll text on the
I'm gonna
side
get a whole.
when we're hanging out.
No.
I'm gonna get a whole tramp stamp.
Neck tat.
Well, last year,
Neck tatted.
last year during the draft out there in Vegas, Fitz didn't make the cut. He didn't get to go out with me and Dominique Foxworth. Remember, we had a whole spill about this on air.
I did get a tattoo in Vegas. Yeah,
But
I know.
This year you would make
I
the
wouldn't
cut.
make the cut this year?
This
Okay.
year you
Look
would
at
make
that.
it.
Oh,
At what point in your tattoo possessing career
Mm-hmm.
did you sort of say to yourself, like, everything beyond what I already have is like just whatever, right? Like,
The one
at some
thing
point there was valuable real estate. Now it's like, I got a tattoo. So we can't even tell where it is.
I'm gonna get some laser hair removal because, like, fun fact, I gotta like shave my arms every day, so I'm gonna get laser hair removal on my legs so that I
That's
can
for you?
start to move down my legs. Look at this. See that? There's no hair on that. Like, whew, you can eat off these arms.
Give me a receiver. Give me a receiver, Kansas City. This is what I want. I need some wide outs off the board.
Please bring the pick
let me
in.
see.
Spencer
Still
just
out
gave me
there.
the strangest look in history and handed me a banana. I don't know what we're doing now. Dreams do come true, America. The Chiefs.
All right, from now
we're
on,
on
I'm
it
lobbying
now.
for
Yeah,
all wide
no.
receivers.
Yeah.
I want Hyatt or I want Josh
I
Down.
need this to be a really terrible
Listen,
pick.
Andy Reid's going to look for a knife. That's what he's doing. He's looking for a weapon that somebody.
Hendon Hooker.
Not going to be it.
Then they can trade Mahomes and I can stop drinking on Sundays. See? All comes back to me.
Here we
Pick
go.
is in. We're trying to see what it is.
Boy, this man could not read this Cardinals.
There's a weird. All right, there we go.
Rasheed
Rasheed Rice.
This was my Harry Douglas comp.
It was actually. You did say that.
This is my Harry Douglas comp. He plays inside, he plays outside. He's probably going to be better suited inside on the next level, but he's a super smart player, short-handed, understands angles, understands positioning with his route running, and he's just super consistent.
That was my biggest thing on him. A guy that understands, number one, body control, where to be at on the football field.
Yep.
I like the way he gets into a defender's blind spot.
Yep.
Right? When you get into that blind spot, you're going to win the route most of the time. Consistent catching the football, everything that SMU wanted in the wide receiver.
And he's a very self-aware player. I had one of their games this year, and I asked him, like, hey, like, you know, everybody's always like, what do you think you're good at? I'm like, well, what have you improved the most at? And he was like, honestly, I used to absolutely run from contact, and now I've embraced it. Like, that is something. He works with David Robinson out there in Dallas, Texas, and he's worked on that part of his game. You see it right there. He is not afraid of contact anymore. That has taken him from a player that probably would have been a day 3 pick to now you see him getting picked here on day 2.
So here's like a good data point for Rasheed Rice. SMU has had some dogs at wide receiver, including Manuel Sanders, Cortland Sutton more recently.
Yep.
No player in SMU's single-season history has ever had more receiving yards than Rasheed Rice last year. He absolutely lit it up, and I get that that's a very receiver-friendly offense, but it's always been receiver-friendly down there at SMU.
Hi. I want to talk about receiver-friendly offenses in the NFL.
Yeah. Chiefs, hello.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, pretty good, huh?
This has got to be the best moment when you go, who drafted me? Oh, boy. And I'm a wide receiver?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty good, huh?
Not bad.
Yep.
Yeah, no, this is great.
great take.
He's an all-around receiver too, right?
Yeah.
Like you have Valdez-Scantling, who's going to be blowing the top off the defense. You got Sky Moore, who's probably more in the slot, and he's a guy that can kind of do it inside, outside, and be a jack of all trades for Patrick Mahomes.
He's got Patrick Mahomes. He's got Andy Reid. He's going to be spectacular.
He's really good. He's really
You know
good.
what's
He could be like
crazy,
the
though,
fourth.
is, like,
Yeah, he's so
a
good.
dominant receiver in Kansas
He'll be
City to be a
fourth.
top
Go for
2
800
Yeah,
offense.
number one
Yeah.
is Travis Kelce, and always will be. But having a tight end like Travis Kelce is going to make all these young wide receivers in their job that much easier.
By the way, the Bears pick is in. The Bears have just picked Tyreek Stevenson, corner out of Miami.
This one I like.
I know, Harry, you were big on him too.
Physical, started his career at Georgia, went to Miami, but I might be one of the most physical corners in the league.
So we've had back-to-back years where, like, this just tells you how
Draft
absurd Georgia is. Tyreek Stevenson, I think, was the highest-rated cornerback recruit in a class that also included Keely Ringo. Goes to Georgia to start, transfers after 2 seasons, goes to Miami because he wanted the chance to be what he thinks he is, which is a perimeter corner who can play in the slot on occasion, and that's what he got the chance to do at Miami. I know we're showing a slot wrap right here, but good, like, had a really good past season, really good athlete. I mean, everybody who plays at Miami is fast. But it just speaks to the depth that Georgia has, that they're having guys transfer and still get drafted in the top 55, 60 picks in the NFL draft years later.
Yeah, another thing he has in common with all Georgia cornerbacks of any stripe, even if they ended up at Miami, when they tackle, it feels like you hit a traffic barrier. Like they're just like you can say stuff about maybe his ability to track the ball, right? Like these can all get better. You can't say much about his ability to bring lumber because that's wood.
Also, good draft by the Bears so far, right?
Man.
Between Wright, Dexter, and now Stevenson. I mean, I like those 3.
So here's what I would say stands out. I just, I've seen some pushback that the Bears have maybe paid a little bit too much to move up. I want to mention this for those who missed it earlier, is that, like, this is not a deep draft relative to recent drafts. And Bills general manager Brandon Beane talked about how, like, I think he said this had like 14 players with first-round draft grades this year. The Bears are saying, you know what, we got all these extra picks. I'd rather fill the needs and go get the guys we really want. All 3 players the Bears have taken so far should be day 1 starters for them. Now, part of that's because of where they're at with the roster, right? Like, they've made significant strides over the past 2 off seasons, but they still have some legit holes to fill. Here is one that they just filled, outside corner. Jalen Johnson's going to play some, and the Bears absolutely crushed it with Jaquan Brisker last year, 2nd-round pick out of Penn State. But throw another one onto the Bears depth chart because I like what they're doing here. I'm with you, Harry.
All right, we have another pick that's come in here. John Michael Schmitz was just selected by the Giants. We are only seconds away from the Cowboys pick already in. Got something on the?
Yeah, before we get to the real analysis with him, I have a theory. If you have 3 names in your name, a la Jackson Smith and Jigba, you are a good athlete.
I love that. And you stick with 3 names.
And you stick with 3 names. For the old basketball heads, Chris Douglas Roberts. I mean, there's a million ways you could go with it, but Spencer, please.
Or you come from a broken home. One or the other.
John Michael
Blended
Schmitz.
family.
Yes.
Wait, you
Blended
didn't
family.
cross paths with Alex Mack, did you?
Of course I
Oh, you
crossed
did?
paths with Alex
Okay.
Mack.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Alex Mack, former
That's
Browns
high
center,
praise
which
for a
is big
center.
time praise. Yeah,
Yes.
big time. But like, just he knows exactly what he's going to do and what every other player in the offensive line is going to do on every single snap. And he's going to make you really mad about the fact that you have to go against him for a full game. So I thought this is one of the better value picks that we've seen so far tonight because the Giants had a big need at center. They lost Nick Yates to Washington in free agency. I thought John Michael Schmitz might be gone by like pick 40. They got, what was that, 57 we saw?
Yep.
Love that one right there for the G-Men. Really good discipline to not trade up and still get the player that I think probably would have been their top target there.
Spencer, you got anything on this?
No, I'm wondering how I'm at the draft at the same time.
Oh, that is amazing. Spencer is in 2 places at once. He is both in a Cowboys jersey and hat, as you see on the screen right now. And
Love
sitting
my
at the
Cowboys.
desk. They are America's team after all. So I appreciate that. Oh, okay. The
Luke?
pick is in, and they did go tight end. Luke Schumacher is the pick out of Michigan for the Cowboys. So we expected they would go tight end at some point in this draft.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it feels like, again, there were a handful of tight ends where it's if you were going to get one, it was one of these guys. And at least on my list, he probably would have been the last one on the list. Where you should feel good if you got this guy on your football team. We know that Dallas needed one. We thought they were probably going to get one yesterday. This feels like a good spot for them to land one.
And it speaks to something that you guys have both mentioned today and mentioned yesterday. We heard so much about the tight end class. Just because this is a very good tight end class doesn't mean that these are all day 1 tight ends. So it's sort of a pick your poison here. They had to address it at some point. Eugene in the YouTube chat has said Cowboys stay picking trash and missing every other year. There's a lot of hate in there. By the way,
Mike McCarthy said in the pre-draft press conference, you want that 6'4", 250-pound tight end.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6'4", 251 for Luke Schoonmaker.
Darnell Washington's still on the board.
And if you're going to take a tight end, though, why not take a tight end and play for Jim Harbaugh? You know how they're going to utilize the tight ends.
Yeah.
But it's I'm sorry, I didn't hear who said it, but Darnell Washington is still on the board. Like, that is, I think that's the surprise of the tight ends at this point, right? Like, pick your poison, but that seems to be the surprise of the tight ends.
Yeah, like Luke's going to be technically close to perfect, and he's going to be the kind of guy who, more than anything else, is going to be a mean blocker, right? For when you need him, and he's going to be a competent to good pass catcher, not somebody who's necessarily going to stretch the field, right? But like you're going to use him in that manner. I don't know what he provides. Like, that you don't get out of Darnell Washington.
Yeah, he's a balanced player.
Balance, right?
You know,
Yeah.
he can do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. He'll be a good number 2 tight end, likely.
Yeah.
He's got some speed, 4.63 at 250 pounds. I mean, that helps, right? Dak down the middle of the field, so.
Yeah.
It is surprising, though,
But
because you look
but he's a blocker, though. Like,
Yeah.
you know, Michigan ran the football.
Yeah.
Since Jim Harbaugh has been there, that's been their baby. And
Let's get Darnell
a
Washington.
tight end that
going
can
though soon.
block at the point of
Let's
attack
make this one happen.
for the Dallas Cowboys.
Can we get Darnell Washington, though, off the board?
I would like to.
Let's
It
go.
won't
How
be now.
about, how about Cincinnati?
It won't be with the Bills.
Let's literally clear some room on the board and take Darnell Washington off.
The pick is in for the Bills. We're still awaiting it. I'm going to need you guys to get my back also in the YouTube chat where it has now been put on the poll. Should Fitz get laser hair removal on his legs? The winner was yes at 45%, but 43% of the vote was just stop talking. I don't know how I feel about that, YouTube.
Wow.
That was an option on there? Or
Yeah, Joey G made the options. The options he
Interesting.
gave America was yes, no, and stop talking.
I think
So-
it was stop talking and go live your life and get laser removal. on your
Yes.
legs. They're affirming you.
I hear it takes a long time, though, and it's fairly painful. So, I don't know how I feel. Like
I can do it a lot
no.
cheaper with a lighter and some kerosene, real quick.
I mean, I don't know. I asked my wife.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
I have nothing. And again, another comment that Harry Douglas should not be hanging out with us. I don't know. Like, Harry, is your mom in the chat or something? Like, what are we doing here? Like,
You leave a black man's mom out of this.
and with that, I appreciate you watching me. I'll just go.
I think you mean.
The Bills pick is on the clock. And I'm speechless. There we go.
Are we going to watch the Bills bypass another ingredient to the run game to pick something else?
I will say this.
I hope so.
Yeah.
If you're not doing anything Monday through Friday, 12 noon to 3 p.m. Eastern time, Fitz and Harry, it's a show that you must tune into.
ESPN
Harry
Radio,
Douglas?
ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. You can get all of it. It is Harry Douglas.
Okay, I was checking.
Yeah, it's Harry Douglas. Harry Lyles, you can come on and hang out with us. But here's the interesting thing. I will say, I'm going to bring back a name. I'm going to chime you in here. There was one running back that you were excited for still left on the board.
Hey,
and we believed that the Bills could afford to address the running back position. Could there be a marriage?
Hey, if they don't, it officially becomes funny, okay? Because, like, Kendre Miller, like, truly, he is the last running back on the board that makes you go, like, yo, this dude was a problem in college, and he could be a problem at the pro level. The Buffalo Bills could not run the football to save their lives last year. Their run game was Josh Allen.
See, I think it's more so you have to be committed and consistent running the football.
Yeah.
Like, I think that was part of the issue as well, is that they're not committed to running the football and relying so much on Josh Allen. Like, I think early on in the year, in 2023, moving forward, they need to let these running backs carry the load. And then once you get past the middle of the season, you let Josh Allen loose and do his thing.
Yeah.
Not saying that he can't scramble and do his thing, but you don't want to have all these QB runs for 17 weeks.
And a theme that we've kind of been talking about throughout this draft so far is what are you doing to help your quarterback that you are paying an ungodly amount of money to? Like, can Josh Allen be your running game? I mean, he was it last year, and he did it very well. Should he have to do that? Probably not, especially if you're trying to prolong his career.
And you
They've
mentioned
talked about this offseason, by the way. They've said sort of, hey, we need to be mindful of Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Because, and I think part of this is the scar tissue that Sean McDermott probably built up when he was in Carolina, and Cam Newton went from peak of his powers to out of the league within just a couple of years in a very unceremonious way.
And even to your point, the staff has acknowledged that. Josh Allen has acknowledged that. It's obviously on the organization's mindset, you know. So we'll see if they make a pick that impacts any of that. The Bills' pick is in now. Again, we are flying through the second round. We have made it almost entirely through the second round as we stand right now. Just a few picks left after this one. And with that pick, it's O'Cyrus Torrence.
I like that.
Solid.
I like that.
Had, I think, a heck of a game versus Jalen Carter. Did a heck of a job. A guy that has played meaningful snaps in college. A guy that you can rely on, a guy that you can believe in, a guy that's going to be consistent and durable.
Started his career at Louisiana, was coached up by Rob Sale and DJ Looney, who actually passed away in 2020 of a heart attack. But DJ had coached up, this is now the fourth lineman that he had his hands on that has been drafted in the last 4 years. Those guys know a good lineman when they see one, and when they were at Louisiana, they said when O'Cyrus Torrence walked on campus, this kid could play SEC football if he wanted to. Turns out, Billy Napier obviously becomes the head coach at Florida. They bring them with him, and somehow a Louisiana transfer was the best football player on the Florida football team,
including
in
the
2022.
fourth overall pick, Anthony Richardson. This was a way more consistent player, obviously.
Yeah.
The only first-team All-American guard in the University of Florida program history. Who would have guessed that? A guy started at Louisiana.
Yeah.
Yeah, mover, heavy machinery, a dude who, yes, controlled Jalen Carter because this is a dude who more than anything at the point of attack, especially in the run game, takes people, gently moves them aside, but clamps.
Yep.
Like that's when I was like, when somebody goes, what do you, like, what's one word to describe what he is? That man, it clamps down on the opposition.
Yes, and Rob Sale told me, he said he is a throwback offensive lineman. He said all the offensive line coaches, we're all looking for the same thing. He's it.
You talk about grip, and we keep mentioning that. This dude has like huge, strong, powerful hands, an incredible bend.
Yep.
When the bend comes in, like for people watching, when you talk about the Jalen Carters, bend is like, yes, everybody can bend, but he keeps his balance. He does it fast and explosive. And you've heard the term the low man wins. That's how you move physical specimens like Jalen Carter on a consistent basis.
Which is wild. That's the last thing I expected
right.
to see. But that was like his big, that to me was the point where you go, oh no, this man is beyond real, was the Georgia game.
When we had Billy Napier.
He's him.
He is him. Yeah.
He is.
When we had Billy Napier on Fitz and Harry, he did say that, remember, Osiris is the exact opposite of Anthony Richardson in the sense that you have nothing but film of him dominating year in and year out.
He could play day one.
I'm only going to prove the commentariat on YouTube right with this, that HD's too cool to be hanging out with us, me specifically, because if he were a Pokemon, Blastoise.
Yeah,
Blastoise, like real low to the ground, real powerful. Yeah, there you go.
That seals it.
That's Blastoise, no shame.
I have no idea what that even is. I feel cool for a second. DJ Turner, the next pick off the board, went to the Bengals. So DJ Turner, the corner out of Michigan, the Bengals address defense here.
Fastest player at the combine was DJ Turner.
Yep.
He absolutely blazed 4.26 at the combine. Guy who helped himself during the pre-draft process with that exact measurable. But more than just speed, he can play. And you go back to the Bengals this past season. We talked about what happened in their last game. Couldn't rush passer, and as a result of not being able to rush passer, they couldn't slow down that Chiefs passing attack when Patrick Mahomes was on half an ankle. They addressed back-to-back players who should help alleviate both of those concerns.
You look at the last 2 years, the Michigan Wolverines, they were able to beat the Ohio State Buckeyes. The Ohio State Buckeyes the last 2 years have had, I'm going to go ahead and say 4 number 1 wide receivers because they're going to have one next year.
Yep.
DJ Turner held his own.
Yeah. No, I mean, you look at what the Bengals got to face in that division. They got to go against big-time offenses in Cleveland with Amari Cooper out there. Now you got OBJ in there, obviously. Zay Flowers was added to the equation. They need to make sure that they keep that defensive secondary hefty. And honestly, that's been a problem area for them at times with our guy Eli Apple being
the worst part
exposed every
about
once
it
in a
is
while.
that all of them are gone.
Yeah.
Like they lost their 2 safeties, they lost their corners, so they're trying to revamp this entire secondary. They still have Dax Hill. They drafted Dax Hill, a teammate of DJ Turner a year ago.
Yep.
And the game to me of his that stands out was the game that we were at, that Ohio State-Michigan game, that game where we were looking at C.J. Stroud funny, like, hey, man, like, what's up, right? Like, he was part of that equation that made him look like a completely different quarterback.
I like how we always compare our draft picks to our draft picks. Like, this is my favorite thing. It's like the next chapter in the story, right? Remember when those 2 guys played and he looked really bad? Well, now he played that guy and he looked really good. Well, now they're going to play on the same team or against each other again. Love it. Sequels. Always love a sequel.
Yeah.
We asked everybody in YouTube, the favorite to win the AFC North, the Bengals, 48% of the vote, overwhelming favorites. Surprising to me is that second for the poll is the Steelers at 24%, with the Ravens at 23%. Maybe y'all forgot that Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Also, importantly in the poll, 57% of the people say Harry Lyles Jr.'s theory. That's hard for me to say. Athletes with 3 names are automatically elite. 57% say true. So you have uncovered.
Well, it sounds like to me 43% of y'all need to come around.
Yeah.
Because
or you need a third name.
right. If you don't know, you better ask somebody. You know?
So Jim Bob Cooter, does that count as is Jim Bob Cooter it's my favorite.
I know. You just wanted to say that.
Jim Bob Cooter is my favorite.
You just wanted to say that.
I mean, I'm
I
just
like to
saying.
think it's
Every
Jim
time
Bob
I
is
say
one
it on
name.
Fitz and
Yeah,
Harry,
Jim Bob.
write it down. Hawk.
Yep. One name.
Yeah, every time he says it on, what was that show?
Fitz and Harry.
Doing just
two.
great
Yeah,
Easter.
yeah,
Easter.
no.
Perks
You've
up
been
and
taking
just
that
gets
down a
excited.
lot.
I know.
It's just, I don't know if it's a combination of Jim Bob or if it's the last name, but either way, I'm fully on.
Oh, we know
on
it's
that.
the last name.
Okay, that's fine. I'm a child. The Jaguars pick is, we're having a good time. Harry Lyles, Hawk, Spencer Hall, Harry Douglas, Field Yates. I'm Jason Fitz. We are with you all through the entire night. No commercials. We might tinkle, but we won't do it at once.
I would hope not.
Did you say tinkle?
Yeah, I always say tinkle. I'm the Giannis of ESPN.
Okay.
Giannis and I both say tinkle. Like Giannis said he had to tinkle. I say
I'm the
tinkle.
Giannis
I'm
of
the Giannis.
ESPN.
Write that down.
You didn't. You failed the mission the other night, though. I'll tell you that, y'all.
Hey, no, I did not feel the mission last night. There were no tinkle breaks for me. I feel
Same.
quite proud of it. We are almost through the second round, and so far we're doing okay. There are only 3 picks remaining in the second round: the Jags, the Texans, and the Lions. We are waiting on the Jags pick. We're about 30 seconds away from getting it to you. So we are awaiting that pick for Jacksonville. Obviously, we talked about this last night. Should be noted, Jacksonville in a situation it hasn't been in a long time. There is not a glaring, oh my God, you better go get this guy need for the Jags. They are in that rare spot where it's like they just might want to find a little extra spice for their dish.
I don't want them to sit on their hands either, though. Like, yes, we understand that you're doing well and you had a good season a year ago. But as we talked about in yesterday's show, the quarterbacks that are in this division with new quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, there's a real chance you'll be on the outside looking in if you don't stay aggressive.
We can't say, hey, the Jags are a franchise that can rest on its laurels.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah. Fred, what's up, baby?
There you
So
go.
the
Yes.
pick is coming in Kansas City Fans have traveled. Duval is representing, as always, as we expect they will. Everybody's in jerseys, and they've got their fat heads awaiting the pick to come in. And it is Brenton Strange, tight end.
Yeah.
I definitely.
Speaking of strange, why not Darnell Washington?
Because Brenton Strange, under 400 yards receiving, not even really featured in the Penn State offense a whole lot. I think what you hope here is that we trust our evaluation that this player not only has room to grow, but was misused in that offense.
Yes.
And, this is somebody who, if they're making this pick this high, man, they are so confident in their scouting. So confident, because I didn't see a whole lot of him at Penn State.
Yes, and I do think, all jokes aside, again, that was my sort of defense of the Lions pick, right, in the first round. Clearly they believe that this is something that's not just going to fit into what they're trying to do, but someone that Trevor Lawrence is going to be comfortable with. And that's what you have to do when you're picking these players.
Evan Ingram going into a contract year as their franchise tag player. Sounds like they'd like to get an extension done, but Brenton Strange is a player that you guys just talked about how didn't see a whole lot. Penn State admitted that they didn't use him nearly enough. And I think that this is a projection, certainly a projection-based pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because to your point, Spencer, it's not like his college stats are going to knock you off the wall. Texans pick is in.
Want to hit it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a C.
It's pretty good. All right, we got to trade, and that's why the Texans are on the clock.
Yep, so they move up to 62.
Darnell
Houston
Washington?
moves 65, 188, and 230. So the Eagles wheel and deal a little bit.
Is is that a lot of equity to give up in your mind? Well, you've said it several times. This isn't a deep enough draft to really worry about some of that.
I wouldn't be worried about that one at all.
So the Texans move up to the bottom of the second round. There are only two picks remaining in the second round to take Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, baby.
Start out of Penn State.
Yep, and so back-to-back Newland. That's right. Juice Scruggs, who a lot of people thought, man, this guy, what are we missing here? He aptly named Juice Scruggs, played center in college, maybe going to play guard at the pro level, but this dude was the enforcer of that Penn State offensive line. Juice Scruggs, really, really solid football player. I do think he can play either guard spot, but we saw him mostly at center during his college days.
Can I ask a philosophical question? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to give you more name science, if you will.
Yeah.
Juice.
Yeah, that helps. Right?
Yeah.
A person whose name is a noun, right? Person, place, or thing.
Yeah.
Winner.
Last name Scruggs, too?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Give me that one on the poll. Thank you.
Is having a name that's a noun automatically a win? I think that's probably a yes.
Yeah.
So you just mentioned could play several different positions. I never know where
guard
to find
or center.
guard or center.
That's, yeah.
Where's the line on that when you're scouting somebody? Is that a good thing to have interior versatility, or would you prefer to have somebody that you can look at?
No question about it. I mean, there's a reason why. Was there a single center taken in the first round? I don't think there was. No. You don't see a lot of traditional center-only players go in the first round. I think teams are always looking for guys that if it doesn't work out or for some reason we find somebody better that can replace him, you want to be able to move him to guard, so yes.
The Broncos are making the last pick of the second round. We have flown through the second
Broncos
round.
making
This
their
will be
first
the
pick
final
of the draft, too.
Remember, the Broncos did not make the 5th overall pick as part of the Russell Wilson trade. They also didn't make a pick at the top of the second round. So let's see where they
Offensive
go.
line, certainly.
Where the Broncos go.
Yep.
This could be a Hendon watch right here.
Oh, would they be on Hendon watch?
They signed Jarrett Stidham. I think that
I would actually
probably
like that.
Stidman there?
All right, so the pick is coming in. Everybody's got their phones out. They're ready for the excitement.
Yeah. Marvin
Mims, wide receiver out of Oklahoma.
I like Marvin Mims a lot. He was absolutely absurd from start to finish. Played right away at Oklahoma. High pedigree recruit. Production off the charts at Oklahoma. It's a very, very, very that's a fantasy friendly, but wide receiver friendly offense that he played in. Undersized, part of the reason why he did not go in the first round, but he's one of the most enjoyable wide receivers in the entire class. And
he has shown special teams capabilities as a punt returner. Like if they decided they want to develop him in that way as well, I think that he would fit that bill. But I mean, clearly a talented player. I'm curious from your perspective, Hawk.
Yeah.
Do you like this pick again? I'm going straight back to the Tennessee guys over either one of them.
Yeah, I do like this pick, and it's interesting because his game did remind me a little bit of KJ Hamler. I like Marvin Mims because he has the speed. He goes up against the football. The questions that I would have, where I always question, the shorter receivers, we'll call it sub 5'11", 5'10" area, is their ability to change direction. He does it well, but he doesn't do it great. And I feel like when you are like smaller in those slot positions and you don't have as much size and strength, that is probably the most important part to your game. That's where I would question him a little bit.
I'm going to ask a question of a wide receiver who played professionally. Mm-hmm. This guy's got elite push-off skills, right?
Elite.
I think at the college level, okay? We're yet to see in the pros, but I will tell you, like we said, great holding for Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Elite push-off moves for Mims.
I do think he's a good wide receiver, and I think he's going to be great with the Broncos. His tape did remind me a little bit of Corey Coleman, which is not a great comp, where you're at now, but I think where Corey messed up was more some professional things. In college, Corey was a beast, and he was the Biletnikoff winner for a reason. And if you look at the highlights, you'll see a lot of the similarities.
My question is, in the AFC West, you can never have enough wide receivers, you can never have enough points. I'm not questioning that at all. There has been a lot of smoke, at least, about whether or not the team was interested in keeping Jerry Jeudy around. Does any of this impact whatever decision?
This has my antenna up for sure, because a team bereft of draft capital with several needs made their first pick by trading up and grabbing a wide receiver. I think it seems like Courtland Sutton's the more tradable piece than Jerry Jeudy just because of age on Judy's side, and he's a more talented player when he puts it all together than Courtland Sutton is, who's still a very good piece. But makes me wonder if we're going to hear a Courtland Sutton rumor at some point, either later tonight or into day 3 of the NFL draft.
These are the unfortunate, because it's almost like a cost replacement game in the business of football, right? Like, you've got certain guys that may or may not be a fit. With Sean Payton coming in as the head coach, he's going to want different things stylistically. There seems to have been some sort of a rub between Russell Wilson and the wide receivers in that room. Now, to Fields' point, you draft a wide receiver that's frankly going to be cheaper than all of this when you start talking about the way you build your team. It's an unfortunate consequence that comes from opportunity of somebody coming into the league. It's just part of what happens. I just don't know. You asked the question yesterday, I've referenced a few times. Who are the Titans? I think the Broncos are in this like reinvention mode that we have to acknowledge could take a minute to figure out who they're going to be with Sean Payton.
They don't have a choice, though. Who they have to be is a resurgent Russell Wilson team. They just have way too much money sunk into him that if he's not good, then no matter who they have at coach, no matter how well they play on defense, it ain't going to matter for the next few years.
We've got
$49 million per year now.
Sorry about that, Field. Sorry to cut you off.
You're good.
We have Mel's best available up there. Trenton Simpson, Drew Sanders, Darnell Washington, Anatomo Adebare, Jalen Hyatt. Also, we asked you two, are athletes built different if their name is a noun? 57% say yes.
That's right. It's science.
43%.
That for sure is science.
Yes.
Yeah.
Listen, and since someone's actually name just came up, Jerry Jeudy, 2 first names, another one. Put that one.
Wait, Jerry Jeudy is
Judy, he don't spell it like Judge Judy, but Judy.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard no Judy?
Look, I've only really got one. I've got one name life rule, and that's like if you're dating somebody that wouldn't have to change their name to become a stripper, you don't marry. That's the only rule I have.
Harry Douglas, 2 first names.
Harry Douglas. Yeah.
Technically, Andrew Hawkins could be 2 first
It could be.
Yeah.
No, it's
But then if we talk about those 3 names, Harry Douglas the 4th.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's kind of 4.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yep.
Do we count the?
Fitz is kind of like half of a last name. Like almost he didn't finish it.
The funny thing is, like people think all the time that Fitz is short for something. It's only Fitz.
It's just Fitz.
Which is why I get so mad. Like Ian Fitzsimmons, everybody they had to change his show at one point, and he's like to have Freddie and Fitzsimmons on radio because we're both there. And he's like, yeah, but my last name. I'm like, your last name's Fitzsimmons. Well, I'm Fitz. Like there's no more to it.
I've just been under the assumption that he was you if he took the Super Mario mushroom, he gets big. Fitz and Fitzsimmons.
Oh, okay.
Do you hate when people try to make your name Harold?
Nah, I think it's funny.
I hate it.
Well, see, the only thing people are like, hey, Harry Styles, am I right? And I'm like, I haven't heard that one before. Run that by me
The first
again.
day you followed me on Twitter, I was really excited. I was like, oh my God, Harry Styles follows me for like a day.
I had some dude tweet at me, and he's like, I told my daughter Harry Styles replied to something I said today, and then I realized it was just you. It's like, thanks, Jacob.
All right, so the next pick, the first pick of the 3rd round is off the board. The Bears finally take a first pick in the round, and it's Zach Pickens out of South Carolina is the pick.
I mean, the guy in the bear suit is excited, so I'm excited for him. I mean, you saw that outfit, right? Like that's That's clearly a guy that's done his research.
This is Bear supporting Bear, though. This is Bear solidarity because that's what Zach is, right? They don't let you use 2 C's in the first name unless you are Biggie Big. This is big,
Name science.
strong. Yeah, name science. Name science is working in the 3rd round.
You know.
Okay.
It works at the University of Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Quarterback?
Absolutely. You got to sound. Your
I
first name's got to sound like a law firm.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have the
backwards,
opportunity to get into that one because Stetson Bennett has not helped himself since the championship game. But yes, the name science matters, y'all.
I like this pick, and I like what the Bears are doing because they start off, they get a tackle for Justin Fields to make sure they can protect him.
Yep.
And then they go 3 straight defensive picks, including 2 D tackles, right? Like it shows you how they feel like they're going to gear up to compete in this division. Justin Fields had to do a lot by himself.
Yeah.
Hopefully, with this additions to the defense, as well as a little bit of help on offense they've gotten, it helps them take the next step.
Look, by the way, this is the Hossingest draft by far.
Yep.
This is the most Hoss you can get per draft because with Darnell Wright, Javon Dexter, and now with this pick with Zach Pickens, I don't think you have a greater density of human per draft.
Yeah.
This is a massive, burly draft
And
for
it
them.
feels like they addressed their, in my opinion, very obvious needs almost in order, basically. And they really have done and you saw what you got out of Justin Fields, where at first it was like, yo, is this going to be it? And then we saw, oh, no, like this is it. And now you're building around it.
I like his explosion off of the football, but also how he's strong against double teams. And that's, you're playing that D tackle position, you're going to get double teams, especially if you're a player that people think that's worthy of double teaming. But can you hold your ground? Once again, to allow other guys to make plays.
I keep looking at this, and what do we talk? The oldest cliche of football, like championship teams are built from the inside out. Well, look at what the Bears have done this year. They have more salary cap space than anybody coming into the offseason. They use that salary cap space, in my opinion, rather judiciously, right? They come into the draft, and in the first round, they take a Darnell Wright in the first round. And since then, they've taken 2 D tackles. Like, there's just a very, to me, there's a very patient approach to, hey, we're going to add more size, more depth, more rotation to the ability to play strong on the offensive and defensive line. Like, that just... it may feel boring to a lot of people, but that I think is a really smart draft strategy.
It's not boring at all because it's called self-awareness. And they understand the deficiencies on their football team has been the defensive line and offensive line.
No doubt.
So if you're self-scouting yourself, you better address the need or you're not going to be there long. Even if you have just got there. You got to address those needs because games are won on the offensive line and defensive line.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go with an offensive lineman at the next pick, too.
I mean, why not at this point? If we're going to talk about so much about the fact that this draft may not have a bunch of those wow guys, then you're going to take guys that you think your coaches can develop. You got to trust your position coaches, particularly in these situations, and you got to trust. To me, you're looking at guys that are big that you think have the core that you can try and build around. It makes a lot of sense.
This is like the most John Madden approved draft, right? This is the most turducken draft class.
Well, guess what? Guess who had the least amount of sacks in the National Football League last year?
Bears.
The Chicago Bears with 20. So you better address the need on the defensive line and offensive line or field. You don't have a chance, right or wrong.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you when I turn my mic back on.
While he's saying, I'll just say, the Bears were the worst combination. They couldn't sack the quarterback, and they tried to get their quarterback murdered. Like, that's just like, it's the worst.
But it goes hand in hand because iron can't sharpen iron if you're dealing with a damn wooden stick.
You got no iron. Eagles are up now.
By the way,
so who is available from Darnell?
Keely Ringo.
Darnell Washington, yeah.
Darnell Washington.
Ringo. I will laugh.
Did I not say it on radio today? Fitz and Harry?
Fitz and Harry. Yeah, Fitz and Harry. He said Keely Ringo, go all Georgia.
Call it.
By the way,
Brenton.
YouTube, we're now calling these the Lyles files. We got all these Lyles files out there. Thanks. Shelby came up with that one. YouTube saying more Lyles theories. Athletes with 2 first names are elite. 56% say true.
56.
Yeah.
You have yet to be proven wrong by
Can we
America.
get some more examples? Give me some examples.
Of 2 first names?
LeBron James is a good one.
LeBron James, we have one sitting here.
Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan. Yeah, that's a solid one.
Justin Jefferson qualifies. He could be Jefferson Justin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jefferson, that's a strong name right there. That's very
like a
we're in New England right now.
1700s.
Yeah.
It would be appropriate in New England.
Jefferson Justin, I rode with him at Yale.
Eddie George.
Yeah.
Eddie George is a
good
good
one
one.
right there. Yeah.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, great one.
That's a great one.
Joe Montana. Can I have the first name
Yeah, we're
Montana?
talking about
Lane
greats,
Johnson,
too. It's not like
Johnson,
we're
Lane.
talking
Right.
about Boo-boo the foo-foo.
Yo,
player. We're
yeah,
talking about, like,
this is
great.
why it's called a science.
Yeah. Zach Martin.
What does that mean?
All right, so we've got
mean?
the Eagles.
Is that like a
Yeah.
cartoon character?
I see Ted Rath in there. Ted Rath is in the Eagles war room. That's a walk-on linebacker that played with me at
Is that
Toledo.
Kirby Smart in the back? No, I'm playing.
Okay, so just a little interesting nugget here as we go into the third round. The Eagles now have back-to-back picks, so we are going to get those picks at the same time. We're going to get back-to-back picks from the
Washington.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Why not?
Keely Rico.
There you go, yeah.
Let's just send both picks in at the same time, by the way. We should just do that. That should be
Yeah.
how it works.
Just ruin that moment for one of the draft picks for both of them.
Oh my God, that would be the you're like, yeah, I got bye, thanks.
By the way, we get to pick 102 as the final pick of the night. So we're moving along
102.
here.
Yeah, 65.
Keely Ringo's a rare clutch corner. The guy who may not be there all the time, but if you absolutely need a pick or a play,
Isn't it,
Keely Ringo would
I
be
mean,
the dude.
I'll
Freshman
be
year,
honest,
the
I'm
pick six,
getting
right?
so close to the 7th pick in this round. Like, I'm kind of hoping Keely Ringo kind of can somehow fall. I can't
right.
believe that Keely Ringo is still on the board at this point, but the Eagles coming and making this pick. The Eagles will have back-to-back picks again. These are the second and third picks, respectively, of the third round of the NFL draft. Harry Lyles, Hawk, Spencer Hall, Harry Douglas, Field Yates. I'm Jason Fitz. Every single pick. We're here.
Okay, they break the Georgia streak. They go with Tyler Steen, who, this is an interesting one, started his college career at Vanderbilt, played 4 seasons there, finishes up at Alabama last year. Talk about a change in your football experience. Versatile player, though. This guy could play several different spots along the offensive line, and if you're Philadelphia, this is a down-the-line pick because you've got Jordan Mailata, you've got Lane Johnson, you've got good guard and interior play as well as Jason Kelsey, and perhaps Tyler Steen fills in as either a super sub or perhaps projects to play inside at some point in his career.
They did give us both picks back-to-back.
Oh, baby,
The next
Sidney
pick
Brown.
is Sidney
Let's
Brown,
go.
safety out of Illinois.
Yeah, so that's what, 3 Illinois defensive backs taken in the first 2 rounds. Shout out Illinois.
Yeah, Brett
Let's
Avila,
go.
stand up.
But I like that, Phil, what you just mentioned, though, because what the Eagles basically did on the defensive side of the ball, drafting Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis, even though Jordan Davis played some last year, ended up getting hurt. You draft ahead of schedule, so when it comes to a lot of these guys becoming free agents, the players are already acclimated to your system and know what you expect of them when it's time for them to fill in.
Think about what we've got here for the Eagles so far in this draft. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Tyler Steen, Sidney Brown. For a team that went to the Super Bowl, they still have 4 guys right now that all have a chance to not just make the team, but make an impact for this team.
And we talk about guys and where they get drafted and is it a healthy situation. I mean, for anybody getting drafted, I mean, obviously going to the Kansas City Chiefs, going to the Philadelphia Eagles, getting drafted by these 2 organizations, and you talk about some of the names that we're talking about right here, and regardless of who they get picked by, you would feel good about having these guys on your team. If you are an Eagles fan, you should be extremely, extremely excited with what you've got through 2 rounds so far.
And Sidney Brown, by the way, maybe helps fill the void of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who goes to the Lions on a 1-year deal they acquired from the Saints in a trade right prior to last season. Incredible story. The Brown brothers are identical twins. They have a story of perseverance. And once they got to Illinois, whatever journey they had prior to that was surpassed by most people's eyes because their football play spoke for itself. But they are an incredible story. Like what they did, like what they overcame growing up. Like I have no doubt that whatever physical challenges stand in front of Sidney Brown at the NFL level will not be insurmountable because this kid is as tough as it comes.
The Broncos back on the clock. Remember, the Broncos just made their first pick a few minutes ago. It was near
back.
the end of the
Let's go
second
again.
round.
Why
So
not?
this will be their second pick. Their first round pick and their second round pick were both given to Seattle as part of the Russell Wilson trade. So
Yes, indeed.
Denver just now getting active in this draft, and their next pick is already in. Remember, they went wide receiver with their first pick. So they're walking to the podium
We're
now.
at 5 minutes now apiece for picks. You go from 7 minutes in the second round to 5 minutes in the third round and every subsequent round thereafter.
The name many of you will know that is still sitting on the board is Hendon Hooker. He has not yet been drafted. And now,
Still not
Drew
correct.
Sanders,
That's a nice
linebacker
value
out of
there.
Arkansas.
You know, of course, Alabama can lose a guy to the transfer portal, and he can go on to become a first-team All-American the following year somewhere else. The guy couldn't play a ton at Alabama. He played some, but not nearly enough to justify sticking around for another year. Drew Sanders, well-traveled, transferred a bunch in high school because his dad was a college coach. High school coach, excuse me. Defensive end at Alabama, as you're seeing right here, became a stand-up inside linebacker for Arkansas this past season, and first-team All-American, was one of the finalists for the Butkus Award winner. Absolutely dominant season, really good athlete. But we haven't seen a ton of stand-up inside linebackers drafted so far this year.
Yeah, a unanimous All-American at that. Spencer, go ahead.
Yeah, he's an interesting dude because Arkansas asks its linebackers to do a tremendous amount of work. Well, you know, the line is going to eat space, and they got to go out and they got to hunt. He's a dude who was just all over the place, super productive at all times, really good in terms of play reading. You know, I don't really have any bad things to say other than Arkansas sometimes asked him to do too much, right? They sometimes ask their linebackers to just do everything and save the day. And he was more than capable of doing that.
I don't think I'm going to be worried about Denver's defense. I think when you look back at the offensive side, because I missed the Marvin Mims pick, when you look at their team and Sean Payton coming in and knowing that the deficiency was protecting the quarterback, you take Mike McGlinchey in free agency, you bring in Ben Powers. You also bring over Smargy Perine from the Cincinnati Bengals, who's reliable, good in pass protection, to pair him with Javonte Williams. One of the things I know Sean Payton is going to do is be balanced on offense. He's going to run the football. He's not going to sit back there and let Russ cook and just throw the football all day long like Nathaniel Hackett did.
Yep.
So also you're going to be disciplined. You're not going to have the penalties and that whole nine, the self-inflicted wound. So I think they're going to rely more so on the run game versus just passing the ball all over the place.
I also, there is a point, and Fields, you made this earlier, about the money invested in Russell Wilson. You can also look short-term, long-term if you're Sean Payton and say, hey, let's right now just start building whatever the core of the next chapter is. Like, you are not likely going to be competing with Patrick Mahomes or Justin Herbert this year. So instead of building for how do we maximize what we have in the building, if you're Sean Payton, you have the grace and glory that comes with being Sean Dan Payton. You're going to get all the time you need in this situation.
Yep.
You can ride out this Russell Wilson contract if you want. All you need to do right now are get foundational building blocks that you believe can be part of your team.
Yeah, and I think this pick kind of showcases that with Sanders because he is versatile. He can play off the ball. He can rush the quarterback as well. He was a 5-star athlete coming out of high school. And for people that don't know what 5-star means, it's like if you look at 5 stars in high school, they are the best of the best. They are physical specimens, right? And that's how he ends up at Alabama. And so I think he's still kind of raw. But he has incredible instincts, which is honestly probably the most important thing once you get to the National Football League.
And
See ball, get ball.
Exactly.
Yeah, and one of the things you say that, one of the things that he did, and you see sometimes players at the college level do this, where the play extends itself and he kind of lets up. He does not let up.
No.
You saw it in those clips. He is always going after the football, and he does not stop until he gets there.
By the way, I love the implicit little sort of like, if you just want to ride out this Russell Wilson situation, if you just want to,
Interesting.
We'd be okay with that.
what does Jason Fitz think about this? No,
I think the Raiders are trash, but I think the Broncos are equally trash, and they're both in complete rebuild mode. How do you like that? I don't think Russell Wilson's got anything left in the tank.
Okay.
I would rather have Jimmy G than Russell Wilson right now.
I wouldn't say he
I hate
doesn't
that
have
you're right.
anything left in the tank. I think the days of Russell Wilson, of what we've seen from him in Seattle, might not be there.
Yeah.
But I think having a competent head coach like Sean Payton will not put him in situations like Brian Dable didn't put, Daniel Jones in certain situations.
The most important question at this table that we have not addressed all night is, there's still a banana left.
Yeah.
Like you had 2 bananas.
Yeah.
You ate 1 banana, including the peel when Will Levis was taken, and now you're just like, I use this pen, and I know,
Yeah.
but you're using the banana.
Just
Like,
eat on this tray. Yeah.
is there a banana plan?
Yes. This is going to be a snack later because I'm starting to get hungry.
Okay.
Skin on or skin off this time?
12:30 at
Skin
night,
off.
1 a.m.?
We know skin
Like
off.
mid-show? Like, is this like a like?
We agree psychopaths eat bananas with the peel on.
That is correct.
Psychopaths
That is
don't
correct.
eat
Yeah.
Bananas.
I was making sure
no.
we're on the
You
same
can get
page.
your fiber in better ways.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
By the way, the sad, uneaten Will Levis sacrificial banana still waits. That's from last night.
Hey, sometimes
yeah.
you just got to babysit a banana, I guess.
Yeah.
Go on.
I just did that for literally that reaction.
Yeah.
I have nothing to add.
Toji, can we put in the poll, do you need to babysit a banana?
Yeah. That's where we're at.
So where are we at with Lions
Do you
draft
babysit
grade?
a banana with a banana hammock or
Or
is that a total-
I'm just gonna stick to the names.
value A.
Okay.
I'll
All
do
right,
that.
The pick
They
is
have
in.
good value.
Sequencing
Amon-Ra.
awful.
Announcing the pick for the Lions, by the way.
We are already 5 picks into the third
Man.
round of the draft. The Lions making that pick right now.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. Good
Yeah.
name science. Really don't even have the
Whole family.
hypothesis behind
Whole
that.
family, yeah. If you
There
want,
it is.
Yeah.
The Lions
he is.
have
Hendon
Hooker.
Off the board.
Tennessee.
Wow.
So look, Lions have been getting a lot of grief. They've gotten Brian Branch, Hendon Hooker, Sam LaPorta, Jack Campbell, and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Like, I love
That
it. Yeah.
sounds solid.
When you just say the names, you're like, home
If
run.
we just showed you the names before the draft and said the Lions ended up with these players, you'd be
Yeah.
like, that's a damn good draft.
You know what?
Detroit.
Yeah.
I think you've changed my mind. I think we've changed the narrative. Look, this is a great opportunity for Hendon Hooker, though, right? Right. Hendon
question
Hooker
about
goes in with no pressure to come in. He's a third-round pick at this point. He's coming off the ACL injury that you've seen the replay of. At some point, Hendon Hooker can just be Hendon Hooker in the shadows. Right? This feels like it makes sense.
It does, and so it's a great spot for him to have the opportunity to sit back for a year, get healthy on his timeline, not being rushed into it. There are people who wonder whether the Lions would consider him at 18 overall. Instead, they got him at, 68? So 50 slots later, and Jared Goff, you always got to follow the dollars and cents, has no guaranteed money left on his contract, which means that if the Lions like what they see from Hendon Hooker this year and Jared Goff does not play like he did this past season, Hendon Hooker could have an easy path to becoming their starter in 2024. Smart pick here, really smart pick. Good football business.
The last 2 years, 58 touchdown passes to 5 interceptions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Over 1,000 yards rushing and 10 touchdowns the last 2 years for Hendon Hooker.
What's the knock on Hooker?
So
Health, age, and the scheme. Yeah.
I do think there's a fair question to ask, and it's one that I asked Josh Heupel on Fitz and Harry. Why the success at Tennessee that wasn't there at Virginia Tech? What was so different in the system? And he did say in his answer that they sat down and he didn't believe that Virginia Tech had taken the time to figure out what worked for Hendon, right?
Yeah.
But at the NFL level, I mean, the Lions aren't going to sit here and rework to what worked for Hendon.
Well, here's another thing, though. The players that he had around him at Tennessee
Yeah.
are way better than the players that he had around him at Virginia Tech as well.
That is correct.
Yes.
Yeah. And also easy reads and took advantage of some of the things that he loves doing, which is, yes, running a little bit more, but also that deep ball. That deep ball is angelic, y'all.
Yeah.
Like, he can throw a gorgeous deep shot. And he seems to me, after taking, I think, a career misstep at Virginia Tech where he just was never exactly a fit and tried in vain to produce there, he lucks into Tennessee. A place that's going to make him look as good as possible, maybe even better than he currently is. And now he's going to Detroit, which has, I think, a great setup for developing a younger quarterback.
There's also a different, for Will Levis and Hendon Hooker both.
Yeah.
They've ended up in franchises that aren't necessarily under the same microscope as other franchises, where these guys can actually just develop into who they're going to be. Like, patience is different in Tennessee and in Detroit, than it is in, let's say, New York, right? Like, it feels like a really good situation.
And even with Hooker, even if he didn't have as much success early on at Virginia Tech, players get better. That is the point of going to college. And you look at the progression of his career, it still tracks. He had 80 touchdown passes to 12 interceptions throughout his 4 years of playing.
Yes.
That's ridiculous in any system.
I feel great about Hendon Hooker, by the way.
And for as much as people knock him over the scheme, hey, man, you still got to go out there and make the play.
Yeah. If you play in the Shanahan system, you're in a scheme. And it makes bad players good players great, and great players MVPs.
Nathaniel Dell is the pick for the Texans.
Hank Dell, local player.
Doesn't have to go
This
far.
is fun.
I like him too.
Yeah, this guy is
He's a human
he is
joystick.
an ankle breaker. He's a human joystick. Well said right there. Small guy, but this dude is probably the best route runner in the draft this year. Just watch him snap a couple of ankles on this highlight package we have made for you right here. Excellent after the catch. Excellent in his stem. This dude can accelerate. I mean, just look at this. This is absurd. This guy will take it to the house on a 1-yard slant.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Great player. A player. I was actually down at Houston about a month ago, and obviously they're making their move to the Big 12. They are sick that this guy's not going to be there because he is the type of playmaker that you want on your football team. You obviously see look at this, man. It's ridiculous what he's doing in the return game, but he's also a great receiver. He has improved every single year that he's played college football. him, along with actually somebody whose name you will probably hear called tomorrow, Clayton Tune. Those are two guys I think that if they get the time to develop in the NFL, could be really good players.
Now, look at what's going on around C.J. Stroud. Now, you draft Tank Dell, you bring over Dalton Schultz.
Yep.
You still have Nico Collins, who I think is still a project. John Mechie III. That's the one piece I'm waiting on. Like, he's still trying to, health-wise, trying to get back to football.
Yep.
But I just like where everything is going for the Houston Texans. Their offensive line, Laramie Tunsil, Keion Green, Shaq Mason. They're building something in Houston. They're not going to be the laughing stock of the NFL.
And that's what I like about Dale, right? Because he'll be able to give C.J. Stroud opportunities in the offense that aren't going to rely on him. He's going to be able to give him screens, reverses. They'll use him in the return game. He reminds me of Kevontae Turbin in the Cowboys. He's a little slender at the lower body, which when you're going across the middle in the NFL, Harry, you know this, like, you better be strong and have a nice little base to you because it hurts in there. But the dude, he's a great route runner, incredible quickness and change of direction.
I think he's a great pick, but I'm also, I'm calling a power sweep his side. I'm just going to go after him if we do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
just to see what he
but
can
here's
do.
my thing, though.
See what he's made of.
If you're an offensive coordinator and you have a guy that's a human joystick, that's fast, that can do a lot of different things, you just want to get the football in his hands, those are the meetings that you're having with everybody on your staff. How can you're gonna put up on the board?
Yeah.
How many different ways can we get this young man to football?
Yep, at least 5 to 6 touches a game.
Any given time.
It becomes an extension of the run game, right? And the bubble screens, the flats, the reverses, the shuffles, like that's going to produce probably just as good, if not better, than some of those inside-outside zones.
My beloved Raiders have made their pick. Byron Young, defensive tackle out of Alabama.
That's right. 2 players named Byron Young in this year's draft class. We're actually rolling the tape on the Tennessee one. Maybe we can switch that one to the Alabama defensive tackle. We'll share the edge, though, because he's going to get picked at some point here soon. This is Tennessee edge, good athlete. I actually thought he'd be the higher drafted of the 2 Byron Youngs. Instead, they go with Byron Young from Alabama, who's just a big body, just a run stuffer, a gap plugger, dirty work type of player. We've seen a couple of those now drafted in the past 30 or so selections.
But you knew defensive tackle was going to be a need for the Raiders, and frankly, run stopping is an issue for this Raiders team.
Yep.
So it makes sense. They addressed pass
totally
rusher
agree.
in the first round. They addressed a big boy in the middle. I expected that they would take a big boy.
You feel good.
You do feel
I
good.
wanted them either to take the biggest defensive tackle they could or Keely Ringo at this point. So they took the biggest defensive tackle they could. This speaks to sound, in my mind, a really sound development of what they're trying to accomplish on the defensive line. They need help at tackle. They needed help with somebody else.
Taking a punter there, what would you have thought? Like, you would have been like,
A punter?
Yeah,
You would have said it was great.
Yeah.
This is what we need.
No.
We
AJ
got.
Cole's-
We
AJ
plan-
Cole is
AJ
big
Cole.
we
time.
plan to punt a lot. So
A, the Raiders
We're
have
building
have
around
a
our
quality
strengths.
punter already, and B, this. You know what? New regime.
There it is.
Things are good. All right, Kendrick Miller goes to the Saints. Running back.
Good guy,
TCU.
Harry.
Red, Lyles.
I mean,
tee us up.
I would have loved this pick, except for it's the Saints. And we know that there are 2 of the Atlanta Falcons contingent on this desk. But look, I mean, jokes aside, this dude, like, he made Max Duggan great. He made this TCU football team great. I think this is a really good pick for them. And honestly, it's going to make Derek Carr's job even easier.
I think a patient runner, right? You know, a lot of times when you have these young guys, they just want to hit. He's a patient runner, sets up his blocks, lets his old line do his thing.
Yep.
Meant so much to TCU, just like the quarterback there at TCU. But Kendrick Miller, man, I think he's a baller. He's a gamer.
And there were
Breakout season
times
this year.
Yep.
There were times where he was not on the field and they looked like a different football team.
Yep.
He was that impactful.
No doubt about it. And for the Saints now, they have a bunch of depth. And keep in mind that Alvin Kamara, the team continues to brace for the possibility of a suspension. So
Yeah.
would not be surprised if it's Jamal Williams and Kendrick Miller on the field at some point.
I love his little backfield hop. Like that as a timing move. Like
That's
love it.
What was the Le'Veon Bell?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Boy,
that was.
Yeah.
whole different level.
Oh,
tick,
man.
tick, go. It's beautiful.
Yeah. He's kind of in the mold of an Alvin Kamara. He does some of the things that Alvin can do, which makes a lot of sense, obviously, for New Orleans.
Single back set monster. Like the kind of dude who was super productive in a spread set and really worked well within that system.
Also somebody that his coach pointed out with us on Fitz and Harry, that he is still working on developing as a pass catcher, but they believe that he has that capability. He wasn't asked to do a ton of it.
Yeah.
Grew a lot of that last year and continues to work on that as something that he's passionate about. So
And my personal favorite ability of a running back, this dude is just tough to bring down. Like, he's going to make you work for it.
Max Charbonnet's got some of that, too.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a handful of running backs go tonight. So we really had a clear delineation point Bijan Robinson, Jameer Gibbs. There we go. All right, go ahead. Do it.
No, I was letting you go. I was just setting the mood. I was giving you like a little.
The Giants have traded up.
Come on, Field. If you're going to go for the whole thing now.
No, you do it. Go ahead.
No. It's your turn. Yeah, here we go.
Ooh, I like that one.
That was good.
I like that one.
Saucy.
Rams just
like
keep diversifying their portfolios. They move back to, I believe, 60. Looks like the Rams move back from 73. The Giants move up, I believe, from 89. This should be a pretty hefty one there. Hefty one indeed. I'm working on some details here. Harry's working on ripping off.
Harry's trying to get the label. Harry's trying to get the label off a bottle because there will be no free things here.
Yep.
There must not be any Sprite, huh?
Yeah. I mean, usually it's Sprite. We can't tell the world that whatever the brand is that has the most sweetened tea, that's what Harry drinks, and that's probably his 5th of them today.
I mean, but that's Southern law.
Unsweet tea's better than sweet tea.
All right, well, let's not say that. Can we put that on the poll?
Wait a minute.
No.
Say what you just said one more time for me.
Unsweet tea is better than sweet tea.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What are you talking
You
about? right
understand
now?
that unsweet tea, let me break this down for you. This is also science.
That's imperialism.
Is quite literally pond water in a cup.
Can you also put that? Is unsweet tea actually pond water?
I just got a yes in my ear, so I know I'm right.
Unsweet tea is just glorified sugar water, and if I'm going to drink glorified sugar water, I'd rather have a soda. Sweet tea is like one of the most overrated drinks that you could possibly
Like, that's
consume.
how I know you've been living up north too long.
Even when I lived in the
talking
South.
like that, that's an up north.
When you're on the road and touring and country music, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's my granny's sweet tea." No, sweet tea is just might as well just. I'd rather
You
drink
don't
a
like
soda.
grandma's sweet tea?
No, grandma's sweet tea and grandma's
Grandma
fireball.
putting a whole
You wanna-
damn
you wanna-
bag of sugar in that sweet tea.
You want to see a villain turn
Hold
here? You want to see a villain turn? He's right. He's right. He's 100% right. I'm gonna. Yeah.
I'm so glad.
see,
I'm a heretic.
Outside.
You think you know something.
I can tell by that shimmy you don't like flavor.
I'm a heretic Southerner here.
I'm disgusted.
I'm saying, look, I lived south in the Mason-Dixon line for a very long time, so I'm
Unsweet tea
Hey, man.
is better than sweet tea.
100%.
Yeah. Neither one of them are good.
If I'm gonna put something in tea, I'll put a little bit of Splenda in my tea, but that's it. Like a little bit of Splenda, maybe.
That's what my grandma put in her coffee.
See?
Boy, give me 4 creams and 3 Splendors.
How big is the car? Is it
I need you to
About-
bring.
about this
I need
big.
you to bring him coffee on the show and do that exact voice when you do it.
No, please
I'm
don't.
stunned at this.
We asked everybody in the YouTube poll, is the selection of Hendon Hooker shocking by the Lions? 56% said no.
No, that's a good pick.
Also,
Yeah, man.
You know
we
what this
asked,
is a
do you
reminder
need to
of in the
babysit a
Lions?
banana? 51% of the people said no. You don't need to babysit.
How many said, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, they're watching. They're with
Okay.
us.
You know what's interesting with the Lions is, like, if you just divorced yourself from knowing what picks they made and just looked at the players they added, what a haul you'd think to yourself. Jameer Gibbs,
Yeah.
Campbell,
Yeah.
Sam LaPorta, Hendon Hooker. I get it. You got to do it.
I
What
think I
part
said-
you didn't like?
Where the hell have you been?
I think you went to the bathroom when I said that exact point.
Oh, shoot, Hawk. My
But
bad.
it's a damn good point.
Thank you, Hawk.
If I'm on the same side with Field, I'm doing something right. I know that much. Also, Field,
What'd I do?
noun name. Noun name. Name is a noun. Juice
yeah.
Scruggs.
Oh, yeah.
Field
There we
Yates.
go.
Field Yates, yeah.
Goats.
Yeah,
Guys, we have
exactly.
officially reached the point of the draft. Garrett Williams from Syracuse, where it's like we're starting to get into more unfamiliar territory. I'm not going to lie. I didn't do a whole lot of homework on Garrett Williams. I don't think I saw him at the Senior Bowl this past year, but that one, here's what I can tell you. The Cardinals have a significant need at cornerback after losing Byron Murphy in free agency. And I totally feel bad for you. My apologies, Hawk. I totally screwed that up. That was
No worries.
dumb.
That was not. I loved it.
It was a great point by you, though.
Absolutely. Me and Phil used to do a 7-hour radio show.
Every
together,
Sunday.
Every Sunday. 7 straight hours.
It was a blast.
And we would just
Closer in that
repeat the
time.
same thing over and over because new listeners
They always
will
tell us.
come in.
Everything.
So we're
That's
just
what
going
I
back to
was
our
doing.
roots.
That's what I was doing.
That's
what I was doing, right?
That's definitely what they teach you.
The playbook.
There is teamwork to make the dream work on that one. The Giants selection is in also. The Giants about to make that pick.
Before we get to that pick, I guess, since we were just discussing some name science, Garrett Williams, probably a first rounder if he doesn't have an S at the end of his name.
That I can
First
agree.
name Garrett Williams.
Yep, totally
It
agree.
doesn't count then. Okay.
There we go.
Yes.
There we
The
go. Now we're
Giants
on
get a
board.
weapon. Yep.
perfect spot for him too.
He looks like kid from Kid and Play.
Roll
Yes,
the
he does.
Alabama
It's
tape.
important. Yeah, roll that tape.
Roll that tape. You want to know why Jalen
Yeah.
Hyatt was picked? Right here, roll that Alabama tape. Taking the top off that defense, watching that in person was absolutely incredible. Like, look, he has had more games.
Yeah, here we go. Would you like to see arson?
You can't jam him.
It's too fast.
Look, 5 touchdowns, 6 receptions, I think 207 yards in that game. Look at that. I mean, dudes are tripping over each other.
I mean,
that was the best performance, right? Probably of the college football season.
I think, and I trust Brian Daboll
Yes.
to put him in the right situations, especially what I seen last year him do with Daniel Jones.
Yep.
Like, he understands that he's a little thin, but he can take the top off. So he's going to have him in these stacked formations. He's going to have him on the move, which Kansas City, especially early on, had Tyreek doing the same things of. So you're not going to be able to get your hands on him. So you better have guys in the secondary that can run, or they better get out their back pedal.
And I think more, and this is why I love Jalen Hyatt, not because he's like the most polished or well-rounded receiver. There's a lot he needs to work on. But for what he does it really well, which is take the top off a defense. You have to be a threat because that adds the balance to the offense. So for Brian Daboll, Daniel Jones, obviously have Darren Waller going down the middle now. You have Saquon in the backfield, Sterling Shepard. I mean, it gives them balance to say, you have to respect us deep, and it opens everything up, intermediate and short, and in the run game.
Take track out. You can't coach what, Hawk?
Can't coach speed.
Can't coach speed.
Yeah. Also, like,
Excluding track.
he couldn't ask for,
But even you need speed to start there.
couldn't ask for a better coach who understands the circumstance he's coming from and the circumstance he's going to than Brian Daboll, right? Who's coached at both levels and was effective in both and just finds ways to put dudes in good spots.
Can I make a point? I just want, like, when it's not outrage, but when fan excitement turns to the negative side and we get lashed onto takes quickly. Every once in a while, I Google Brian Daboll, worst offensive coordinator in NFL history, because after he had been fired by the Chiefs, Dolphins, and I think Browns as their offensive coordinator, that was what he was being labeled. Like, outrage can probably be contained. Like, sometimes coaches aren't as bad as they may seem, and sometimes players aren't as bad as they may seem. So it's a reminder that, like, it's got to be a marriage between the two sides.
And to that point, Brian Daboll is the entire reason that we now, and we have talked about this even before the draft, that when you look at somebody like Anthony Richardson, he is the guy that made Josh Allen not a bad quarterback. And so now we are going to watch teams make a bunch of picks because Brian Daboll turned Josh Allen into something he wasn't and has made Daniel Jones a not terrible quarterback.
But he's also a guy that has been around the block. Not to say that in a negative light.
No, it's good.
National championships at Alabama, coached under, what's the in the Patriots. I'm drawing a blank right now. I'm tired of him.
Bill O'Brien,
We're
Bill
around
Belichick.
three.
There we go.
Yeah.
I think, too,
Can't even think right.
I do want to make the one point, too. You mentioned the film on Alabama helped with Jalen Hyatt. We'll get to the next pick in 1 second. I was sitting next to A.J. McCarron doing the college football show here when that game happened. And he was yelling at the TVs like it's the same routes happening over and over and over again. And my point then was, if you know it's coming, and the best coached defense in the country knows it's coming, and the best defensive minds know it's coming, and a bunch of people that are about to get drafted in the NFL all know it's coming, and they can't stop it, you got to give some credit. Now, another Tennessee wide receiver just went off the board right after that. Cedric Tillman goes to the Browns. So we see back-to-backs.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
How about that? Okay.
A weapon for Deshaun Watson. I mean, I like Till, man. He's going to make the contested catches. He's going to be able to win versus press. I'm not saying all the time, but majority of the time. But you do need another weapon, right? They have the tight ends. You got Amari Cooper. I need somebody else for the Cleveland Browns to be able to step up, especially with Deshaun Watson. I'm expecting Deshaun Watson to be better.
Yeah.
Because what we seen last year, but it was rightfully so. He's been away from the game of football for a very, very long time, but they got him another weapon.
And you give him depth, right? Like, I think that's the most important thing for the Browns. You obviously have Amari Cooper, who's one of the best route runners, probably of this generation. I don't know if people realize that or not. Yep. You have Donovan Peoples-Jones, who got way more than they bargained for with him. He is a legit number 2. Now you add Tillman, to your point of bringing depth to that receiving core, bringing another weapon for Watson. But if one of those guys goes down with an injury or, they get tired, they're able to reload because he does a lot of the same things those guys can bring to the table.
And if you're a Browns fan, you should be excited about this because had he not gotten injured, he is somebody that before the college football season started, we thought he statistically was going to be one of the best, if not the best receiver coming into this season. He, again, was hurt. We thought he was going to have the numbers that Jalen Hyatt had, missed a bunch of games. I still think he's got a whole lot of good football.
But it also shows you, man, you can't afford to be getting hurt.
No, you
because
can't.
Somebody's waiting right there.
Yeah, nature of the game.
To step up and make their plays.
Harry Lyles Jr., I'm going to expand on your bit a little bit here. Cedric Tillman, that's a wide receiver. Tillman Cedric, if we reverse it, I say starting safety, all conference safety, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I like what
Tillman Cedric, that's like a late first rounder.
Passes the name science test.
Yep.
Mel's best available was just up on the screen. By the way, Brittany on Facebook said, the polo shirt guy got to go. Unsweetened tea's blasphemy. I wouldn't expect anything less for a guy who gets laser hair removal. You got to learn to listen. I don't get it yet. I'm considering getting it. You know what? I'm proud of that. Manscaping is something I'm quite proud of. And by the way, you, just like the tea, are not sweet. So there we go. I just thought I'd clap back at somebody in Facebook.
So you're just saying her listening skills aren't on point.
Well, I mean, I don't want to bog her down with details, but
Thank you for watching, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you.
That's a much better response. By the end of the show, I'm just going to be telling people to go to hell, and they're going to send me out to get a sandwich. The
right
Falcons are on the clock.
Sweet tea's trash.
Sweet tea. Oh, then he just under his breath mentioned sweet tea.
Yeah.
Sweet tea isn't just bad; it's
You
trash.
guys put raisins in your potato salad?
No, I
No, heavens no.
Just
no.
a check. Just a temperature.
All right.
I'm white, but I'm not that white. Thank you.
No, you need I don't know if you know that. You need a certificate for that. You have to go. I'm not going to that. That's a meeting. I miss it every time.
The Falcons are on the clock at this point. The pick is in. Any gut leaning for our two Falcons guys?
HD.
I say corner.
I mean,
Secondary
Keely Ringo
guy?
is still on the board.
I know.
Bring him home.
Yep. Bring him home. We'll see how this pick goes. By the way, I just haven't been able to say Adetomo Adebawore yet, and I'm just
You're waiting.
Adetomo Adebawore.
I just want it. I want that good in my life at one point. All right, so the pick is coming up now. Falcons fans getting ready to rejoice.
Oh, man, look at that young man right there. So much disappointment ahead of you, fella.
That was you at one time.
That was him 2 weeks ago.
Zach Harris,
defensive
end out of Ohio State.
I like this pick. My friend Matt Gilbert actually used to train Zach Harrison. Zach Harrison did not play a whole lot of high school football. Still a very raw prospect. His best football is still ahead of him. Obviously playing defensive line at Ohio State, there are plenty of names that we could talk about even just the last 3, 4, 5 years that are playing NFL football right now that are great. I think he's a little bit more of a project than most of those guys, but I really like this pick because of his upside.
Isn't it okay to be talking about like everything you just said, project upside?
Yeah.
I know it's only the third round, but
Well, in the Calais Campbell signing, hey man, take him under your wing, show him the ropes.
And also, you have to take into account context here. There's been a lot of, I don't want to say defensive chaos in terms of how that defense has been run at Ohio State, but it's been a time of transition, and they really haven't settled on who does what, and they've switched schemes and tweaked the scheme. So I think if you're going, hey, upside and potential, more than plausible.
Yeah.
Just another defensive person that the Falcons are, adding to their repertoire.
There you
look
go.
at that number there that they got on the screen. Fewest sacks for the last 2 seasons.
Yikes.
Falcons with 39, second lowest, Raiders with 62. That's a pretty glaring number.
What's the mean?
Oh, God, it's just miserable. The Patriots are never miserable. It just feels like they're always on the brink of something.
No, well, you're in New England territory right now. The Patriots won 8-9 last year, and people thought they had hit rock bottom. Like, what a time to be alive. 8-9, and people were like, oh, my God, like, they don't deserve our attention.
They should talk to Atlanta fans. 8-9.
Yeah, I mean, 8-9. I throw parades for 8-9. Marte Mapu is the pick out of Sacramento State.
Almost there.
Marte Mapu, probably the best player who was snubbed, did not get a combine invite. Played at Sacramento State, 6 years there. Heat-seeking missile. Watch him just destroy this back for a tackle for loss right now. Might be a safety in the NFL level. Might be a linebacker at the NFL level. I'll tell you what, though. The minute he shows up, this dude could be an all-pro special teams player freaky athlete. Again, there are going to be guys that did not get invited to the combine that didn't get drafted. This was one where everybody was like, wait, why didn't they invite Marte Mapu to the combine? Did have a pec injury suffered during the pre-draft process, so could not bench in his pro day, but this dude's rocked up. Bill Belichick loves versatility. Marte Mapu.
Also, it's just Bill Belichick being like, I watch the games no one else does.
Yep.
I'm super smart. Which
I
he
mean,
is.
it works for him, though.
It
does.
works, man. Sac State was awesome last year, by the way. First in the Big Sky.
I know we've said this several times, but if the Patriots had the same exact draft or the Eagles had the same exact draft that the Lions would have, we're like, oh, yeah. Makes sense.
That makes sense. No.
You mentioned Byron Young, that there were two of them.
Yeah, there are.
The second Byron Young out of Tennessee was just selected by the Rams. So
there we go. Twitchy edge out of Tennessee is Byron Young. Some pass rush upside here for the Rams, who, let's play this game right now. Besides Aaron Donald, can you name a projected starter on the Rams defense?
Give me a second, Phil.
Okay, go start Googling it right now. But Byron Young, big physical player. Obviously, this Tennessee offense was the story of the past season, but the Tennessee defense had a couple of bright moments as well. And Byron Young, the highest pedigree player on the defensive side of the ball in the draft this year. The Rams really need edge presence right now. Leonard Floyd was released, and frankly, I'm not sure who else really does the job of rushing the passer from the edge from Los Angeles. They've been stockpiling picks tonight, have the Rams, and this is I think the second pick they've made so far.
Yeah, Phil, you talk
Steve
about
Avila. Yep.
You talk about bright spots on that Tennessee defense. It always felt like if they were ever making a play, it was coming from this guy right here.
I just think the Rams, Leonard Floyd, Bobby Wagner, Jalen Ramsey, you lose three pivotal people from your defense, so you're going to have to start building.
Young.
Raheem Morris is an unbelievable coach. He can coach the offensive side and defensive side. He's a defensive coordinator now for the Rams, so he's going to have to start looking where can he replace a lot of these guys.
I love the way you said that, though, because let's remember, this is the organizational decision that the Rams made, was that they were willing to get rid of all the draft picks they had to, which meant they trusted their scouts and their staff to be able to identify people in these situations, third, fourth, fifth rounders, because they just haven't had the picks otherwise. By the way,
they didn't really trust their scouts for a while. They were never picked in the draft.
I mean, now
the Rams actually did a good job finding some non-first-round picks for a while, which allowed them to make that push beyond all the players that they acquired via trade and free agency. But yeah, the Rams, it's going to be a frustrating couple of years here. Am I reading this right? The Packers just double dipped.
The Packers just took Tucker Kraft, tight end out of South Dakota State.
I mean, this dude,
Go
so
Jacks,
fun to
baby.
watch.
But Darnell Washington is just like,
there's some health concerns there with Darnell. If you don't know Tucker Kraft's story, you're going to get to know it in a hurry here. This dude was unbelievable at South Dakota State, who totally dominated FCS this past year. They won the national championship. I believe their first or second one ever. North Dakota State's won like 8 out of the past 10, but South Dakota State decided to break up the party. Tucker Kraft, prior this year, had massive offers to enter the transfer portal and go play for Nick Saban at Alabama and probably collect 7 figures in NIL money down there. He said, you know something? Appreciate the offer. I'm going to finish off what I have been working for.
Really?
In South Dakota State.
Playing on frozen football fields. And
Decision making is his name.
Getting drafted by the Packers.
I mean, Kraft cheese being selected by by the Packers.
I mean, come on.
But
I
look at him. He's like, he's a house.
Ooh.
What's the Spencer for him? Like, he's not a
he is
powerful sex draft.
He is closer to the big truck model, but he's a big truck model with the sport package. Let's put it that way.
I like that. I like that. And they get Musgrave, they get Kraft, they get Jaden Reed. Again, they're stockpiling weapons for Jordan Love. None in the first round.
No.
Right? That's not how they do things. But still, 2 tight ends and 3 picks.
The Colts take another weapon that they can give Anthony Richardson. Josh Downs, the wide receiver out of North Carolina. But what'd you say, Hawkins? You like that?
I like him a lot, man. I like him a lot, especially in the gas. He plays big. He has gas. You talk about stop, go, lightning in a bottle. That's Josh Downs. Again, out routes, in routes, deep. I mean, he can get open in a phone book. And again, for someone like Anthony, who is coming into his first year in the league, he's going to need outlets. He's going to need people that can just get open, give him separation. Those are going to be the throws he feels best about. And this guy can separate as good as any receiver in this draft.
You can line them up all over the place too.
Yeah, this is a dude that Drake May is going to miss. Right? I mean, like, he can do it all for you. I know his size might scare some people, but
doesn't scare me, Harry.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, look at this guy right here.
The word is glide. Like to me, like he always looks like he's going slower than he actually is, and he is moving.
I mean, incredible production, over 100 catches each of the past 2 years, playing with different quarterbacks. Big time high school player, big time. He's a Georgia kid, isn't he?
I believe so.
I believe he's a Georgia kid too. This guy. This is the Colts.
Yeah.
Dang, I like that one too.
That's
for
a good one.
Indianapolis.
I like it.
All right, so all these guys' lives are changing, and that means that they're going to have the opportunity to have a slightly stacked bank account, maybe do a little shopping. Here's what some of the draft prospects have told us about what they're going to do when they get that opportunity to have their first big pay. I can't imagine what it feels like to wake up one day and be like, I got that signing bonus. They're all going to know what that feels like, which means they, two of the guys in the set know what that feels like. But for some of these prospects, they're going to get the opportunity to let loose. What? You want to tell everybody in America what you? No, never mind.
What do you mean signing bonus?
Signing bonus, like when you played in the NFL. Little signing bonus?
We had those back then?
No, well, I don't know. That
man's delirious.
We need to catch you up.
He needs some sweet
At this
point, HD's like
Twinkie or something.
he's in deny everything mode. He's just waiting for Twinkies and hanging out.
I have a banana if you want.
Health food for this guy? That's never going to happen. I think we've got it here for
You
you.
missed the trade.
That
by the
banana
way.
needs to go
We
to
missed
the
Oh, goodness.
We missed the
traded to the Panthers.
I think are we doing a trade now?
Of course, we
Presley,
gotta wake
what-
up.
Okay.
All right, no, I need to.
All right, hit it. Let's go.
There you go.
There you go.
I felt that one.
You know what? I just realized how aggressive that is for the rest of you. So I think I kind of owe you an apology. Like it's a lot louder than I realized it was when he's the one hitting it. We got a trade there, Field?
Don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, okay. Well, we got a trade.
have that fact.
We'll try and get some details here on this trade at this point. The Panthers pick is in.
Oh, there you go.
Trying to get some deets on the sitch.
Really?
I like saying anything to
Put a new poll in. Choice A, Deets. Choice B, the Sitch. That's it. The Deets or the Sitch. Vote. Vote now. Everyone who's still in the YouTube comments, thank you for that.
Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
No, that's not. We don't know yet.
No, we don't know yet, but that's all I know right
on
now.
the sitch. Okay.
So right now, Bryce Young, obviously,
Hey,
and
Field, who's he
Jonathan Mingo.
moving up for? I just had to ask. Oh, things are getting off the rails. Go ahead. Sorry, Lyles.
No, I got nothing to add.
It's weird.
Man, what is Devin A-Chain doing there? Because, this is obviously
elite speed.
Torch
But
speed.
I think the knock on him is that he doesn't have that shiftiness, them sudden cuts and moves to break you off.
Okay, can I come back to this? He's real fast.
He is. But playing the running back position, you have to be shifty at times.
It's hard to get that speed
I
going.
mean, is it that
You can't stop it,
bad?
though.
Because it wasn't that. Okay. This is also another thing where, I don't know if Texas A&M's offensive foibles and their struggles had something to do with his fall in this draft. Because there were times when he was the best player on the field in certain games. All right?
Yeah.
It wasn't consistent, but there's still, to me, something there. I don't know if he's a situational dude. I don't know if you put him in certain spots, but I don't know. I'd take a flyer on him.
I mean, and this feels like the right time to be doing that, right? Like somebody's going to take him, and we're all going to say,
Not
"Oh,
in
it
the
makes
third
sense."
round.
I would say third round
Not
flyer
the third.
territory.
I mean, but
you can get Harry Douglases around this
I
time.
would go 5. Yeah, so don't dare disrespect.
Nah, this ain't no flyer round, baby. We still building.
We're going to take a chance on the guy.
Right.
Third round.
At 80. Nah, man, we need.
I asked Dan
players.
Carthon where he would draft Harry today, and he was like, I don't know, maybe day 3. What did he say, day 3 or third round?
Third round.
If you redid the 2008 draft, Harry would go top of the second round. At least.
Where would Hawk go?
But we
I'd probably be still a 6th rounder. I was undrafted for 4 straight years. But still, I think I was top 10 in yards of that draft class. I just didn't get to the NFL for 3 extra years. But Harry, one of the top guys out of that draft class.
There's no doubt.
Respect.
We
Come
had
on,
no
man.
first rounders.
84th
Yep.
pick. 84th pick. We're coming up on the Harry pick here soon. That's what I'm waiting
Yeah,
on.
so
are we gonna
you
call
would
that
not
the
make
Harry
a
Douglas
mockery of this third round.
No.
I wasn't making a mockery of the third round. I'm saying that.
I know. I just want to mess with you. You would not make a mockery of the third.
I mean,
Now, after 84, you can do whatever the hell you want to do.
85.
But before 84, you will not do it.
okay.
Take it from 83.
Yeah,
Take it from
the
number
boy.
83.
the YouTube community has voted 60% vote Deets, 40% vote Sitch. So
I knew it.
we're still
Pay me.
Team Deets.
Wait, 40% Sitch?
Yeah.
Sitch, yeah.
Not a lot of Kim Possible fans, huh?
No.
Pick is in.
That was Lyles' big takeaway.
Yeah.
Oh, nectar God.
DJ Johnson, this
Can we
feels.
talk about I want to talk about the infrastructure for Carolina. And one man touched on it yesterday a little bit too, but when you look at Frank Wright, a guy that played in the National Football League, you look at Jim Caldwell, who's had a ton of success and should be a head coach right now. Thomas Brown, man, a guy that a lot of people think very highly of. You look at a guy like,
Josh McCown.
You have Andy Dalton as their backup.
Yep.
Bryce Young is set up for success. I really like the offensive line. They addressed that need in free agency last year, the Carolina Panthers, and they were a lot better in 2022. I'm looking for those guys going into their second year of having that cohesion on the O-line. I like the way the run game was late in the last year. Now, I understand it's going to be a different system or whatnot, but still, I like the way those guys came together. I just think Bryce Young is set up for success, and we know his mindset.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like the Carolina pick is in at this point. I'll just reveal to the world here. We got DJ Johnson out of Oregon.
That's why I was talking about Carolina.
Okay, so what do we think of DJ Johnson with that pick?
Freak athlete, guy. He's
feel.
played on both sides of the ball, or has obviously played linebacker for Carolina. Interesting to moved up for him, though. But really good athletic traits, and everything is new this year in Carolina. The entire offensive and defensive staff has been overhauled, so hard to say exactly how the incumbent pieces fit, but if you're looking for some, you saw that was the stuff right up the gut there from DJ Johnson. So, there's your answer. That if you're looking for an athletic freak, you just got yourself one from Oregon.
I love what the Panthers have done with the draft so far, specifically with Jonathan Mingo. I think you're going to get a lot more than you bargained for with that pick. And to Harry's point about the infrastructure and the people that are set up around Bryce Young for his success, I love it. I played with Josh McCown. I played with Andy Dalton. I mean, these are gifts from God in the quarterback room, right? To help him understand. These are people, Andy Dalton obviously helping with Justin Fields in Chicago. Yeah. Josh McCown is, when you think of backup quarterbacks, you think of Josh McCown because of his ability to help young guys mature and develop into NFL QB. So for Bryce Young, for anything that you're thinking from his size standpoint or any weaknesses, he's going to be set up for success with all those people in
But here's the funny thing. We haven't said much about their defense. 2 years ago, this was a top 5 defense.
Yep.
Literally a top 5 defense.
That just needed a quarterback.
I think you look at the players that they have, from Von Bell, they brought over in free agency, J.C. Horn, Dante Jackson, Gross Matos from Penn State, Derrick Brown, Shot Tuttle. They have the players.
Yeah.
They just got to put everything together.
All right, the Titans are on the clock. The pick is in. They're about to make their pick. I would like to at least make sure everybody knows the Titans waited. They waited it out, and then they got arguably their quarterback of the future. Will Levis is going to be a Tennessee Titan. So as much as we sort of, because of the way the draft works, we move right along, I don't want to gloss over the fact that the Titans did not reach in the first round for a quarterback, but they eventually reached the point where, hey, the value is too good to say no to, and they brought in the guy that could likely be their starter for the future. So this has been a huge night for the Titans so far.
More O-line help here?
I mean,
yeah, they lost 2 solid guys, and the year before they lost another one too, Roger Saffold to the Buffalo Bills. So 3 in the last 2 years wouldn't be a bad call.
All right, so the pick is in. I'm sorry, I think they're trying to tell me. It looks like things are frozen here. We'll get it up for you in just a second.
Tajay's
Harry.
I've been waiting for Tajay to get picked. I love this pick. This dude has been through a lot. 2020 had a knee injury that kept him out most of the year. A lot of people forget with this Tulane team. 2021, incredibly difficult for them. They spent 4 weeks in Birmingham from the hurricane that year. That was another tough season for them, but this dude is one of the hardest workers, or was one of the hardest workers in college football last season. I actually spoke with his quarterback, Michael Pratt, this past week, and he told me, hey man, he wasn't one of our team captains, but he was always around him. He was always leading meetings, always leading workouts, and the work has showed up in his game. He has progressed as a player every single year that he's been in college, and for a Tulane team that was the surprise of college football, just go look at his USC tape and go tell me that's not an NFL player.
Listen, man, this is an ESPNU 3:30 game hero, because every time you flipped over to the Tulane game, he was going off. Love this dude.
Also, let's acknowledge the fact that while Rand Carthon on Fitz and Harry said that there's nothing to any of the rumors have been everywhere that Derrick Henry might have been shopped or might be shopped or might not be like Derrick Henry is certainly not getting younger and certainly has had a lot of usage. I mean, this speaks to the continual rebuild of what the Titans are right now. Like, I think the Titans are trying to build foundational pieces moving forward.
But I also believe, D. Hen has carried the load for a very, very long time. Like, you got to have somebody secondary to be able to do it as well.
Even if he stays and they're not trying to shop him, and he gets injured and everything goes down the tank, you got to have somebody to spell him. This is the state of the NFL we're in. Yes, he's been a workhorse like we've never seen in this era, but as you get older in the running back years, to make it last, you need somebody to kind of help shoulder the load.
Make it last forever.
We got the Bucks up. Can't sing. Not allowed to sing. Can't pay that. Can't pay those bills, Harry. All right, well, you can with that NFL money. But Yaya Diaby out of Louisville is the pick for the Bucks. Louisville boy.
Long,
There you go.
long arms, can really get to the quarterback. Was one of the bright spots along with another one of those rushers that they had. But a guy that I think is going to have a better pro career than he did college career. I think it's all about fit. Who's the team he's going to? I need to see where he's going right now.
The Buccaneers.
Buccaneers. Well, a team that's set up for success. We talked about the young players that they have on their defensive line. I think he's going to be able to eat and feed off of the attention that the other guys are going to be able to garnish from their opponents.
They also get Kalijah Kancey early in this draft.
Hold that thing for me, please. Okay. Yeah. Also,
Denver's on the clock.
The Seahawks have traded the pick with the Broncos, which don't you think if you're the Broncos, you just don't call the Seahawks for a while?
What's that text look like? You up? Like, it's like, hey, you
Down to
up?
get worked again?
All right, so the Broncos have moved up, and Seattle has moved down, and
What? The Broncos, I would never go back to the Seahawks.
I agree. It did not work out for them the first time around. But it's the draft. Anything is possible.
did something happen between those two teams?
No.
No?
You were in, like, is there a spot where they're like, we always talk about players off the board? Are there just organizations for some organizations that are just off the board because of things like that? Like,
We've seen a lot more of, like, even in recent drafts, we've seen a lot more, like, even within the same division trades.
They're like, forget it.
Whatever.
Belichick will hold grudges.
Even Belichick did a deal with the Jets, like, last year.
Yeah. If he thinks he's hosing them, he'll do it.
But look at what we
But
see.
if he thinks he's helping them, he won't do it.
Yeah.
Like the Detroit Lions
Lions
traded
traded
their
everybody.
tight end to the Minnesota Vikings,
Yep.
a team in their own division.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, but at the end of the day, if your analysis looks at it and says, man, this guy's no good, do you really care if you give him to somebody else? You're gonna have
Well,
to
yeah,
play
he just went over there and started balling though.
I know, but you got to trust. You got to trust your room. Like,
Yeah.
Or evaluate yourself too.
yeah. Well, that is fair.
Because
That's
maybe
fair.
you're not utilizing that.
But
play
if
the
you're
right way.
dating her and you know she's crazy, and then one of your friends comes up that's like not really your friends, like somebody you don't like comes up.
well,
and is like,
maybe you
I
were a
wanna date
cheater
your
and
ex.
made her crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to date your ex. I'm like,
Okay, gaslighter. I see you.
all right.
It's you, the problem.
Yeah,
It's you.
that is wow. All right, Taylor. All right, what are we
Yeah.
doing? All right, so I said this earlier. I'll try this again. You know, two guys at this table know what it's like to wake up one day and get a signing bonus, right? And it's a cool moment where you know that you've accomplished something great in your life, right? Yeah, hey, I did this.
We know what it's like to be in the NFL.
Right. Well, no, but I got to.
But not everybody in the NFL gets a signing bonus.
Hey, specific. Hey,
Yeah.
my job is to queue up a piece about signing bonuses.
Oh, my
so
bad.
y'all stay out of my damn way.
bad.
This is about signing bonuses. God, what am I doing here?
First, I plan on buying. I want to buy my mom a house.
My mom and dad, I want to buy them a house. That's what I'm excited to do. I don't really have like a big purchase in mind, to be honest. We're going to go out to dinner after this. So I say the family dinner after the draft is probably the only thing I can think of.
So the first thing I'm going to buy, probably pay my tithes at church. I feel like I have to do it, for God. But then probably like a nice, small, like modern-looking house, because it's just going to be me. So I don't want to buy like big old house.
What's the first fun thing you're gonna buy?
First fun thing I'm going to buy, I don't know. I feel like I'm going to wait till after the season to spend my money. I want to take a great trip. I want to travel out the country, maybe to go to Italy or something and just do the full experience. You know what I mean? I want to go to places I've seen on TikTok.
I want a car. I want to get a car, Tesla. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Nothing crazy. Maybe something for wherever I end up. Wherever I end up at. Maybe something for the crib I get out there. Something for the house or whatever. That'll probably be something I'm looking forward to.
Probably a dog, like a little Chiweenie. I love the little dogs, and just have like a cool friend to have, with me. but that'll probably be like the first like fun thing I'm gonna buy.
Do you have a name in mind for a dog?
Probably like Blue.
I don't know. I might just go on a trip or something. You know, I haven't been out the country yet. You know, I got my passport for a long time, but I never went nowhere. So I might just go somewhere, have some fun, enjoy my time.
All right, you are watching all of the NFL draft coverage. We are here with you for every single pick tonight with no commercials. Field Yates hanging out with us, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Hawk, Harry Lyles. I'm Jason Fitz. We're all having a good time.
Oh, I like that signing bonus piece.
Yeah, thanks.
I really enjoyed it.
And did you actually know that's a regular-sized microphone? Their hands are all
Yeah, they're
massive.
just all massive. yeah.
Okay.
You could have convinced me with Bryce Young.
Well, it would be the opposite, wouldn't it?
I want to come back to the signing bonus talk, but Riley Moss just got selected, and I want to talk about Riley Moss.
I do too.
Do it.
I'm a big Riley Moss fan. I learned of Riley Moss. My nephew was playing for Indiana, D-tackle. I come home. I'm like, how's he doing? Like, they're losing. There's a corner there that has 2 pick sixes. And I'm like, oh, dang, he's a baller. I see the highlights. He's going off. It was Riley Moss. This is a couple years ago. Wow. That was when I knew you had something special with this guy.
He's a great player. I was talking to Kirk Ferentz about him, and one of the things that Kirk said was, it took a while for people to come around on him.
I wonder why.
Being a cornerback, and I was like, well, Kirk, it's just not many dudes that look like Riley Moss playing cornerback nowadays. Now is it? And he's like, no, there's not.
Let's just. Do you want to explain to everybody why there's a?
Hey, well, you want me to do it for you? He's the only white cornerback in the NFL right now. How's that?
Yeah.
The only one?
And he's genuine. Like, he's a really.
yeah.
Oh, he
good
embraced
player.
it.
And again, it is worth repeating again. This Iowa defense for as many jokes as that team took every Saturday because they could not score more than 15 points. That defense was holding most teams to like 12 or 13.
I have to interrupt all of this to quickly say, with the 84th pick in this year's NFL draft, the Miami Dolphins just selected Devon Achane, who I said would be worth a flyer at this point, was told to be blatant disrespect by the person selected 84th in the NFL draft. You just told me it would be disrespectful, and on the 84th pick.
We're saying he's not a flyer, not that.
Well, I would say this. I will put those guys, skill position players, up against track teams in a 4x100 relay race.
This fits profile because Dolphins love speed to burn. Devon Achane, that's his primary asset here. It'll be interesting to see him in a modern football offense.
Yeah, fastest running back at the combine this year. This dude can flat out fly. That was his signature run that you're seeing right there of this past season against Florida. This dude, I mean, the Dolphins, where are they slow?
Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Raheem Mostert.
This is how Mike McDaniel
A-Chain
likes his players. And he doesn't take flyers on players in any part of the draft. He doesn't take flyers in undrafted free agents. He is methodical with every single one. My first year in Cleveland, he was in charge of the undrafted free agents. 3 undrafted free agents they had were Taylor Gabriel, Willie Snead, and Keion Williams, right? Like, it's hard to hit on one undrafted, literally 3 that end up going to have a 10-year career. I mean, this is someone he sees a big part of his offense. I'm sure of it.
I just want this on record, and Spencer, correct me if you feel like I'm wrong here, but I think you'll agree with me. I feel like over the next handful of years, or depending on how long Jimbo Fisher is still the head coach at Texas A&M, for as much as 8-5 as they have been, we know all the 5 stars that they're bringing in. I feel like we're going to see a lot of Texas A&M players that are going to be better pros than they were college players.
I think that's correct. And at times, by the way, Devon Achane this year was the only thing they had. At times, it was almost a glorified Wildcat. That was the only offensive asset they had that was working consistently.
That speaks
But you're
to
right.
something I say constantly, like, the job of head football coach is head football coach, not head football recruiter. There is certainly no difficulty at A&M getting everybody in the building. It just hasn't resulted in actual wins. But it doesn't change the fact that it's a wildly talented team year in and year out. You're what are you clapping for? What are you happy about over here?
Find out. Why not? Give it time.
Oh, okay.
It'd be worth it, though.
Okay.
Look at that.
Okay.
We just saw it there. Deion Henley. Let's talk about him for a second.
Let's talk about Deion Henley. Quarterback in high school.
Yeah.
Goes and switches to wide receiver.
Yeah.
Goes from wide receiver
Look at you burying the lead.
to corner or safety, nickel to safety to linebacker. And this is a guy who is still really raw and learning the position. Dad is a music exec as well.
There we go. Thank you.
Who is the guy, Big U
Dad's
in LA.
a legend. That's right.
Shout out to Big U.
Big U.
Andrew Hawkins said that, just for the record.
That's right. His son is the son of Big U, Dion Henley, who Nevada was where he started his college career, followed his coordinator to Washington State, and got some experience at the highest level. We've seen a handful of guys now, and Henley is one of them too, where we're getting into I think it's like 23, 24 years old, because you've got guys that took advantage of those COVID years. So, this is but look, he's rocked up now, I'll tell you that much. He's going to look the part there.
Athleticism.
Ridiculous.
Yep.
Crazy
athlete.
Yep.
Crazy athlete. And again, he's still learning linebacker, right? So even when you watch his tape, obviously he has the instincts and the athletic ability, but there are so many things that he is going to continue to learn, which is, I think, what excites the people at the next level.
I think playing on the offensive side of the ball, too, is very beneficial when you move to the defensive side. You know how those guys think over there. You probably see things more clear than everyone else on your defense, unless you have somebody over there, too, that play offense beforehand at a high level.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about chase down tackles. He's sideline to sideline. He does not stop, and then you are not safe anywhere because he will catch you because he's played almost every position on the field.
Is this what you were clapping about, the field, or are we still in suspense? Okay, I just
Henley,
didn't know. Okay, I didn't know if there was more suspense.
And I can't overstate this enough. His father, Big U,
the man,
is a Los Angeles legend.
Shout out to Big U.
Shout out
to Big U.
Yeah. Shout out to Dayon, too.
Lyles,
that was well
do you
done.
want to give a shout out to Big U?
Yes. I've been concurring that every single time. I also want that on record.
Harry, what did you buy with your signing bonus? We had three.
Yeah,
I think 4 kids said houses on there.
Yep.
Bryce Young said he wasn't going to buy anything, which probably means he'll play for 20 years.
So what I did, and not because my parents asked me to, because I just wanted to, I paid off my parents' house because I knew growing up they missed house payments or whatnot, so me and my brother and sister could do the things that we wanted to do. So I wanted to repay them and thank them for investing in us so we could do what we love.
Man, that's great.
And,
right there.
you know, a lot of y'all know my brother played in the NBA for 8 years. He's overseas now, Tony Douglas, and my sister's doing very well in her career and whatnot. But my parents made the ultimate sacrifice, so the first thing I wanted to do was let them know it didn't go unnoticed.
That's incredible.
I was going to say, man.
That's incredible. That's how you know someone has a good hand on their shoulders.
Huh?
Lamborghini. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I was like, that's the best answer.
I didn't buy anything. I'm still waiting to make a big purchase after my signing bonus.
Man, that necklace you got on has got to cost a little bit.
Huh?
Is that real? The necklace, that real?
Don't play me.
No. These are not real. These are
The audience is bigger.
Look, these are not real.
Well, everybody know, hey, you buy 3, get 3 free from Claire's.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, my watch and stuff, that's going to be real. But my earrings, you're going to buy 3, get 3 free.
My earrings ain't real either. But the necklaces, of course they're real. Yeah, that's where I draw the line. I can't go green neck. I'll go green ear. You can't see my ears.
Green neck. We all remember them high school days. That fake, you come on with that fake chain after you've been sweating all night.
Yep.
Neck all bumped up in the back.
Can't wear no V-neck because you got a green mark on your neck.
There is
Torrey Smith making an announcement.
Literally impossible for me to change the subject fast enough, but I did this to America, so
You did well.
that is my fault. All right, Trenton Simpson, linebacker out of Clemson, is a pick.
So what
for the
team?
Ravens. The Ravens.
He is a Raven-type player.
is, man.
They seem to do it year in and year out. Last year, they really hit on the draft, especially on the defensive side, and taking Linderbaum in the first round at the center position. I think this young man here has a lot more upside than people may think. Like, fly around, making plays, physical, can get downhill, run sideline to sideline. So I really like him at this spot, especially for the Ravens.
Yep. You know, we're kind of at the part of the show where things get weird. Spencer, you and I watch a lot of Love Island.
True.
Baltimore's clearly got a type, do they not?
The type on paper, man. It's this dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely this dude. And I will say that, like, he probably at Clemson, I don't think that he was necessary. I think he's going to get better. Trying to find a real nice way to say this. The pros are going to be very kind to him. I think it's going to be a great environment. Okay.
Hey, he's going to have to take the traits and put them all together.
Yep. Right.
Superb athlete.
Yep.
Combine warrior, but didn't translate always to a football player. Playing next to Roquan Smith will teach you, though, you got to have some nasty in you to survive at the NFL level.
Just a little bit.
Just do what that dude does.
Yeah.
And he'll fit, right?
Yep.
Because this is another guy who's a 5-star recruit out of high school, but he's very versatile. He could play linebacker. He was matched up against tight ends that could run with him. He played the nickel sometimes against the slot and rush the passer.
I'd prefer to give the benefit of the doubt and say, I don't know if Clemson was necessarily the best fit for him.
All right.
Right?
In the YouTube
That happened.
chat, what a difference a day makes. We asked, what team is winning day 2 of the NFL draft? Overwhelming majority with 44% of the vote, the Lions.
Lions.
Yeah.
There you go.
So,
Trust the
it's funny.
process.
Look at that.
It is funny to the point that's now been made twice at this set. If you just look at the names, the Lions might be winning the draft overall. By the way, there was a trade, but it happened, frankly, while Harry was telling a beautiful story about his family. We didn't think we should,
Gong him.
So Ji'Ayir Brown is the pick for the 49ers who made a trade to get up here. Safety out of Penn State. Gentlemen? Anybody?
So Ji'Ayir Brown goes by Tig. Not going to run really well, but if you find a more fun football player to watch in this year's safety class, let me know. I played next to Jaquan Brisker last year, and those two just were a ridiculous duo. But this guy is tough as heck. Play down in the box, play a little bit in space as well. Don't know exactly what kind of role he would have for San Francisco, but if he had run like a tenth of a second faster, maybe 15 one-hundredths of a second faster, I think he would have heard his name called a long time ago. I hate to sound like such a running cliche. Football player, take Brown.
Well, no, you said it. As soon as you said, could be a little bit faster, he's going to be right in that box, Phil. Making plays in that box.
He's one of these dudes that's just kind of a natural chaos agent. I don't even necessarily know what position that is or how to use him, but things that get messed up when you put him. Things get messed up for the offense when you put him on the field.
Well, what would help him in San Francisco is that we do know they have an unbelievable defensive line.
Yeah.
And you can have deficiencies on the back end when you have a D-line like San Francisco has.
Of note, this is the first selection San Francisco has made in this year's draft. So this is the only addition that they have made by way of the draft this season for a team that obviously has a ton of talent on their roster.
And they will be right there with the Philadelphia Eagles next year.
Yeah.
With their first pick being in the 3rd round.
Yeah. Well, and also of note, there was a lot of speculation. We talk about trade speculation all the time. There was the question of, would Trey Lance be traded over the first 2 days of the draft? That obviously did not happen also. So now the Jags are on the clock, and the Jags pick is already come in. Jacksonville now has made their selection at the podium.
Just doing good business so far in this draft of the Jaguars. But moving back, accumulating a bunch of picks and hitting a couple of needs.
Yeah, those couple of needs so far. Anton Harrison out of Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
Brenton Strange, Penn State tight end. A couple of picks for them. And now Tank Bigsby, maybe the best name in all the land. Yeah. Tank Bigsby, running back out of Auburn.
Solid time
hey,
to
man,
offset
can you
Travis
go wrong
Etienne.
with that?
Thunder and lightning here. This dude is no nonsense as a runner. Is Tank Bigsby. He even arrived as like one of the top recruits in the country, right?
Yeah.
Played really well as a true freshman. Man.
I mean, the only analysis I will give you, and I think it's the only analysis that you will need, and again, this is somewhat name science, bro. You can't go wrong with a running back whose name is Tank.
Agreed. The name science has been pretty much on point so far.
It hasn't failed.
That's what you call an aptronym, which is when your name dictates or indicates what your calling or your profession is.
Yeah, another struggle season hero for a kind of disappointing Auburn team who very much would at times carry this team as best he could in difficult situations.
Yep.
I particularly I like his reads, man.
I would say the last 2 years he's been.
Yeah.
Which has been an incredible ask.
Yeah, big ask.
An incredible ask is also, to get to hang out with Spencer Hall. Apparently, I didn't know this, but Spencer today was in Connecticut. We all know that. We're up here giving you this draft show. But he decided to have a little bit of fun doing something I didn't even know existed in this fine, fine state. Check this out. Oh, sorry. It's going to come in here. There we go. Oh, hell yes. Give me the only the largest scale models. Did you go to a mini museum? What is this, Spencer?
That is the Mystic Seaport Museum, all right? I am I'm a huge fan of the sea, any movie about the sea, Master and Commander. All movies about the sea are dope. This is a rule that has been cited on the internet. Often I will repeat it. This is the Mystic Seaport Museum, and they have a giant model of that. And of course, me being a huge dork who's not cool enough to hang out with HT, all I want to do is play with the enormous model. That's all I want to do, is just to stand over it like Godzilla and threaten the citizens of that imaginary town.
So you came to Connecticut.
Yes.
You drove roughly an hour to
Hour,
a
10
very
minutes.
beautiful, water area at Mystic Pizza. There was a movie based on that. You went to this beautiful area, and you went to a museum with tiny models.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like that.
That is what I did. And I took my children, who are equally, in my vein, and I said, behold the model. And they were like, Father, we have beheld the model. Had a great time. Had a great
Did it have a
time.
football
Field, you've lived here a long time. Have you ever been to the Mini
Did
Model
that
Museum?
town have a football team?
No.
I'd be Calvin Johnson in that town.
Yeah, no, you
Yeah. But me and Bryce Young would be Calvin Johnson.
several
and Cam
Calvins
Newton.
and several Bryces.
Yes.
Lyles, you're saying what?
I was saying it's not uncommon for somebody that lives somewhere to not go see the tourist attractions. I live in Atlanta. I've never been to the World Coke.
Okay, that's a little weird also.
That was
But
in Miami.
I didn't even know that there was a model museum tourist attraction. I would go check that out.
Hey, listen, man, I got kids. My expectations when I go somewhere are real low. Do you have ice cream? Is the admission fee manageable and affordable? And also, can I find the bathroom at all times? If the answer to these things are yes on all three counts, that is a 5-star attraction, okay?
That's glorious. I'm speechless. And would you recommend it? 10 out of 10? Give it a 1 to 10.
Dude, listen, quality third-round pick. The Mystic Seaport Museum. Okay, quality.
You're not taking a flyer on that thing?
Taking a flyer.
No.
It's solid.
I'm
You're
saying,
trying to-
solid.
All right, good.
Solid third rounder, definitely a part of our development plan. Okay,
All right,
Happy we
perfect.
did it.
Part
Yeah.
of your future.
All right, 84th pick overall when you come to Connecticut is go to the Mini Model Museum. It's the
right.
NFL Draft. Field Yates, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Hawk, Harry Lyles. I'm Jason Fitz. Mel's best available. Darnell Washington,
Still on the board.
Adabare, Keely Ringo, Darius Rush, Blake Freeland, which, by the way, some badass names there.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised. I'm not a little surprised. I'm a lot surprised Keely Ringo is still there.
Yeah, I think probably the feeling on Keely Ringo is the speed is real. What else is the signature trait, though? Clutch production is good, but at Georgia, sometimes it's hard to isolate some of these guys because they're freaking all NFL players, right?
Yeah. And also that's a weird thing to be the clutch corner. I will admit, Keely Ringo's role on that team has been to always pull the play when they needed it at the last possible second when you were giving. Because Georgia fans are great. Because Georgia fans, everyone's so good at this point that Keely Ringo actually drew most of their fire for the season because he was merely excellent. And they're like, Keely Ringo doesn't do anything. All he was doing was playing really well as opposed to what everyone else was doing, which was blowing everyone else off the field.
The Rams are making their pick. This is the 26th pick of the third round. I should remind everybody that third round's a little longer because of compensatory picks. That means that there are a total of 39 picks in this round. So we are on pick 26 of that. And the pick is Kobe Turner.
Got me on this one.
And there we go. Kobe Turner. So we're all
Richmond to Wake Forest. How about that?
Some D tackle help for our guy Aaron Donald. Right? As we talked about it earlier, Sean McVay, yeah. It's that time of the night. Sean McVay threatens retirement every offseason. They don't do well, as does my guy, AD, right? And so you start to build depth around that, and specifically around the defense. You've seen that in a couple of their picks tonight to kind of center on their defensive side of the ball, and this is another pick that, caters to that.
And this is a Wake Forest team that traditionally not good year in and year out. This is a guy that they were on the better end of that last year. And defensively, obviously at quarterback, everybody knows Sam Hartman now at Notre Dame, but defensively, he was their anchor.
It's just an interesting pick for them because obviously everything's about Aaron Donald, but you make a great point that Aaron Donald, we don't know what the future looks like there. And then the other side of it is you're getting more depth on the defense and offensive line, things we've talked about for the last hour on this show. So
thank you, Cowboys, because that pick was about 60 seconds after the Rams pick. I feel like we just started talking about it, and all of a sudden the Cowboys are right back up.
We got ours ready.
The legend, Drew Pearson, announcing the pick.
The original 88.
I wonder if they will go Roshan Johnson, running back here. Texas.
Ooh.
I mean, given the contract situations and given where they are, it makes a lot of sense, right?
There I am.
Would it?
Roshan Johnson?
Yeah. A running back in general.
Yeah.
Fans are wildly excited
Another Sean. There we go.
That sounds like
I've got
This
another.
feels like a Key and Peele name. Go ahead.
I've got another absolutely useless thing you need to know. Let's see when the highlights come up here. Can we see all of the armbands on this man's arm? Like this dude, I mean, he brings the juice every single play. He does not have all of the individual little armbands on right here. He's got sleeves. So that lets you know this man is versatile, both in terms of his skill and his dress code, right?
Fashion.
You know, look good, feel good, play good. It's something that I also believe in. Put that on the poll, please.
Look at the legs. The legs have the armbands right there on that last
This man,
play.
I'm telling you, you don't want to see him line up on the other side.
He just had like 7 armbands on his legs.
Can I tell you additional style points? 0.
Thumper, too.
Wore 0, and he's a thumper.
Yeah,
That,
back-to-back
to me,
players wearing number 0. They were just drafted. So, by the way, thoughts on the NFL adding 0 as a number? We good with it?
Love it.
Hawks out.
Superb.
You know, I started my career in the Canadian Football League.
Okay.
Like I played there for 2 years before I went on to play in the NFL. I wore number 0.
What team did you play for in Canada?
The Montreal Alouettes. So we had a Montreal kid drafted.
If you
So,
are-
shout out to that.
You was in Montreal.
I was in Montreal.
If you are my age,
All right.
you were a CFL fan for a period of time because Rocket Ishmael went to the CFL because
to
he
play.
refused to play for the Raiders at one point. So, like, yeah, everybody, but he was drafted, but they had his rights. So I watched too many Toronto Argonauts games as a kid. Like, that was an actual thing. Because you're like, oh, someday he's going to come down here and be a Raider.
Bring the Rouge to the NFL. Bring the Rouge to the NFL. We need this. Yeah.
Yep. Down here, Waggle too.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a pick in here. The Bills.
We're hitting our
Canada,
stride here.
Everybody's just moving.
Speaking of Canada, Buffalo's on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must went to Toronto, right?
Yeah.
I actually played a game in Toronto.
Yeah, they used to play their games in Toronto. A lot of Canadian Buffalo Bills fans. That's like their team.
Yeah, didn't they? They played some games in Toronto. Sometimes, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Makes sense. Bill's about to build a gloriously beautiful new stadium.
Put a roof on it.
My man is amped. That card is shaking.
I mean, I love that he's the person making the pick. An influencer.
I know absolutely nothing about this
Yes.
man. I'm not talking.
Dorian Williams.
I can give you some.
No, sorry, not him, the influencer. So apparently he's not influencing the right people.
Dorian Williams was one of the. Okay, so first off, this Tulane defense was one of the best in college football this past year, and Dorian Williams was one of the reasons why him and Nick Anderson were an incredible linebacking duo. Nick might be a third-day pick, or he might be an undrafted free agent, but Dorian is an absolute animal. He does not stop playing until he gets to the football. He was one of the emotional leaders of this team. Incredible motor. I love this pick because this dude, again, he's just got that fire played much higher ahead than where he was actually at in his game.
Yeah, if you want to see somebody who had a very nasty experience with Dorian Williams, go talk to USC in that bowl game. 9 tackles, 8 solos, an absolute monster.
Got a couple of polls out there on YouTube right now. Which player more surprising to still be on the board? Darnell Washington, 55% of the vote. Keely Ringo, 45% of the vote. Do we agree with that, gentlemen?
Two dogs.
I mean, just because they went to Georgia, that alone surprises me that every Georgia player hasn't been drafted. Why do you think Darnell Washington is still on the board, Phil?
Knee
injury?
health concerns. Yeah, it stinks because he's an absolute freak.
Yeah. He is,
So
man.
And I'm surprised Adetomiwa Adebawore is still there too because I thought there was a chance he could have gone in the first round, and I am apparently very off on that.
When you say knee, just educate me for a second. When teams are looking at something like that, is it because they're fearful it's a long-term thing, or is it fearful that he'll miss some time?
No, it's fear of it could be a long-term thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that
Fortunate,
obviously
yeah.
impacts the status. Also, you consider Lyles to be the champion of all the polls because do armbands give defensive backs superpowers? 58% of the people polled
That's
said
right.
yes.
Said yes. Huh?
You on a roll, bro.
Nice.
So, am I I'm going to play in a kickball league, right? It starts this weekend, an adult kickball league. Do I wear armbands from a kickball
Well, no,
league?
because then you'd be something I can't say on air.
Okay, so I can't do that. Okay. Can you text it to me?
Only if you walk in and say, I'm him.
Silly.
I will walk in and say I'm him. Do I rip the sleeves off, scream I'm him, only to reveal the armbands are on?
Again, something, you know.
Is this pre or post laser hair removal of the arm?
Well, no, this is going to be like Sunday. So
Sunday, okay.
Yeah, I'll still. No, the arms will be shaved. They're always fresh. The legs will have some hair on them. I mean,
that makes sense.
Okay, I'm glad that.
Wear the leg bands.
Leg bands?
Yeah.
You know, just go for it and then let us know how it goes.
Yeah.
Make sure you record it too.
Perfect.
Let us know how it goes.
Do you put long socks on underneath the armbands, or you just bare leg?
I don't wear long socks. All right, like no shows, shows all the time. Like
I think you need to go full Gardner Minshew. Jean shorts cut off right about here, no shirt.
Look,
Yeah.
there's gonna
Never
be,
nude, man.
Like I don't know how I feel about kicking a kickball already, but add to that, I don't know how I feel like kicking a kickball as a grown-ass man. Third layer of this in tiny denim shorts, I feel like the no-nos might actually slip out, and then all of a sudden, I'm not going to be invited back.
Listen,
Stop.
We're at that point. We're at that point of the coverage, huh?
yeah, you're living scared, brother.
Jeez.
You're living scared.
You are living in fear.
Yeah.
That
Chiefs
says the
pick
man
is
who's
in.
been sitting with the banana the whole night and hasn't eaten it.
Time to eat it.
Opt out.
Time to go.
Oh, this is the NFL draft. Thanks for hanging out with us. Harry Lyles, Field Yates, Hawk, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall. I'm Jason Fitz. Look at that. I'm starting to do like a little ping pong with all the name announcements. I feel really good about it. We're here all the way through the very last pick. We did have a trade, by the way, so I will do this. And I will tell you.
Very polite.
That's enough.
Thank you so much.
Kansas City's on the clock, huh?
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock after a trade with the Bengals. We will effort some
92.
details on that sit.
92 goes to Kansas City. 95 and 217 go to Cincinnati.
Do a little move. Just a little move. Just a little tiny move.
They already got the receiver.
Yep.
That's what I'm looking
Darnell
at.
Washington.
They got an edge player.
I mean,
They've traded up. I don't think they go Washington. I could see Ringo here.
Bummer this would be for
Let's see.
Washington. Slide to day 3. Dang.
let's see. Right now, we've got defensive tackle, offensive tackle, and tight end as their 3 needs, according to ESPN.com. 3 remaining needs that have not been filled throughout the course of this draft. So, see if they go in any of those directions with the trade up and the pick. And they've gone.
And Morris, there we go. Second Oklahoma offensive tackle to be drafted so far this year. Probably arrived with more fanfare to Norman than did Anton Harrison. There's a right tackle here is Wanya Morris, a guy who, like Anton Harrison, had a pre-draft process that included the Senior Bowl. See him right there, big number 64. And remember, the Chiefs lost Andrew Wiley in free agency. They signed Jawan Taylor to replace Orlando Brown Jr., likely a left tackle. So right tackle could be Wanya Morris, probably going to compete with Darian Kennard, their 5th-round pick last year, to be that starting right tackle. A very important position because, as we have seen around the NFL, a lot of players are getting paid at that right tackle position.
I would just say quickly, in the name game world, I really needed it to be Wanya Morris, as in Boyz II Men. Nate, Mike, Sean, Wanya in Boyz II Men. Like, it throws me off every time I see it. I really want, I want a whole harmonization thing. I want it to be Wanya. That's all. It's my name on that.
Same spelling?
Okay.
And
Same spelling.
Yeah, and I would just say, after the Super Bowl that we watched Patrick Mahomes just run for his absolute life, I don't care what situation their offensive line is in, good or bad, I am always for taking a pick to protect that man.
Yep.
The franchise in which Patrick Mahomes is the franchise, you must do everything to protect it. Mm-hmm. Everything.
Y'all educate me, though, for a second, because there's a real conversation about how you analyze Oklahoma offensive linemen.
There is. It's the biggest drawback. Yeah.
Why? What makes it so difficult?
Ball gets out quick. A lot of these guys don't ever get into a three-point stance the entire time of their career. A lot of it is throw the ball wide to these wide receivers, and you might just be going out there and blocking a linebacker that doesn't even see you coming. So it's not a lot of like me versus you. My hand's in the dirt, your hand's in the dirt. Who can win with leverage and power?
Well, yeah, and you need to do that in the NFL. But at the same time, this is an interesting pick because if the Chiefs are going there, this guy's already kind of well-versed in that sort of, offensive vernacular anyway, If Andy Reid says, okay, next play I need you 10 yards that way in like 0.8 seconds. He'll be able to do it, and he's familiar with it. He understands that flow. So it's interesting. It's like I'm being an economist here on one hand and on one hand, right? Like, yeah, he doesn't have some of those like experience and that kind of like polish, but at the same time, if you're gonna go to any team,
this is the team.
Yeah, this is the team to do it. Not just because they're talented, but because of their approach.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
Again, let's stick here for a second when you talk about analysis. Like I got 2 wide receivers around me. You guys can watch a wide receiver play and figure out kind of what they do and how they do it. When you're talking about offensive linemen, and it is so different than what you do, I guess how do teams look at those skills when they're nothing like what they may ask them to do and then try and figure out how it transfers? That just seems wildly difficult.
I think you look at the athleticism, number one. You look at potential, or also your coaching staff. you have to rely heavily on, I think, on your coaching staff, in particular your position coaches.
I mean, like every position, you look for traits that you've seen success in. Every coach is like that, right? And I'll look at a player when I'm looking at receivers. I'm not I'm looking at the traits that they have, but I'm looking for what they remind me of. And if I've seen this somewhere else, how have I seen that thing successful or not successful? Or how have I seen this version of the player, kind of, again, excel within a certain offense or with a certain player? And so when you look at that lineman, it's the same exact thing. You're looking for traits, yes, but you're looking for the things that match into what you already have as a fit.
Think about, go ahead, did you?
Also, Wanye Morris is the name. He was named after Boyz II Men singer Wanye Morris.
I thought it was Wanya for him, but Wanye is
He's named after him.
Oh, that's amazing.
The original Wanye Morris.
I have been calling him the wrong thing, so I apologize. That's incredible. One more thing on this offensive line issue, because it reminds me of a conversation you guys had earlier about the way we talk about quarterbacks and what's around them, and we sort of forgive all of that, right? Mm-hmm. Well, let's be real. Like, we also look at college football all the time and say, well, you want to go somewhere where you can play in a pro-style offense so that you can show teams. Like, at some point, teams like Oklahoma, do they end up having a hard time recruiting offensive linemen simply because you're going there and you're going to be in a situation where if you want to be in the NFL, is that the best way to get there?
Well, I think in 2023,
they keep turning them out, though.
Yeah, 2023, I think everything, the way the game works now, and a lot of, pro-style offenses adopting some of the things that, the college game does. I would say when me and Hawk first came in the league, it was probably frowned upon.
Yep.
But now I don't think they look at it like that.
Because they're adopting a lot of those same philosophies. And also, I think when people talk about a player, oh, he's not this because he played in the system, I think that's a cop-out. Yeah. And I think those are inferior coaches, to be completely honest.
And the big example of that, prior to Patrick Mahomes, it was always, well, you can't have an air raid quarterback.
Yeah.
Now,
it doesn't work in the NFL.
Right.
Darnell Washington has just gone off the board, selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Darnell Washington, absolute freak of nature. Darnell Washington could probably have been the focal point of a passing offense in college football, if not for the fact that Brock Bowers, he played alongside the past 2 seasons, will probably be the highest drafted tight end since Kyle Pitts a couple of years ago. But Darnell Washington, the best blocking tight end in this year's draft. He's like an extra left tackle if you need him to do that. He will smother you, make some crazy catches, just didn't get a lot of opportunity because of all the weapons Georgia has.
Yeah, and you talk about a team in the Pittsburgh Steelers. There is another Georgia player on offense that has had an injury history that they have drafted in the past, George Pickens, that has so far worked out for them. So you look at Darnell Washington, are there injury concerns there? Perhaps. But as the Steelers, they've gambled on a Georgia player with the same sort of issues before, and they're going to hope this one pays off in the same way.
Happy for him.
Sacrifice.
Yeah. Roderick Jones, too, in the first round. Two guys.
He doesn't mind sacrificing. You mentioned Brock Bowers at Georgia. Doesn't mind doing the dirty work, man. Whenever you have a player that will sacrifice his body for a greater good of the team, I like that guy.
Man, build a sheath just for him in his house, because he's going to be housing some schmuffins. That is a lot of man. He needs a lot of food. He is so Pittsburgh because he is the literal walking equivalent of a sandwich stuffed with French fries. He is just the biggest human I've ever seen.
He is listed at 6'7", 270, and when you see him in person, that doesn't do it justice.
No,
my God,
how big that dude is, and that's crazy to say.
Yeah. That's wild. The Cardinals on the clock. The pick is in. It's Michael Wilson.
There you go. Who's talking about it? That was you, Hawk, right?
Yep. Stanford.
Yeah.
I like Michael Wilson. Harry was talking about him as well. He does a lot of things well. Great off the line of scrimmage, great separation, great route. The question I have is speed, right? And sometimes I like a person who can dance and wiggle. I don't like a person who dances and wiggles out of necessity because you can't run. And that's a question that I'll have at the next up. I'm not saying that's the case.
Yeah.
But that's what
why
you
he dropped. If his speed was better, he would have been much higher.
Exactly.
Well, we call it wasted movement. I don't need you at the line of scrimmage making 1,000 moves, and the damn cornerback hasn't committed to take you outside or inside.
Yep.
I need you to get upfield, get vertical. Now, if you need to do it when a cornerback is engaged, but I like what he showed. Was it the Senior Bowl? I think at the Senior Bowl, right?
Yeah, running technician.
Being able to get open reminds me a little bit of a poor man's Keenan Allen, I should say.
How coachable is that?
I like that. I love that comp, actually.
Mm-hmm. You guys are talking about wasting with how coachable is that?
He's been working with Doug Baldwin in the pre-draft process. Good person to learn from.
Getting rid of those habits. How easy is that?
Well, I'll tell you this, and I had a receiver coach that at the top of routes, guys doing all this. Stop stumping that roach. What you stumping the roach for? Right? Don't try to seam in to get inside on the end cut. Stretch him vertically.
Yep.
And at some point, he has to open his hips. Then you break your route inside.
And I'm not saying Michael Wilson has wasted movement. I'm just, again, I'm
talking in
curious.
general.
It's when you are that kind of, twitchy guy and you have the size he does, is it because you're not trusting your speed, right? And when you're in the NFL, again, not everyone needs to be fast. We have plenty of examples like Anquan Boldin where you don't need to be a blazer. But it helps, and it helps tremendously. And if you don't have it, you better be really good at a lot of other things.
Everybody seems infatuated in the YouTube poll with Darnell Washington to the Steelers. We asked if that's a great pick. 71% of the people said love it. 29% of the people said hate it.
At this point, you're playing with house money though, because even if that knee is a problem, you're in business here.
Yep.
You're in business.
Yeah, fair move there.
Now we have the Bengals on the clock. As pointed out earlier, they didn't have anybody start a game last year that was over 30 years old. So
pretty good.
Young roster.
It's impressive right there.
They get their miles.
Also speaks to, when we talk about why this weekend matters so much. Teams like the Bengals, teams like the Chiefs, they have consistently found ways to draft at a high level.
For them.
I don't think people really understand. You want to hit. You have to hit on your first and second rounders, but I say rounds 3 through 7.
Oh, yeah. That makes your team.
College free agents, that's the baseline of your team.
Yeah, if you hit on those, especially depending on what the position is. Because, again, like we talked about, guards, running backs, this is where Pro Bowl running backs are drafted in these 2 rounds.
San Francisco.
Yeah, and you mentioned offensive line, too. Like, think of how difficult it's been to find offensive linemen on the free agent market at a value. That's what leads to the importance of why you have to nail it right here. The Bengals pick is in. They are anxiously awaiting the selection forthcoming. By the way, in the poll, they said it's late and our hosts are hungry. Pick the best late night snack. 37% say chips or popcorn, barely beating out the banana next to Spencer. Banana next to Spencer.
That was the only snack on earth.
Chips or popcorn, ice cream, cookies, the banana next to Spencer.
No
cookies.
fried shrimp.
That's not a snack. Fried shrimp's not a snack. Nobody's like, I need a late night snack. I need fried.
Well, ask Harry Lyles. As soon as we're done here, I'm going right over to JD's and get me a fried shrimp dinner.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yes.
I'm coming with you.
I had the chicken tenders and fries. They were delicious.
Yeah.
All right, I'm coming with y'all, too.
Because clearly I have elementary taste because I like my sweet.
I happen to also like everything you just mentioned as a food item, though. I just don't like the sweet tea. So how are you gonna deal with that?
How do you drink your coffee?
A little bit of cream. Sometimes.
No mayonnaise?
If I'm trying to be super healthy like I am right now, it's just straight black. Sometimes put a little Splenda in there.
Nothing wrong with a little black. Talking about coffee.
Watch it, Fitz.
Oh, just a small sampling of
Jordan battle.
Jordan battle.
Team captain right here.
Hey, I like
name
that, man. Absolutely. And so let's drop the name science for a minute here.
Okay.
Jordan Battle, if he would have come out last year into the draft, he might have been a top 15 pick. Like legitimately a really good player. Wanted to come back because I'm sorry?
What changed?
He wanted to come back and win a championship, and he put a little bit of stuff on tape that was not as appealing as
he had some brain farts.
He did. He absolutely did. And honestly, not necessarily from a playing style perspective, but he sort of reminds me of Keely Ringo, where you have the times where you're like, yes, he's the man, and then you have other times where you're like, no, right? He's one of those guys.
But one man's loss is another man's gain. That Tennessee tape in particular.
Yes, it absolutely is, and he's a victim of that. But I really do like this pick. I think he's a very good football player, and I think with the right coaching and having even just better players around him, which sounds weird because this guy's coming from Alabama, he's going to be a really good pro.
You just said one man's loss is another man's gain. Explain for everybody.
That Jordan Battle was a safety in that game against Tennessee, and a lot of the reads and coverages and that Tennessee managed to exploit. Some of them did happen with Jalen Hyatt. They did involve Jordan Battle. This seems to be, when he misses big.
Yeah.
That's sort of the deal here.
Yeah.
I think this,
5 touchdowns in one game.
Self-scouting.
Yeah.
Or scouting your opponent, Tennessee, understanding that, we need to get these safeties in coverage and let our fastest receiver be with them one-on-one.
Yeah, and this is a reputation thing because Alabama produces such finished players that a lot of the time people will assume that maybe they aren't actually quite as good as they come off because they're so trained, they're so disciplined, they play within this system, right? I don't know if that's necessarily the case with him, just because he does take big chances, and when a safety takes big chances, they go boom big.
We have another pick coming through. The Lions, who YouTube is saying is winning today's draft, just selected Broderick Martin, Western Kentucky defensive tackle. So if you think about what they've drafted throughout the course of it, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam LaPorta, Brian Branch, Hendon Hooker. Now they add Broderick Martin, defensive tackle, Western Kentucky. Big clog in the middle.
Yeah, so another busy night for the Lions. Did I mention earlier that if you just took who the Lions picked and didn't know where they got picked, you'd like the draft a lot more? Andrew Hawkins had that point first, just to be very clear.
Yes.
Half dozen picks, so we have a half dozen picks left here in the third round. As we examine some of the themes of the day, like, what do we think stands out here so far? Is it the Lions? Like, they've certainly been busy with 4 selections today, but is there anything else that comes to mind of day 2 that you're like, all right, this one, like, this is a team that won, this is a team that maybe came up short? Like, what do we think so far?
Bears burliest. Just amazing how much size they added in positions where they needed it. By far, to me, the literal strongest draft.
I think Seattle, too. What Seattle was able to do day 1, being able to get Derick Hall from Auburn today, as well as Charbonnet. Charbonnet, there you go, from UCLA.
Oh, the French in there.
To back up Kenneth Walker III. 2 solid picks.
I still like as obvious as quarterbacks are, I still like the fact that the 2 quarterbacks that we walked into the day saying where they're going to go, both seem to end up in situations where they'll at least get the chance to develop into the best version of themselves.
Yeah.
We never know if these quarterbacks are going to work, but I like Will Levis to Tennessee, and I like Hendon Hooker, frankly, to Detroit. I think it's 2 good situations.
I like the Packers. I think like what the Packers did, they gave Jordan Love some weapons, right, to give him a chance.
2 tight ends
2
and a
big
receiver.
tight ends and Reed on a receiver. So, yep.
My 2 favorites are Rashee Rice going to Kansas City. I think that could be massive for them. Like I think he's already a good player. I think Patrick Mahomes is going to help, and Andy Reid are going to help make him great. And then I really liked Osiris Torrance going to Buffalo. I genuinely think he could have and maybe even should have been a first-round pick. He's going to be able to play for them immediately. And you talk about protecting Josh Allen. I think he's a great pick, especially at that spot.
I think Buffalo needed a guy like him, too.
Yeah.
Because you look down the stretch, that was one of the things that stood out on tape a lot, was that offensive line wasn't as great late as they were early on in the season.
So we have an amazing staff behind the scenes that work diligently for weeks and months to get ready for this show. It's not easy to do hours and hours of content with no commercials, but they've apparently put together a little surprise for us, all right?
Hey!
So we're spending a lot of time talking about each of these draft prospects, but they have descriptors with each of those draft prospects, a tombstone, as you will, a little card for each of them. They've done one for each of us. Field Yates. First and foremost, we're putting Field up on the board. We'll see what they've come up as the descriptors.
I don't want to see this. This is like hearing your own voice.
I mean, no, let's look at this. All right, look at that. Co-host of Fantasy Football podcast.
Probably
Football Encyclopedia.
I think my favorite one is the last one. Low-key Jack. I appreciate that. I wouldn't say that, but I would say that myself. But I love this.
Probably owns a home in Nantucket.
I wish. Can't afford it. I don't have Harry and Hawk money, but one day maybe.
And
can I borrow a buck?
Father of Kinley, Page, and Cisco. So, but we have one more coming. So
another one coming, yeah.
We're gonna have to get an update to that.
Yeah, in a couple months I'll have an update for you. I'm currently I'm working on the name science, so we're trying to get that correct.
I'll help you with that, Wolf.
Yeah.
Do you get a say in that?
No.
Okay, perfect. I figured
He's
that was
working
probably
for the person who's working on the name side.
Correct. Have you
Consider just naming the child John Wick.
That's my only suggestion so far to my wife. She was not totally enamored by the idea.
Well, we're going to work on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a lot of time. We have 7 weeks left.
They've done one of these for each of us. So Harry Douglas, let's see what the crew has come up with for HD to describe the greatness of Harry. Former NFL wide receiver, co-host of Fitz and Harry, that counts as a
I'll mark that down.
Admittedly cops his earrings from Claire's. That's true. Popularized heated gloves. That's known for that. And thinks fried shrimp is a late night snack.
Oh, man.
Love all of them.
You feel good about that, Harry?
I feel great.
Rocks a white button down with no tie
They
like
forgot
no
the
other.
most important one, which is that he
that's
has
true.
to shake his Sprite after he takes a sip.
I do.
Does he shake his
Yeah.
Sprite?
Is it this way?
I've never
I don't like strong drinks, so
Okay.
shake it a little bit.
That makes sense.
Vince, you're up, right?
No. Spencer's. I think they probably saved the largest beating for last. Spencer Hall.
Okay.
Spencer is up next. Let's see. What?
Why are you laughing?
Oh, goodness.
It's going to come to me. Co-host of Thinking Out Loud, producer of Channel 6, TikTok threat sharer.
Yes.
I do
yes.
appreciate
Hilarious.
that.
Yeah.
Deadlifts way more than your boy, and really wishing
How
you
much
didn't
we
eat that
talking?
banana.
Yeah, mostly, yeah, because I think I spoiled it for the fried shrimp that I'm going to go get with Harry afterwards. So, yeah.
How much did you deadlift?
Not as much as I should. I think my lifetime best is 445.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, 445.
How much should you?
How much should I? At
Yeah.
my body weight, like at my age, we are probably about right now 415 would be good.
415?
Yeah, that's what we're shooting for.
You could definitely do that, yeah.
You're deadlifting
No. Listen, man, we got phases. We got a developmental curve, right? We're on a plan right now. We're going to get back to 400. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
My God.
You couldn't pay me to deadlift.
Well,
For who and for what? That's what Dominique would say. I'd be like, I'd
Yeah.
deadlift 400. I'd be like,
What
for who and
to
for
be very
what?
clear,
true.
you can pay me
Yeah.
to deadlift. You can pay.
Absolutely
I might
not.
kill me, but
You're
I'll
the
take
Orange
money.
Theory guy these days, right?
Yeah, well, I work out, but I can't deadlift. All right, let's go to. Wait, before we go to Hawk, I got to catch up on some picks. They're saying I got to do my job real quick. We got a couple more picks. Ricky Stromberg, Arkansas center, goes to Washington.
Day one starter.
Yep.
Lefty center.
You like it?
Yeah, he's a good player for Arkansas. It wouldn't surprise me if he starts quickly for the Commanders, who I think Nick Gates is going to play guard for them, it sounds like.
And then the Browns take Siaka Ika, the Baylor defensive tackle.
He is like 370 pounds. He's probably the strongest player in this entire draft. If you want somebody to defend the run, there was no better player for that position than Siaka Ika. Benched like 35 reps with like massively long arms as well. He's just a bunch of man.
No, he's just like, his mitochondria are strong,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
Regular science.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Regular science. Okay. That catches us up where there are 4 picks left in the round. All right, so let's see what we've got for Hawk. Andrew Hawkins. Let's see what they put together for Hawk on the sheet.
Awesome.
The glory here, former NFL wide receiver. We all know that. Rams,
like
Bengals,
that.
Browns, Patriots. Co-founder, president
That is
of
pro.
Status
Check that out.
Status Pro.
Check it out.
Amazing.
Appreciate the shouts.
Edge Up is cleaner than the Board of Health.
I like it.
Like that.
That is not
The
wrong.
guy sheet tells you not to worry about.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's also a tough time or two.
Bought a Lambo with the signing bonus. Just
kidding. Maybe.
Maybe.
Check picker upper. That is true. Chris Bottle Sender. That is facts.
Check picker upper. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I don't mean to interrupt
I got
you. We
a
had a
Lambo
damn kicker come off the board.
We just had a
What?
kicker.
What?
What?
Oh, Jake Moody.
Who does, by the way, kick
Very understandable.
bombs.
Yes.
Nukes, baby.
If I had to, without looking at the team, if I had to say to you guys, name a team that you think is so complete that they're just like, we're taking a kicker.
San Francisco.
Bang! That's your took
Also,
'em.
Robbie Gold's no longer with him.
Yeah.
And went from a kicker whose last name is a noun to an adjective.
Yep.
This is,
Yeah.
That's a really
kickers.
big deal.
Are kickers better with noun or adjective last names? Put it on the poll.
I think
Yeah.
he won the Lou Groza Award 2021.
Yes.
2021.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, Jake Moody's
It's usually their kicker or Ohio State's kicker, and they flip-flop years.
Yeah, that's trade.
All right, so let's see what we've got for Lyles. We got to get Lyles in here. Co-host of Countdown to Game Day. All right, Mad wins on Around the Horn. That's true.
Hella dubs.
BFFs with Christine Williamson. Not really. Okay.
No,
we're tight.
They are BFFs.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Wildly ripped and handsome.
it's true. It's true.
There you go. Different than low key.
Somebody's got to be, right?
Creator of Lyles Files. And then
Revolutionized suit and sneakers combo. You know, I appreciate that. And one day, we will talk about that and celebrate it. Probably on my birthday, February 28th, which just so also happens to be Black History Month. I don't want to say I'm a pioneer, but I might be.
I like the call. I like the call on that.
Yeah.
all right, so
Pioneer.
y'all left-
suit sneaker combo.
Yeah,
Hey,
y'all,
we
y'all
talked
left
about
out.
the Air Force Ones. I mean,
Y'all left out
versatile.
Fortnite Assassin.
Fortnite
that too.
Assassin.
Yeah.
Do not test.
1.53 Call of Duty KD too. Don't mess with me.
Yeah.
I am a little afraid of this, but I got to go. So it's my turn while the Raiders are on the clock. Co-host of Fitz and Harry, also
15.
true. Orange Theory enthusiast.
True,
That is true.
true.
Father of Annabelle.
True,
Definitely true.
true.
Definitely not him.
True.
That's a
True.
lie. I am absolutely him. Anti-sweet tea.
Terrible.
And what?
terrible.
I can't even-
Secretly depressed Raiders fan, which I would count. Is it a big secret?
Blind. Also,
I'm not
is another.
look, I got the joy down in my heart. I don't know what we're talking about depressed. There's no depression here. By the way, the Raiders pick is in. That was perfect timing. And hi, Annabelle.
Speaking of depression,
you know what? It's the end of the third round.
They
This is
don't
a
call it the black
compensatory
hole
pick.
because you're happy.
I mean,
Anybody else want to pile on?
Yeah.
You know what?
well, I mean, since we're doing
We're down here.
if that, like, third-round picks matter, you of all people should understand that at least going up to the 6th round, those picks matter because your team is, the victim of the Tuck rule. Right?
Man,
I'm just saying, you can't say these
Did you
picks
just bring
don't.
the? I didn't say they don't matter.
Open
I never
up
said
the
they don't matter. I
wound.
said they do matter. I've been saying they matter
Open
all
up
night.
that wound and
I said they matter
throw
all
salt
night.
inside of it.
he went down to the cellar. He looked at the bottle.
Sea salt, too,
He
not
chose
just
an
that-
old vintage.
28-3. That's all I have to say to you.
Mediocre
28-3.
salt. Sea salt.
I'm good.
28-3. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Really?
Well, yeah, because honestly, out of that game, and I genuinely do mean this, the Robert Alford interception, which lasted 11 seconds, is the best 11 seconds of my life.
Wow, that is cap.
That's my guy there, too, man.
You know what?
He's a man.
Solid.
Just
individual
remember one
across the
thing.
board,
I'm
too.
old. You got to remember I'm old, which means I have in my lifetime actually seen the Raiders win a Super Bowl. Can you say that about the Falcons?
No, but
Well,
that also
can you
sounds
not
terrible.
talk
If you
smack to him that affects me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I
Like,
can.
what are we doing?
But this is
That's not something to
don't
brag
interrupt
about.
the
That you're
adults.
old enough
Like,
to see a Raiders Super Bowl.
I mean, it was 84. Like, it's not that long. I was a kid.
Okay,
but-
so in our minds, 84 was like 20 years ago. It's like 40 now.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Dang. That was an unnecessary blow.
No, it's not a blow. No, it's facts.
I look good for
That's
my
all
age,
I'm
that's
saying.
How old
all
were
I'm
you
saying.
during that Super Bowl? Teens?
No, I was like 7. I think it was 84. Yeah, so I was 7. I was born in 77.
Can we see a run on kickers? Let's go. Third
Can I
round
ask
run
a
on
question
kickers.
while we're
Let's
talking?
go.
Like, the kicker in the 3rd round, does that just put like an inherent pressure on him that
Yes.
basically sets him up for failure?
Yeah. Who was the last one that we saw that with?
Roberto Aguayo.
Right, exactly.
And that one did not work out at all.
Yeah.
Remember, so you're a Browns fan, Hawk. They
Yep.
took Cade York last year in the 4th round, and that was the 4th round, and he didn't really have a great year last season.
But
Yeah.
Sebastian Janikowski, he's a first rounder.
Yeah, no.
Who did he play for?
Talk it now.
Raiders.
Talk it.
Raiders.
My God, I have
2 picks left here, right? 3
absolutely,
picks left here.
I have absolutely lived some draft moments. Is somebody going to give me some hope here? Is there any? You guys want to say anything nice?
They've had a good draft so far, right?
I feel
mean,
like-
actually
Yeah. I think
We got best available going, right?
Let's see.
Keely Ringo's still available. The Raiders definitely need secondary help. Adetomo Adebawore, the Raiders need defensive line help all day. If this is a defensive player at any point, I'm happy. Doesn't really matter which one it is.
Instead,
Trey
Tucker,
I like Trey Tucker.
wide receiver from Cincinnati.
Hawk comp. This is my Hawk comp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Love
Yep. 5'7", 5'8", 182. He has a nice base, quick in there. You know, he's sure-handed, over the middle, tough as nails. But if you're going to be that size in the NFL, you have to be.
Can fly.
Fly. He's not scared of anything. Shall I go on, Harry?
Well, can I say this, though, Hawk? Because I don't think a lot of people understand this. Receivers this size, like yourself, scare the hell out of DBs.
Yes.
Like, especially if they're lined up in the slot, I think one of the hardest positions to play on the football field from a defensive perspective is slot corner. Because there's so much space to work with.
Yep.
And if there was a need for the Raiders in the wide receiver room, everybody knows it's somebody that has the speed to take the top end off, right? Because that's not what they're asking in this offense, Devontae, or either of their little guys. Like, there are enough little guys on this Raiders wide receiver crew, but there's not anybody that's supposed to be a speedster. So.
And I don't even view him as like a top, take the top off the defense type of guy.
Quick, though.
He's quick. You get the
shifty.
ball in his hands, he will turn a 4-yard pass into a 20-yard play.
So then that only makes me ask the same question I asked of Jerry Jeudy earlier, to be fair. Plenty of rumors about Hunter Renfrow. Like, how many little guys? I mean, if you're the Raiders offense, it seems like a little bit of.
No. Because you got to remember, look at the history of New England and the guys that they had in that system.
That is how McDaniels does it.
Edelman,
Yeah.
Wes Welker,
He wants guys that can
Danny
run option
Amendola.
routes.
But they already did that with Jacoby Myers, Hunter Renfrow, who they already paid.
Well, Jacoby Myers is not one of those guys. I think Jacoby Myers
he's not.
is like
Guys,
more
last
so
pick of
outside.
the night coming up, by the way. We're at 1 left, literally.
Wow.
Last pick.
Oh, wow. Cameron Latu.
who I think is like quite literally Mensa Society smart.
Yeah.
I think he had like the highest Wonderlic score of like any player in like literally ever.
Wow.
Alabama tight end. kind of got lost in the shuffle, right? They haven't had like a dominant season there, but good player. Just good, solid player here, right? And for the 49ers, they have always been looking for a little more depth behind George Kittle. They've had Ross Dwelly in recent years, but yeah, this one makes some sense to me. I can't decide if the 49ers taking a kicker 99th overall in a draft in which they didn't have a first or second round pick. It's just a flex. Like, are they saying like our roster is so damn good that even when we don't have draft picks, we can just take a kicker in the 3rd round?
Well, I think they showed us that field when they moved up and traded for the number 3 pick overall, and it hasn't panned out up until this point, and you're still able to go to NFC Championship game. But you want to know why though? Because rounds 3 through 7, you'll be amazed at how many starters they had last year that were drafted in rounds 3 through 7 on their football team.
Yeah. And that's the great question. How many teams could trade up, give up the equity to take a quarterback at 3 overall, miss, and still be in the Super Bowl conversation?
I would tell you none. Because it's not like besides them, it's not like you see that every day. It doesn't happen like that every day.
Yep.
Normally, if you miss at a quarterback at 3, you're crying, you're screaming, you're somebody trying to fire you.
No Trey Lance trade yet. Wonder if he gets moved tomorrow. Sounds like no urgency there for San Francisco.
Yeah. I mean, do they need to have any urgency with it?
Well, I mean, they would create a lot of cap space, which would be useful for them, or they create some cap space, and, they could potentially recoup some draft capital. They don't feel afraid to admit defeat on that trade. Like, they've been so good.
Do they need to have some hesitance, though, knowing that Brock Purdy won't even be available until August?
Sam Darnold.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
So with the final
Sam Darnold will be in a situation in which I don't think he's ever been in his NFL career, too.
Mekhi Blackmon, corner out of USC.
They need corners in a major way. Do the Minnesota Vikings signed Byron Murphy this offseason. They also signed some guys that just I'm not sure, like Joejuan Williams, a former 2nd-round pick out of Vanderbilt. Not sure he's going to be the answer here, but Blackmon should have a chance. I mean, he's got a real chance to start and play significant snaps for a Minnesota team that has reshaped their entire secondary after losing Patrick Peterson to the Steelers in free agency.
Brian Flores.
B-Flow.
See what he can do with that defense.
So 2 USC picks
that was
for
non-existent last season.
Tonight, or so far.
All right, so has anybody's opinion changed? We've now reached the very end of this thing.
Raiders won the draft.
The Raiders won the draft. I think we can all agree on that, right?
I just felt like saying that.
I do think that
completely disagree.
It's been a long time since I know we've said this a few times. I'll say it one more time. It's been a long time since I've seen a narrative shift the way it did tonight for the Lions. Yep. And I think the most important point we've made over and over again is that if you just look at the names, a team that got beat up, a fan base that got beat up a lot for 12 hours today, right now looks like they might be smarter than a lot of people thought.
I think that the fan base did the beating up. The front office got beat up, it feels like. I'm okay with the Lions. How things net out is okay by me.
They went and got the players that they liked, right? And again, you can't. That's hard to argue for a team. And obviously, we'll see how all of them pan out. But we feel really good about the entire boat. But even coming into it, I mean, Harry mentioned it, and I agreed. It was they went and got guys that they thought made their team better.
Like, did you guys see the reaction videos of their room?
Yeah, they were fired up.
With getting their guys. I mean, again, like a lot of these are projections, and a lot of projections are usually right and things of that nature. But if you're getting your guys and you feel like they're going to fit with what you're trying to do, like it's hard for anybody to tell you that you're wrong. But again, just from looking at the names, if you look at the names, I like what they've got.
All right.
They're going to be biting a lot of kneecaps.
Oh, I knew there was a kneecaps moment.
You deep fry those?
Did you eat the banana?
Oh, yeah.
Spencer ate banana number 2. I missed the whole banana eating
room left
thing.
for deep fried shrimp, whatever it was?
Yeah.
Okay, just make
I mean, I'm probably going to get shrimp anyway.
Fried shrimp hours.
It's right on Queen.
Queen Street.
Queen Street.
How about that? I learned
Apparently there's a Queen Street place that's open super late. Who knew? All right, now you know what we're going to do for the rest of the night. The most important thing is every single year we get the opportunity to sit in these seats and talk to you guys, hang out with you through every single pick of the first two days in the draft. I cannot tell you how much it means to all of us that you share that experience with us. There are a lot of people behind the scenes, too many to thank, but we appreciate the amount of work. This is a huge undertaking, and we appreciate you for spending all of this time watching it. For everybody behind the scenes, Field Yates, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Hawk, Harry Lyles, I'm Jason Fitz. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Enjoy the rest of the draft. Come back and see us again next year.
Hey, Autumn and Aubrey. I shot my daughters out. I shouted my son out yesterday, and I got in trouble.
Oh, man, really?
Yeah, my daughters, they don't play that crap.
That's amazing.
Shouts out to the Mystic Seaport Museum. Quality attraction.